Welcome one and all to the Mediterranean poker party here at the beautiful Merit complex in northern Cyprus. I am James Dempsey and joined alongside the man they call Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley. How are we doing, Picasso?
Hello, Demps. Good to be back, my friend. MPP 2025. Never get tired of that view on the intro there.
Oh, yeah.
Good to be back, my friend.
I'm calling a little bit of a, BS, for want of a better word. It's not sunny out there. It's raining, but we'll let them off.
Don't
Everyone's
tell
inside
them
playing poker instead. As you can see here, the tournament obviously already underway. And I see 3 leaderboards, Andrew, because we're not covering one for each table. We're not covering 2. We're covering 3. That's our Luxon table, and we see, a Cypriot native leading the way there. Everyone's starting this tournament with 200,000 in chips. Already 2 hours in. This is our DTD live table. That first one, of course, was our Luxon table, and Alexei Losev, the one leading the way here with a little over 2 times starting stack. And Adrian State, a man who's had success in this very room before, is also on this table. But this is where we'll focus the majority of our attention, Andrew, the Onyx table. And it's being led by Abdullah Al-Jami with, wow, look at that, 671,000 chips already. Some stuff's been going on, I fear.
Just 224 big blinds for Abdullah to work with. Yeah, looking forward to this. It's a world first. We're going for the triple threat.
There we go.
3 feature tables, folks. Let's get into it. Poker OK, $1,100, 1 million guarantee mystery bounty. Let's get it started.
Yeah, not a chance even to mention the tournament, of course. It is that mystery bounty. Of course, bounties, not a factor right now. They come into play tomorrow as when the bubble bursts, they come into play. And we play to the money tonight. This one a 30-minute level event, so reasonably on the quick side. Gets you in, chance to be in the money if you make a day 2, and of course multiple day 1s, get that field boosted up and a chance to maximize envelope equity.
Yeah, pretty quick. People will be looking to accumulate, of course, and look to cover the rest of the table as we go into the bounty phase tomorrow. First look here, Edaye limping in Demps, a little unorthodox from +1 with ace-9-0. Enver content to over limp with the pocket 6s in the cutoff.
Yeah, one seems a fresh stack there from Edaye with that 200k. So just getting his feet wet. You're buying. They stick you on the feature.
Yeah.
You just want to dip the toe in.
Ace-9 off. Let's go. Let's get in there. So a multi-way, 5-way affair to kick off our coverage. 11 completing from the small. And Alajmi checking his option with the king-8.
5-3-3, no help for any hand here. Enver with the unlikely flopped overpair on this board. Action is swiftly round to him in the cutoff, and he is going to make some sort of stab here, Andrew, into the 18k, 10k, a little over half the pot. Yeah,
makes sense to probe here, sort of, look to kick out some hands, some 2 overcard type hands with equity. A little on the large-ish size in a multi-way pot, but it's looking good for him. It gets called by Bura, does have a gut shot with backdoor flush draw potential, albeit just a 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, a little fruity, but it finds the 7. And this is interesting, right? Because we've got the 2 6s. Some of those straight draws that do call 6-7, the 4-6, so less likely, of course. So maybe hard, perhaps, for him to get away without putting more chips in.
Yeah.
He's going to do it in the form of a bet.
These spots are really tricky, of course. With that ace-9 early position limp, it starts to make things kind of murky. It's harder to range your opponents. Like, the dealer could come in, right, with something like a suited 3 here that he normally wouldn't, right, in a raised pot. So it does get tricky. He is going to bet again, try and deny flush draws. Potentially you could get called Demps by like an ace-5 suited type, right, still have the best hand. And right. I didn't expect to see raise from Bura, I must confess, but does bump it up to 50k, and Enver now in a pretty gross spot.
I mean, this raise, this is one of these classics, kind of like, I think I probably got the best of it. I'm against flush draws a lot, trying to charge them. I buy myself a showdown, and then can I fold comfortably if I get jammed on here?
This is really tricky. Like, one thing I will say, he probably rules out Enver having a hand, like 9s, 10s, jacks, probably raise, right? Rather than limping in, so maybe just thinks that his 7 is good. 10 of diamonds completes the board. Bura does have the best of it. Enver's already checked. I wonder if Bura deciding Demps if he ever needs to kind of bluff. This is a really strange hand.
They both expect to lose. This is a showdown.
He's going to get the good news.
Yeah, well, there we go. What a hand to kick things off with here at the MPP. First hand of a, 9-day schedule of coverage here. 3 events we're going to be picking up.
Yeah.
We kick it off with, somewhat of a fruity one. That was certainly what neither of them wanted to show down there. It was like, oh, I can't win, can't beat anything. Well then, action over at the DTD live table. And looks like we have Luxon with the flush draw having come in from under the gun. Going to bet 9k. And Casidus haven't found second pair, Andrew, coming along with the call.
Yeah, these spots always pretty murky. Not ideal here to have sort of no backdoor flush draw to go with your middle pair. You're sort of playing a guessing game immediately right off the bat. 39k in the middle already here. Casidus with around about 2.5 pots behind. Always very, very awkward, this position. You know, in check call mode, you're sort of guessing. Like, we can already be sort of drawing very thin against the king. There's lots of bad rivers. It's going to check it over. Losev with the decision Demps on whether to barrel this one. Try and get a hand like a 6, right, with no straight draw. A 3, something like this to fold.
I guess as well some potential sizing, maybe even fold out better clubs.
Yeah.
Great result that would be.
Certainly by the river, you could potentially maybe fold out some of those queen high club type combos. It does bet again, half pot. I think this is the problem on the flop. It's just super uncomfortable here. With the 6 nut kicker, you really are just... This is one of these Demps. You might need to make a live read on your opponent. He's reaching. Does find the turn call, getting very sticky. Pot behind, big river incoming. Oh, hello.
It is a big river. A warming one. Gone from, I hope my man shuts down, to, I really hope my man fires 3.
Yeah, and it's one of these really awkward spots. If Casidus does come with check, which you would expect him to do in game flow, Losev with that awful kind of spot where, you know, you want your opponent to have the clubs Demps, but we have 10 high, but he is going to lead. Oh, no, okay, reaching for a time bank, excuse me. Thought he was reaching for chips.
I just noticed he's rocking a Merit Turtle as well.
Yes, the old classic Merit Turtle card protector.
I went to see the turtles this morning.
I went yesterday with my little boy. I brought him over with me this year.
There we go. And 2 men in question.
I feel like he's going to lead Demps when he takes this long and burns a time bank. But, yeah. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan. We didn't see the pre-flop action if this was a raised pot or a limped pot, which could change things. You know, you kind of want to let Losev just put it in with ace-king on the river, right? Pocket aces or whatever. Hands like this. But he's deciding to lead instead.
Is this just, you know... obviously perceives that his opponent's just going to give up bluffs and may check back a king. And
I think that's fair. Like, he may think his opponent goes for 2 streets with like a king-jack and won't go for 3.
Right.
Unfortunately for Casidus, Losev with the brick draw. He picks up a nice size pot. Back up to 160k.
And of course, we're not really aware of what's happened the first 2 hours as well. I always say this, we're picking these guys up. They'll tell us that maybe there's been some dynamic there already. Maybe a bluff was picked off in a similar spot. You kind of try and lay some seeds. Over at the Luxon table, we have Taravat calling this action against Ignatov, who has, Taravat, pardon me, has improved to 2 pair on that turn, and Ignatov improves himself, picking up and opening his straight draw.
Yeah, potential dicey waters for Ignatov. Has one of those hands that sort of is a natural barrel off on a lot of runouts.
He's gone for the snap min check raise, which is being called, and wow, an unlikely run out indeed. King's full for Taravat with, what, just 65k behind. Gone for non-all in, but I think effectively. Oh, he's gone really small, he's gone milky.
Yeah, B25 river. Ignatov quick fold.
That'd be fun though if you're up against a queen. Like, can a queen ever fold here in this size? There we go. Java getting into this one for just $125. Finding King's Fall, building up a stack in this $1,100 buy-in event.
We're gonna have to be on our game, James. Did you see how quickly that turn action went? I didn't even see him min click, and his opponent had already snap called.
Yeah, well, these guys at Merit, they don't mess around. We play fast here. Salai limping in with 2 7s from under the jump. Burra popping it up 2 9s. And Alajami, well, with Ace-Jack coming in with a 3-bet. We can see how he built these chips, Andrew. Although, of course, Ace-Jack offsuit, pardon me. More than enough to be attacking this potential ISO.
Yeah, don't mind it, actually, in position. If you think, you know, like you said, we haven't been privy to see how people are playing, but you don't often see an undergun limp sort of 50 bigs deep. So Burra could be attacking it relatively wide.
And we have gone 3-way. Okay. Well, you don't enjoy going 3-way with Ace-Jack offsuit to distraction, but you don't mind it so much when the flop comes that Ace-Queen 5.
Yeah, can be very tricky to proceed here. And should go very small here, Demps, in theory world, in a multi-way pot. It's one of those where we're kind of going to be way ahead, or it can just be crushed right against hands like the Ace-Queens of the world. Let's go with this shade under half pot. Should just be hand over. As we see Alajme crushing 744k.
Yeah.
Nice pickup for him in the early goings of our coverage.
Yeah, imagine indicative. You build that stack. You've been taking these spots, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't been passing up on too many of these. Switching things back over to the DTD live table where, hang on a second. Okay. States into this pot from number 1. Had the aces. Has gone multi-way. There's 40k in the middle. Did he limp?
I think,
oh, no, it's
I think
min raise.
6k, right?
Yeah.
Min to 6 and then 4 callers.
Yeah. Welcome to Merit.
Yeah, very tricky stuff. I like this check from State. It's one of those spots where you're almost going to check range here on a queen-queen deuce and just sort of see what develops. Very tricky here. Cassidus is in there with the jack-deuce of hearts somehow. So likely just goes bet, call, call, and does. State not going to be comfortable here, of course. Even with the bullets in hand, turn is the 8 of clubs. Mountain now with the decision. Does improve to a gut shot straight draw to go with his flush draw. And he is going to continue to barrel. And this is going to be tough for State.
Right. When you bet him in calling 2 spots,
Yeah.
bets again, it looks so strong.
It really does look pretty strong. You know, if Mountain has like the sort of pocket 9s of the world, pocket 7s, they tend to slow down, right, in a multi-way situation. We don't have a diamond in hand, which is going to work in his favor. And it looks like he's reaching for calling chips. Going to keep his man honest. Big river coming here. Just over pot behind for State. And that's one of the best rivers in the deck for him, Demps.
Reassuring. No doubt, just that the Queen of Hearts out there to worry about. Certainly all those bluffs seem more likely. Value harder to reach.
Yeah, really interesting river. If State thinks he is up against one of those sort of pocket pairs, like the 9s and 10s of the world, I wonder if he thinks that they will check back like almost always, and that seems a pretty reasonable
I'm with you.
sort of assumption.
It's hard though, isn't it?
It's really hard to bet ourselves and rep any type of bluff, that's for sure.
Because State himself kind of a queen. Looks like he's gone really small.
I thought he might go for the little blocker. It does make some sense, sort of get paid off, right, by a hand like 8-9 of diamonds, something like this, right? You don't want it to check back, pocket 9s. And you might sometimes get your opponent to sort of bluff it off. And here we go, he's raised.
Wow.
What a great bit of play from State.
Wow.
This is beautiful. And yeah, likely just a call, James. I think he did already commit calling chips.
Yeah.
No real point in jamming here. Very, very difficult to get called by worse. Well played. You said yourself, Adrian has pedigree here, right? We've seen him a lot. Very, very accomplished poker player.
Yeah.
Lovely little river 15k lead and juices that bluff from Mountain.
In this very venue. Remember January last year, in one of the Merit series, Western Series, got 3rd place in the warm-up, good for 75k. Also got 6th in the Gatsby series in the main event here last year, so
Nice.
2 big final tables for him. A man familiar with the antics that take place in this room. Here we are then back at the Onyx. And we've gone full way at least to this 9-6 deuce board.
Yeah, we have a bet from Tot with the pocket 8s, and Idai just deciding here, I'm going to run it. Makes some sense, you know, inflated pot, we have the nut flush draw. Backdoor straight draw's working for us. Can never really be a mistake to just fast play the nut flush draw, especially when there's a lot of money in the pot already. You can get your opponent to fold a lot of better hands, much like pocket 8s, which go into the muck. Well done from Idai. Back up over 200k, 264k in his stack.
Some tens or something.
We've seen a lot already, Demps, in the early going. We talk about this quite often, sort of MPO, merit poker optimal. You know, we've already seen 4 or 5 five-way pots. So you need to think on your feet, right? Like it's very tricky.
You do, you certainly do. As we see here, jumping into this one on the flop of 10-6-3 board, and viewers at home, just like me and Andrew, are getting used to this new fast-paced action. We've got 3 tables. We're jumping. We're not watching dealers shuffle cards, let me tell you. We're not watching cards get pitched. We're straight into the action, each and every hand.
Agreed. We've got a bet here from Rashidi, the Frenchman. From +2, is going to bet here 4 ways with bottom pair. Does have that backdoor nut flush draw working for him. Again, one of these tricky spots. I would have expected check in a multi-way pot, I must admit. We have a call from Casitas here with top pair. And Isaiah going to get a little bit spicy. Going to overcall with ace-7 of diamonds. And here we go. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Improves to the nut flush draw. You would imagine white flag going to be waved by Rashidi. Nowhere really to go here into 2 opponents. Stranger things have happened.
They certainly...
He blocks bottom set, Demps.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yeah, really awkward situation for him. And awkward for Casitas. You know, second pair bad kicker in a 3-way coup. You're not happy with this. Looks like a potential opportunity now for Isaiah. Does he want to take the free equity, Demps, or does he want to start applying pressure onto what looks, on the face of it, 2 relatively weak ranges? Hard to imagine that Rashidi or Casitas, you know, check turn with really strong holdings, I think. Yeah, I like this.
He is going to pounce again. A man with much success in this very room. Isaiah, back in the original MPP in 2022, came second in the 1K Open. So the opening 1K event. We can call this the mirror event back then. Got second place for what, a little under 100K.
Yeah, this is really nice, and Casitas starting to think to himself now, okay, what are the natural draws on the flop, right, that I still beat? There aren't that many Demps, like, sort of like a 4-5 suited, 7-8, 8-9 suited type holdings is going to get sticky, and that is a pretty good river for 10-9 offsuit. River pairing with the Jack of Hearts. Isaiah now, pretty unpalatable hand to bluff with.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially, I guess, given the particular suit combos that came off, a jack that could get there would be the jack with backdoor flush draws, perhaps, but blocking 2 of those, leaving only just the hands like Queen Jack of Spades, maybe. And so Isaiah does therefore check back. Casitas with a nice little pickup and a warming one, given the way that hand was developing.
Really important run out for him. Lots of rivers there, I think, where we face an all-in for our tournament life, but nice one for him. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of sort of spicy play here. Everybody looking to accumulate, it seems, which I suppose, Demps, if there's any kind of tournament that you want to play a lot of hands and look for a big stack, it is the mystery bounty. Back to the Onyx table we go. Another 5-way pot. This time, though, orthodox suit, squeezing from the big blind with pocket 9s. Action was opened here by Levin with ace-queen of diamonds. Pretty strong holding, but you don't love to see a squeeze from the big here. Sort of 12 big blinds or so from orthodox suit. Levin with the decision. I would argue that all options kind of open in this type of spot with, you know, a shade over 40 blinds back. Could call, could jam, could even fold if you think your opponent in the big is on the tighter side. Lands on call, Demps, maybe keep in some of those wider Broadway bluffs. Makes some sense. So we are going to go heads up. 11 with exactly pot back. So big flop coming.
Certainly is, and like you say, on the nose, exactly pot behind, and he sees a queen roll off in the window. That's a nice looking card. And Orthodox, who won't necessarily hate that board himself.
Oh, look at
Living
this.
with the check
Very
back.
nice.
Wow.
Finds the snap check as well, which is generally a sign of weakness. He's selling this well.
If I'm Orthodox here, I'm so certain I have the best hand.
Agreed. A little bit of a strange decision for me to bet 50k here. He's basically committed himself, Demps. But I guess he wants to deny equity against, a certain subset of hands. Not sure about this one. I think it's a little large. 11. I mean, you're basically 11 live. You've got your man. You've found the flop trap. Well done. Orthodox, who turbo calls off. Feels he is pot committed. Makes sense. 42k to call to win 278. And Levin has his man dead to 1 out. As we can see, the 9 of spades already folded. Great situation. Levin here. 1 card to fade. 1 pull at it for Orthodox, who can you find the miracle?
No, he cannot save queen, improving the queen's full. Yeah, a little cruel for Orthodoxy the way that one ran out. Went for the squeeze pre. Got a kind of good looking flop and a great looking flop action. Levin just playing it perfectly really against that hand class to get the absolute max. And like you say, it was the speed of the check back, right?
I could see he had ace queen suited and I'm like, this guy's weak.
Yeah.
It looked really weak. Well done, Sergey. Nice hand.
There we go. Still early doors, of course, in this one. We are only on level 4 of the event. But building a stack back above starting, courtesy of that double. But a long way to go today for all the players here on day 1A of this OK Mystery Bounty. Speaking of ace queen, that's what Zaya has over here on the DTD live table. He's found himself on an 8-4 deuce 3 board up against Saragoz, who's found a 4 from the big blind, but Luciv with the open-ended straight draw on that turn development. Did flop a gut shot draw, of course.
Yeah, it makes sense for Saragoz to go for like a bunch of kind of small equity denial bets here, just try and kick out the overcards that have checked through. Isaiah does release his ace-queen, but Losev won't be going anywhere here for the price. Question is, does he ever elect to start semi-bluffing? Does decide just to call.
Jack on the river, no improvement for either player. Saragoz with the best of it, but a tough spot nonetheless, given he bet, given he got called on this board.
Yeah, these are the really kind of tricky spots. Like I don't think our hand is worth another bet, but when you check, you do, of course, leave yourself open to your opponent blasting into you on the river. You would expect him to check, and now the decision for Losev, how can we credibly rep? A strong hand here is not too easy to do, Demps. Like, we don't have too many hands like a set. Probably have already put money in on the flop or potentially with turn raises sometimes. So we're sort of like, are we going to value bet a hand like 5s, 6s, 7s? Probably not, I would venture. So Losev's gone for the sort of B40 half pot, sort of milky. Like, he's gone for the value bluff, so I don't mind the sizing. It sort of looks like he's going for thin value, right? Rather than polarizing himself to really strong hands. Not going to get through, though. Saragoz picks it off with the 4. Well done.
Yeah, I just guess deciding too many potential missed rules there.
Yeah.
Wants to have a look. Maybe not so much focus on the 5x, but certainly those hearts are a reasonable part of the range.
Turning 9-4 off into a 70k pot. See, I've not got that in the locker, you see. I'm just folding the 9-4 pre.
Well,
I don't have the heart and commitment, isn't it?
You're at merit.
As Tony G said. I know, merit.
You've got to get in there.
You've got to get in there.
You've got to get fighting. That's what these guys are doing, and they're doing it at breakneck pace. Has to be said. And not just because we're bouncing around our 3 tables. Speaking of which, we're back at the Onyx where our 3 table chip leader Najami is in here with 2 sevens from under the gun. He's gone meaty as well. Pardon me, from +1. 10.5k. Making every pot big. Somebody just tell him the bounties aren't in play yet.
Yeah, the old Domnich 3.5xer. Orthodox, who we've already seen, he's here to play. Gonna peel on the button. Jack-7 of spades.
Yeah.
Pretty wide, got to be said. Does have position, though. And they are over 100 bigs deep, Demps.
An ace-9 5 board. 1 spade on there, but not a board that should excite either player.
Wow.
Look at this. The understandable c-bet there from the 2 sevens. Getting quickly called by Orthodoxy with those backdoor draws and none of that materializing. Look at this. Barrel number 2 coming in instantly.
Whether Lajmi just has some history with Orthodoxy here, you wouldn't expect 2 barrels in such quick order, but is going to go for it. Maybe target some of these backdoor floats, you know, just knock them out. Hand like a 9, Demps, right? Is kind of what we're targeting here. 9-10 suited, start putting pressure on it. Potentially we can bluff river. Orthodoxy really coming up stone empty on the turn, you'd imagine. Has to just get out of the way. He's very reluctant to do so.
I don't know if his instincts or just frustration, but he wasn't fully done with the hand in his mind. There we go. Alajmi, building and building.
I'm just going to suggest that Alajmi's not the guy I want to float. I just like, you know, from the early going, he just seems to be like, nah.
Here we go, this is the point, right? We're floating with this Jack-7 suited on the ace-9-5. We're thinking there's loads of cards to pick up equity. We'll perhaps start stabbing. But if you're up against a man who just barrels again with 7s, then you can't really float, right? You beat this kind of... But I'm saying a strategy to beat this kind of player surely relies on having a hand and just getting trappy, letting them do the front running.
I agree completely. So another 3-bet pot here. Saw the Queen 10 offsuit getting sticky against the 3-bet from Nugamanov.
Yeah, Taravat at it again. Made those kings fall a moment ago.
2-bet 25.
And he's caught a piece.
Yeah, of course, one of the main problems with calling with these type of hands out of position does once again become a bit of a guessing game. Middle pair, no heart in hand. Looks like a spot
Wow.
where he knows, yeah.
Wow. I thought for sure when we saw him peel that 3-bet with the Queen 10, catch that piece, hard to not throw some good money after the bad, but he does get away from it.
Agreed, can be tough to fold to 1 bet. Well done, good discipline. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see many tanks, James. The pace of play, breakneck.
Obviously, we see the time bank chimps in play from the start, which isn't always the case here at Merit, but they've obviously decided they have here. But we always say when we watch these things, you don't really need them here. People don't take a long time, right? I mean, obviously, there are outliers, there are exceptions.
Sure.
But ultimately, this is a venue where people just get on with it. Always refreshing to see. Speaking of things that are refreshing to see, Orthodoxo here with this ace-king in the cutoff. Sees a limp from Hanajami up front. Goes after his man. And Burra just loving life here with ace-king in the small. Seeing this kind of action. We know these hands are happening on this table, right? We're seeing some limps. We're seeing some ISOs. And you find the goods right here in the mix.
Yeah, can be a little tricky here, sort of like 80 bigs deep to, you know, land on the right size. And we know that Orthodoxu is in there to play also. So he's gone 65. Makes some sense to go large here out of position. And it looks like Orthodoxu just going to send it. And you know, you're not thrilled, Demps, to get it in for 80 blinds, but you're obviously not going to fold and just flick it in.
Yeah.
Maybe you are
at this table.
Yeah.
At this table, perhaps you are. But yeah, I'm with you there.
You hear me. Against a normal 5-bet jam kind of range. So, the battle of the ace-king offsuits.
Is Brewer the one at risk, of course? Just out chip. Let's not forbear any doom here. Ace-king off versus ace-king off. Come on.
Chop it up, guys.
That's not how we're going to start the MPP, surely. No one's going to get done dirty, are they?
You're doing your best, my friend, to provide the drama. I'd like a sweat, like a little 2 of 1 suit on the flop at least.
Okay.
That seems fair.
If you're going to get that beat, though, early on, first event, maybe we accept it.
Not going to happen.
Spade hot diamond, no danger. I wonder how Burrow's like, watch the action going on at this table, sees the ace king, thinks, I'm finally going to win. And now at this point, once the cards are dealt, you're like, how do I not win more there? This isn't right.
That's fine. They chopped the blinds and antes and half of the under the gun limp. Good for 6k or something like that. Less. We're all greedy poker players. But yeah, Orthodox, who I've actually played with him a few times here, and he's in there. I'll tell you, he is in there, ready to play.
Right then, back over at the Luxon table. It's Taravat in action once again, and once more, he's in a bit of trouble here. This time flopping top pair against the aces of Sukhov. Looks like this one was a limp from Taravat, ISO from Sukhov. That's how we got to this stage.
Yeah, we did see him find that disciplined check fold a moment ago. Not going to be check folding this one. If we're calling a 3-bet with the Jack-7 suited, certainly not going anywhere on Jack-Deuce-Deuce. Sukhov loving life here. I think he's raised, which makes some sense. It's gone for the min click, though, which I'm not a big fan of this. You just allow your opponent to sort of float you with a king-queen of clubs type thing here very easily.
But interestingly, we saw him do this before when it was like heavy value, right? It wasn't just He wasn't betting to find out where he was kind of situation like this might be. Like he's not quite sure with the jack. Goes small. That time he had the kings up. Here though, this is the problem you develop. 61k now in the pot. Still rates at the best hand, but okay, he is just gonna slide it on over.
Yeah, like you can sometimes make a rod for your own back here with that tiny sizing. Like it's pretty hard to define Sukhov's range now. He's gonna, going to stay a lot wider against that min sizing, right? Versus, a meteor check raise, so to speak. So a real test now for Taravat. Wow, he's gone tiny. This is really intriguing. Thought that Sukhov would sort of size up here, Demps, to look to get it all in on the river. This is an interesting one. Maybe just wants to keep in some, random blow-ups if he thinks his opponent is just stone bluffing the flop.
Just extend that little bit of rope.
Yeah.
Like a 10-9 of hearts kind of hand or something. Taravat doesn't go for the double check raise.
Yeah, really intriguing size and choice that, in my eyes, from Sukhov. Obviously knows his hand is completely invulnerable. Now the decision, though, we've sort of left 2 pots behind when we could have elected to try and narrow that SPR and make it easier.
How much here is he now thinking, right, my opponent just has a jack,
He has
decent
a jack,
amount,
yeah.
so do I just go really big?
Yeah, I think we do. You should expect at least sort of 50k minimum size in here. Yeah, okay. It's gone a little bit underneath that. 42k. Shade over half pot.
I mean, Taravat's just made this bet, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is just so tricky now. I think especially when we choose this min-raise flop and now all of a sudden our opponent's sort of entire range continues against that, I think, or not far off it.
Right. You mentioned all the sort of the king queens and hands like that, but it's not even the king queens and backdoors, is it? It's just all king queens.
Everything,
all
yeah,
overcard
that's
combos.
it.
Any kind of backdoor flush draw combo with an overcard, I think, stays in here. So now, of course, a lot of those maybe aren't incentivized to bluff the 6 of spades turn, but again, it was such a tiny bet. They could have done, right?
They could have done.
If you've got queen 10 of clubs, you probably do just bet tiny on the turn, try and win.
Yeah, this is really difficult now. We've just chosen this really sort of clunky line that I think you have to pay this off. But it's very uncomfortable.
He just made a great fold a couple of hands ago with that
did.
queen 10 on king queen X.
Yeah.
No, he does make the call, and yeah, I'm with you. Kind of, the hand was just played so unorthodoxly. But at the end of the day, we've got top pair. I want to see my opponent's hand.
Yeah. Well done, Sukhov. Of course, more than one way to skin a cat. I would probably size up turn there and be greedy probably and look to try and get it all on the river. But maybe got close to max here, an extra 50k into his stack.
he stacks the gains here early on day one of this, the OK Mystery Bounty. Here we are back at the Onyx. Where it looks like we've had the 2-3s limp in under the gun. 2 limpers behind, and what a flop for 2-3s in the form of that Queen 10-3. And he's...
Wow, what a turn that is.
Anajami, has he come out leading on this flop?
He
But I mean,
did.
I'm just catching it with the action. He led 9-5 of hearts on this board against 2 limpers. And he doesn't show any signs of slowing down once being called in both spots. Primarily because he picks up hearts. 11 with a grim spot now, but I mean, when he sees chips going from this seat here, it's going to suddenly become a lot easier to fold that top pair. Well done, that man. Very impressed so far with all his actions.
Yeah, Alashmi with actually a really nice combo to continue bluffing, of course. Blocking that kind of Jack-9 suited with equity going to the river. Does brick, though. King of Diamonds completes the board. But he's going for it, James.
He just doesn't slow down. He does everything so quickly as well. Imagine putting the chips in, and here we go. Hidai craning that neck, seeing what the wager is. Decision point, one would imagine, but looks like he is just going to call, given that run out, perhaps. You mentioned a hand like Jack-9.
Yeah.
Recognizing that could be in there. And also, I guess his theory is, you know, if I raise, what calls me? Right? Depending on the impression players have of me, but yeah, maybe some 2 pairs call. I don't know. I can see why he might be scared about raising that one.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, I'm raising. Don't get me wrong.
I'm raising against this size, and like I think Elijah went with sort of half pot. You know, any of the really nutted holdings, in general, it's an assumption, but they tend to bomb it and get greedy.
I'm also re-regging
Yeah, exactly.
a lot of the time.
Exactly. Boom. Let's get the money. You've got Jack-9. It's all right. It's level 6. Let's get back in.
Here we go then. Lucev from the cutoff, raising this one up. Mountain with the 3-bet from the big to 20k. Not the largest given the depth we're at early in this tournament, but I guess, you know, button versus big blind, we can maybe go a little bit smaller knowing that button range, or cutoff range, pardon me, is so wide, and what a flop. Ace, 8, 6, couple of clubs in the hand of Lucev, one of those matching on board. There's action to come in this one.
There is action to come. Lots of chips about to go fly in. Mountain does, of course, reach for C-bet here. 18k. He's gone for around about 40%. Couple of options open to Lucev. The natural action, Demps, I think, is to call and just sort of realize, and we can bluff later here. Still credibly represent right strong hands like the Ace-Jack, Ace-10 suiteds of the world.
Right, and we've got to show respect to it. Mountain obviously just gets to have these, exactly the hands he's repping here. Or
right.
he could be repping Ace-King, hands like that. It makes sense to want to play a lot of hands as a call. Does just that by the looks of things. So we get this pot square, heading to the turn, and 80k in the middle. Mountain with just 92k. And, well, choose your own turn card day at the DTD live table, because he's not just made the nuts, but we got the flush to go with it. And what a bricky-looking turn for Mountain as well, right? He's like, okay, I've got my man.
Yeah, this feels like game over if Mountain chooses any large size to all in. Could see him ship it occasionally here as well, Demps. He may just decide to rifle it in. Certainly a pretty innocuous turn. You're not really worried about a hand like 7-5 suited here in the long run. Wonder if he decides to make this a 3-street hand. Is reaching. Oh, they've all gone across the line and they're not coming back.
Have I really got it? What have I got? 7, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, cool. There we go. Nuts. See you later. Thanks for coming. Re-veg over there, my friend.
Yeah, one of the worst feelings in the game. Getting it in, drawing dead with one to come.
You jam there and just want your opponent to tank for 30 seconds and then call. It's even worse when they do the instant rechecking the cards. Wait, have I really got that? Have I really got it? Has anyone ever looked back at their hand like that and gone, oh, no, I don't have it. Oh, I fold. No. Never happened in the history of the game. Well, we've got 3 shots, but doesn't matter which camera you look at. Mountain. He's Jeej.
Yeah, 7 of hearts completes the board. Lucev moves Mountains with the 7-5 of clubs.
Oh, my
James.
word. Please. Please. please.
Oh, come on. Come on. That was pretty good.
How many days are we here?
9. The best of luck, my friend.
Oh dear.
I had to take it, didn't I?
You did. You did.
Yeah. I would do it again. Right. Back to the Luxon table.
What's your favourite mountain?
Oh. Kilimanjaro?
Okay, fair enough. Teravat Kings. Ignatov Queens. Well, this is a bit cold. There's been action on this table non-stop. Teravat's been at the heart of quite a lot of it. This time he's got the best of it.
Yeah, pretty brutal spot here, James. 30 bigs or so. Just not going to get away from pocket queens here. And he is in big trouble. Pipped by the kings of Teravat. Suits also dominated. So looking for one of the remaining queens in the deck. Or some kind of straight, James. Going to be hard, of course, when your opponent has 2 kings.
Yeah, this is just one of those whatever moments, especially early on in the tournament.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Chance to get back in the game. Want to hit the queen, but it's only a pot worth a starting stack. Almost, if you're going to get the queen versus kings, getting it for a 1 starting stack pot. So be it. You're not losing sleep over this one.
No, you're not. Just one of those. Sometimes the deck decides. Nice pickup for Teravat. Recovering some of those chips back from that Jack-7 hand moments ago where he ran into the overpair of aces. Unlucky for Pavel. As Demp said, plenty time to hop back in.
It's clear world travel man, rocking the Atlantis Bahamas top. Home of course, the World Series Poker Paradise.
You were
Brought
there,
to you by
weren't you? You were
GG,
there,
yeah.
right?
We were there, yeah.
How was it? I didn't make it out to that
Man,
one. It was good?
What a tournament.
Yeah?
What a tournament. You want big fields, you want big money? Well, hang on a second, we've got big money here. Rashidi, the right side of this one, he's got the butchers. Saragos with ace-king suited, raising it up to 8,000 from the cutoff. This is cruel cutoff versus button. Casidus, well, he may want to get involved, but 2 sevens from the big look a lot smaller up against this action. Albeit, you know, you can believe you have the best of it. You believe these 2 are up to no good, but it's so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, if there's any kind of spot where these medium pairs, you know, the 7s through 9s of the world can occasionally look to kind of cold for, it is this exact sort of table positions Demps, you know, cutoff versus dealer action in front. This is just another stone cooler. Can't imagine that Saragos does anything but fast play here, you know, against the positions, you know, sort of 50 bigs effective. Little less, in fact.
The value of ace-king so much is making that aggressive maneuver, isn't it? And
I
here we go.
agree.
He does make that move completely standard, and we'll get the very bad news, but non-disastrous news. We've still got equity. Look at this, 36% chance of carrying the pot out the middle here.
Yep, fast and furious action.
We're seeing some carnage.
It's going very quickly.
Beauty of covering 3 tables at once. You guys are not going to miss a single big pot that takes place here at the Merit over the next 10 days or so. Queen 8-8. So far, so good for Rashidi. No backdoors of any note to worry about. There we go. Just the ace will do it. All 3 are still live on the deck, courtesy of our little card counter. But no, not to be. Saragos down to 130k. Rashidi back above a starting stack himself.
Yeah, another one of those spots, Demps, that you were referencing. You just kind of chalk these ones off. Like, what are you going to do? Sometimes you're going to lose half your stack. Unfortunately for Saragos, he was on the wrong side of it on this occasion.
It's not always going to be your day. But hey, he's here. He's got chips. He's at the Merit Royal Diamond. He's playing poker.
Right.
It's beautiful. The trick is to grind really hard today, right? Really hard, because the weather is suboptimal.
Okay.
Should we say outside?
Yeah, yeah.
But you get those chips in a bag tonight. You're in the money. You're bounty hunting in a couple of days, and tomorrow you get off. Enjoy the outside.
See, like when we were younger and in our prime, so to speak, you didn't even think about these things, did you, Demps? Now we're like, I need a day off tomorrow. I want to go to the buffet. I want to go and see the turtles. I want to put my feet up.
We're the old men of the game. Teravat And Berinde playing this one.
One call.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume this was a button open. Call from the big. Both players finding a piece. Taravat not improving on that turn, but both players will show some concern at that spade rolling off. And there we go.
Yeah.
Breaks it on. And wow, a beautiful
One check.
deuce rolling off on the river. Varin's going to feel so confident. He's probably looking to always check this one back, unless the river was a card like that, right? Suddenly having like
Yeah.
a near nut 7.
I think again, this was a spot where Taravat with the snap check, right? Like if you have a decent 8 in your hand, right? I think you at least consider, am I going to block here, right? Like what am I going to do? So nicely identified from Berinda to just think, yeah, I have close to the nut 7. Let's go ahead and look for value. Well played. I do recognize Bogdan. Very accomplished player. I've seen him here before.
Okay.
Nicely identified there that his opponent sort of with that. I think it's important to sort of have your time, be aware of your timings, right? Like we saw, was it Lurin who trapped with the ace-queen suited that we liked with the turbo check?
7, yeah.
But this one here just looked a little weak. And
Right, it's such a more complicated spot we were there on. Now, of course, as we mentioned, this is the Mystery Bounty, the first of 3 events that we will be covering here at the MPP. We, of course, have the Luxon Pay High Roller and then the MPP main event as well that we'll be kicking off. But for now, this is the one that we'll be covering for, what, the next 2 days or 3 days. This is day 1 of 3. Obviously, tomorrow we'll be covering day 1C. This is day 1A. There's day 1B later today. Day 1C we pick up. Day 1D then takes place later tomorrow. But then we resume action with day 2.
Opening the envelopes.
Opening the envelopes. Exactly.
How good is it?
We'll be in the money. We'll be blasting. They'll be punting.
You're a fan of the mysteries, Demps. Didn't? Although weren't you moaning to me that you'd never opened
I never
a
opened
good
an
one?
envelope. No. I've never opened an envelope.
You, literally not one?
No.
It'll happen, my friend.
It's cruel, isn't it?
This summer at the series.
What it is
it's coming.
I'm the kind of guy that would rip off the big bounty.
You would.
I know it.
I'd be,
Everyone knows it.
I'd be so angry.
They'll be like, oh, really? Him? There's no justice.
Oh dear. So interesting spot here, multi-ways. Ide does have the best hand, and he's gone massive here. 50k in a 5-way pot. Somehow there was 80k in the middle here, pre. Likely hand over. Well done. Be a bit dicey there, Demps, firing 50k into 4 opponents, but does get it through.
Yeah, I believe it was limbs up to him. He went for the ISO, and everyone called.
Right.
Last
So
one
he's
check.
made it like 18k or whatever, and everyone's called.
Right. Okay, that's like
6
over at the
all.
Luxon table. Back over here with 2 7s up against Sukhov. Sukhov, the opener, from +1.
7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
And it will be just the 2 of them contesting this pot.
Yeah, I like that fold from the big. I think often people make the mistake of flicking it in here with hands like King 8 off that are often dominated and doing poorly.
Mm-hmm.
7-5-4 board. Bako with just all of this one.
4 check.
Unfortunately for him, Sukhov with nothing to get excited about, especially having opened +1.
Yeah, pretty natural spot to start with a check very often on these sort of low connected boards. We don't cover them too well from +1. I think you're right though, James. Pretty unfortunate for Bako that his opponent has sort of one of the worst hands that could ever continue. I think it may just check fold flop. Depends on sizing. 10k, okay. Yeah, even against the third. Good discipline from Sukhov. I think if he has ace-10 of clubs here, for example, he will continue with the backdoor flush draw, but that's unfortunate for Bako when you flop top set.
Yeah, nice pickup for Bako nonetheless.
Yeah.
This point, yeah, you get here. Get on the feature table. They give you top set. Let's go. Let's build it.
And all of a sudden, hands over.
Here we are back at the Onyx. Enver with the nut flush draw from the small blind. Rajmi, well, he was in +1, ace-8 offsuit, not surprising us at this point. Zalai, king, queen, oh. We've got to the turn here. Everyone checking that flop.
Yeah, Enver correctly identifying. Let's put some money in here with our pair of fours and the nut flush draw. On to the next one.
And well, no time wasted. Here is the next one. Rashidi with king jack on the jack 6-3 board. Zai with the gut shot draw. Losef with ace queen in the open. Looks like he decided to c-bet this one. Rashidi with the call. Oh, pardon me, Rashidi action on him with what one assumes would be a call. Looks like that's what's occurred. Zai not putting any chips in with that gut shot straight draw. Perhaps, you know, 7-5 of clubs, 7-5 of hearts, 7-5 of diamonds maybe looked in there, but with just the raw gut shot, no backdoor, starting to make way. And wow, what turn card for Lusef.
Yeah, decision on him now on whether to barrel this turn. You'd imagine he's going to look to put more money in. Let's find that Jin ace of spades turn. He's reaching. Really tough spot now for Rashidi. Goes for around about a third pot. Shade more. These are really, really tricky spots. You know, we do feel that we're pretty high up, right, in our range, as the old saying goes. But it's very uncomfortable here to face the second barrel.
Slightly annoying as well, isn't it? There's not sort of a backdoor flush draw to
Yeah.
materialise. You can give your opponent natural bluffs. Suddenly they've got to be really creative. Maybe a hand like Queen 10 you're hoping they might have, but
100%. And like having a king's not the greatest here, right? Because a lot of these natural bluffs are the king 10, king queen suiteds of this world. Losev looks comfortable. It's a very blank river card. Our opponent shouldn't really ever have a 6 here.
yeah, it's very hard to imagine they got too many lone 6s at the quarter raise pre-flop, and especially ones that manage to call the flop and turn.
Agree completely.
So a great card for him to see. Going to burn a time card, I like it. Obviously trying to work out what his bluffs would do here, what his value would do here. No reason to act too quickly. This is a complex spot, multiple streets worth of betting. Worthy of using a time card.
Yeah, interesting one. You know, having the ace of hearts ourself, kind of blocking those like ace 6 suited combo, which is like one of the only ones you'd be really worried about. Sort of targeting here another ace that floated us. That's right, because our kicker likely plays, and maybe a strong jack that just decides, right, this guy can be bluffing. Quite like this sizing choice actually, 55k.
Yeah, sits right in the middle of it.
Right,
This is one right that if Rashidi just has an ace here, just
Just
auto
always
calls,
calls,
and then
yeah.
the jack X is put in a tough spot, and that basically defines his range, isn't it? It's the strongest jacks and those weak aces, so splitting those two really nicely.
Yeah, quite like it.
Remember, this was a three-way pot as well. Sai was in there a bit from the big. You're thinking, what hand bets? I think he's thinking, does ace queen, ace king, these kind of hands
Do
bet
they
this
see
flop
bet?
three-way? And I mean, a lot of times the book would say they probably don't.
Agree completely. Yeah, you would expect under the gun to check very often here on the flop in a multi-way spot.
But bizarrely, a hand like king queen might bluff, right? Because it's losing to those ace highs, could bet them out.
Definitely. 2 overcards, sort of backdoor flush draws and the like. Yeah, he does find a nice fold. Well done, Rashidi. Nicely played hand by both. Like it.
Yeah. We're pulling in the goods over on DTD Live.
And he's motoring 540k, not too shabby.
Okay, we've got yet another multi-way limp spot over on the Onyx. And look at this flop, Levin with the goods. The barking shark develops to a straight. Haiti with what deuces.
Yeah, I mean, somehow we're seeing a bet and a call here with 2 very mediocre holdings.
You say somehow. May I introduce you to Mr. Aljami?
You may.
I mean, have you been watching, Andrew?
I have.
Okay. The man fires. Bottom pair. Sticks it in.
Yeah, Levin just in dreamland here.
Yeah.
Having said that, it's a very, very wet dynamic board. Like, there are infinite terrible turn cards. You would imagine we just want to start charging some of those draws, demps, and, you know, hands like a 6-7, if we can cooler them, let's just get money in.
And I wonder how much this changes because of the overcall here. I imagine against Alajmi, he may have just got more trappy, seeing what we see in the over-aggressiveness. But once there's a player coming in the middle here,
Yeah.
just so much more likely you can get some value here against those perhaps draws, some made hands. But look at this.
Yeah, I mean, Idai going down a very dicey path here.
Wow.
With just a pair of deuces.
Well, well, well. I mean, he's getting fruity, and that's a pretty... not the best looking turn card for 11, but I don't think he's worried about too much 8x, unless it's in the form of maybe 8-something of diamonds. But it's hard for him now to get value, isn't it, against weaker?
Yeah, hands like ace-8 suited, pocket 8s, occasionally like an 8-9 suited of diamonds, like you're suggesting. I mean, it can be really hard at a table like this, though, where like we've seen the VPIP is so high from so many of the players that maybe he will have Jack-8 suited pure here, right? Like, it does start to get quite tricky. But yeah, Levin did identify, and he just goes for the big bet, James, and hand over.
Yeah.
He's played very well, actually, from what we've seen so far. It's like been on point.
And I think, obviously, slept that how quickly he decided to bet the turn. I do like the continuation of bet the turn. Obviously, it's a disastrous looking card for your hand. You got 7-3. You kind of got that straight. Not overly disguised, but certainly there's a 4-liner. You got the bottom end. But recognizing the 2 flush draws on board, I can still get value against draws. There are still some worse hands that will call that think they're good.
Yeah, there's going to be some 2 pairs and sets out there also. Another look at Adrian State here. This one went check on the flop. So State now with the overbet, slight overbet on the turn. Makes a lot of sense with this type of hand. You know, we block the natural nuts with the king-queen. We can get some, you know, we can put pressure on a hand like an ace-10 type that didn't c-bet, something like this. But Casitas does improve to nut flush draw to go with bottom pair.
That's the killer here, isn't it? He's sort of bet it into the hand that just will never fold. But how about that? King on the end. Don't worry about it. Have a straight.
Yeah, I kind of wanted like a river blank here just to see how Adrian would approach it. Of course, now river in the second nuts. Again, we saw him make that very tricky little block bet with the aces, if you remember, on the queen board.
Right, you like that here? Kind of rep a 2-pair that suddenly hates the straight draw.
I do like it here. It's one of these where I think on balance the cutoff has more ace-queen than us also. But he has just decided to go large. Basically bets the pot. I guess looking to target some 2 pairs, right? Like, there are going to be some... There's going to be the occasional sort of turned set of 9s that didn't c-bet, stuff like this.
Right, and I guess especially with
King
that particular
10.
card, the king, right? Because some of those 2 pairs do come in, the king 9, king 10.
Yeah.
They're very likely.
I think they're the most likely ones that check back flop a hand like a king 10.
Casitas burning a time card here. Hasn't given up on this one just yet.
Yeah. More likely to think about somehow turning our hand into a bluff than calling, but I would personally would never consider it with this exact combo.
And it's so hard at this size as well.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, is State really ever bluffing with a better hand than we have? Are there many...
I don't think so. Not one that I can think of. I think Adrian's just going to check with like hands like 8, 10 and stuff.
Right.
I don't think they overbet turn ever, so... Yeah, and I don't think so. The long and short of it.
Yeah, so feels an unlikely candidate for bluff raise. He does give it up, but maybe back of his mind thinking exactly what you mentioned. He has the ace queens, his opponent doesn't. Whenever we have the super nuts, they don't. We get tempted.
Yeah, certainly would more likely be considering shove than anything else, I think, than call. I mean, we beat the sort of 5, 6 of spades, 6, 7 of spades. These are the ones I think that can. You know, like the low spade combos that overbet bluff turn and just go for it on the river.
And that, with that in mind, the kind of ace 3 I feel like more likely to call than anything, but I think more likely to fold than anything. Here we are, back at the Onyx table. Alajmi, he's all in this time with a real hand. 2 9s up against Selai's ace 10. Ladder flopping top pair. It just has to fade. 1 9 left in the deck. That doesn't materialize. He gets things going. And
the nice win must be fold. I lose, you lose. Fold 9.
Okay. 9s are no good in this table. Of course, we saw this before doing the 9s for Orthodoxu. up against the ace-queen. Yeah, maybe the bogey hand for the Onyx table today. Here we go. That's how this table shapes up. So lie with the double up, but still second shortest at this table as they're playing 2K, 4K back at the Luxon table. Back in action.
6 card.
Gumanov opening king-jack from +1. Back looking in the peel. Last time he found top set. How will he fare this time? Grodek may decide to take this three-way. 2.5 blinds.
Yeah, you're never thrilled. It's this kind of nasty cut-off point of, I think when it goes 3 big blinds in call, unless you think you've got a huge skill edge, you might start to fold. Maybe he thinks he's just about getting the right price here.
I saw the 6 diamonds in the window, which was a dreamy card for the 8-4 diamonds, but the rest behind was pure garbage.
Check.
Nugmanov, well, he perhaps has some interest in this one. He was the +1 opener. He gets to put Bacco in a tough spot, doesn't he? Being stuck in the middle, but does elect just to check this one over. Bacco swiftly checking back with 2 9s, and well, we'll get a little bit warmer looking at that ace on the turn. Fewer combos, he now loses 2.
Check.
Yeah, these are the ones where sort of from under the gun and from +1, we can put in quite a few just sort of small c-bets multi-way. Like, this is our board. We are going to cover it very well from early position. It does go for the delayed c-bet, which I don't mind this either, right? We're going to still have some sort of trapped flop hands, and we can start, you know, just betting for value here with a hand like king-queen, pocket kings. These are the ones that you can just go for more value.
The baby aces.
Yeah.
They might check the flop.
There's
they
a
now
bunch
want
of them in there for sure.
Strongest queens. So
yeah, well
nicely
done.
And just the third pot, just a little probey.
Yeah.
Gets the 2 9s out. Obviously had good equity against the 2 9s. King Queen Jack 10 would have got job done, but a fold is even better. Back here at DTD Live, Saragos defending from the big blind with Jack 9. Let's have the opener from the button, and whoa, Jack 7-7. Saragos thinks he likes it, but no. There is damage to be done in this one. Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Wow. Well.
Okay. Well, Saragos, if you like the flop, he loves it now, Demps. Thinks he has the best of it for sure. This is really kind of nicely timed from Losev. Just a little disinterested snap check back. Decision point on the turn. I believe Saragos has bet, and he has bet big. Close to full pot. Losev loves this.
Yeah, and I guess once we've laid the trap on the flop, just checking back, we can't do anything here, can we? But cool.
We
We're
just
loving
call.
seeing this bet size. Right, we check back. Our opponent is supposed to bet big a lot with all their hands on the turn. Here comes the big bet.
Yeah.
Let's let him go. Keep firing, my friend. I'm ready for you. Oh, the dirty river.
The dream situation for the Russian. Interesting now. What does Saragos decide to do? Because when we bet this large on the turn, James, and get called, kind of like what are we targeting on the river? Like, you'd expect your opponent not to check back like a king-jack plus too often,
right?
Or over pairs. So you're sort of targeting 10s, right? 8s, 9s, these type of holdings.
There's
some ace highs that
some of the strongest ace highs.
Sure,
say, yeah,
for sure.
Like unblocking diamond ones.
So like, I kind of like the sizing choice of like 25k. Sort of, you know, 40%. Let's get looked up by ace-3 suited that didn't see bet, something like this, right?
And lots of going for kind of a full acting job here. Went forward, pretending to be pensive.
Although no!
It was genuine. He wasn't sure what to do. He was not sure. Eventually just calls rather than go for value.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. You don't want to be too critical. Maybe, you know, like you said, he maybe played earlier, you know, off stream and have a certain read on his man that he's going to be more value based. But I think at this stack depth, you just got to put it in, James. You've played the hand perfectly. You got your man on the hook. You let him off on this occasion. Very surprised to see just call.
I'm with you. If he's got the other 7 and he's somehow got a better kicker.
Sure.
Well, then good luck to him. So then, on 2 hands that are somewhat unmatched. Zalai with 8-9 of hearts from under the gun. He's limped in. Levin's going to ISO 2 9s in the cutoff. Whoa.
Is he jammed?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well, I swear I heard all in
I
as well.
heard all in.
I thought we were just seeing the
Goodness
400k A60. Have some of that, boys. But no,
telephone number.
we didn't see that. Instead, we go 3-way to the flop. So I will like this one a little bit. 10, 5, 6. 1 heart in there. Things are working. Levin, not too thrilled with the presence of the 10. Adai as well with that 6. May feel like he's got the best of it as it checks through. Action will start with him, but he checks once again. Zalai in flow will do the same, having not picked up any kind of additional equity. Whoa, is this just a snap fold for 25k? Tap the table, sir. Suspicious of the check back bet turn. I mean, he was bang on. It was a kind of hand that didn't want to bet, but was value. Well, well, well.
Field play, underrated.
But it's the speed.
It was the speed of it, yeah. Turbo fold. Well done.
Well, fresh base over here at DTD Live. Ranjdale, he's involved straight away here with the 2 9s from under the gun. Losef in the cutoff. Doesn't appreciate seeing at 7, 6, 4. In this 12k bet. Well, it won't be the end of this one most likely, will it? Because the ace of spades is working.
Yeah. Can't be folding this one. Have position. Backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw. We can bluff on a multitude of turn and river cards. Really tricky this for the 9s. He does get one of the cleanest turns. In terms of, you know, if you think you're ahead in the flop, almost certainly is still ahead now. It's awkward though. 2 pots back. How do we want to play this one? Do we just continue to put money in? Check shove could be an option. Awkward. Is reaching. Just going to look to deny equity and get value. Plenty to get value from, of course. Pocket 5s, pocket 8s type hands, you know.
I guess
all the flush draws, all the straight draws, 8, 9, 9, 10 suited, although we do have 2 9s.
I guess the only difficulty here comes if we bet this and then we're to suddenly get raised. Now, you're asking a lot for someone to find it, but people do find it now and again, and we could get blasted off it.
I think with the presence of the 2 flush draws, you end up just having to run it. It was very, very uncomfortable.
Which is horrible, right?
It's nasty business to have to bet call off. But fortunately for him, Losev, with the sort of bottom of range, just ace high on that deuce of clubs turn. Well done from Ranjahel. It's a challenge for us in the booth, this.
I'm having to struggle keeping up. I'll be honest with you, Andrew. And those of you watching, welcome. Once again, this is just the start of our coverage here at the MPP. And I haven't even had a chance yet to engage with the chat because I need to get my head around just how fast these hands are coming at us. We are, of course, covering these 3 tables. This is the primary one, the Onyx, the fancy one. We've got the LED backdrop. We've got where the fans want to be. And what we've got here is, wow, what a surprise. Levin in the pot with the goods up against his man, Alajmi. Alajmi, the one doing all the front running so far today. And here he is. I would say he's, you know, up the creek without a paddle here.
He is, but I tell you something, like Levin, he's either doing a really good acting job again here, like we saw him with the ace-queen do the turbo check, like he looks very uncomfy here, sort of like, ooh, mulling it over. Whether he just knows that his man is just going to blast off and lets...
I think he's seen him just fire so many pots that he just knows he's up to no good a lot of time. And yeah, he's not overacting this, I don't think. He does look genuinely concerned. And look at this, just a swift reach. Not a tell from Alajmi. He just does this all the time. He has bet quickly at every situation.
He has.
And now, the only decision. Do we call? Do we raise?
I think he's likely to just call. Just based on body language and the like. And sort of, if you jam here, it's pretty hard to get called by a worse value hand. Like Queen Jack, about the only one, right?
So this was checked on the flop, having been an open from the Ace Jack. Called by this Ace 6, and then an 8-7 overcalled.
Yeah, honestly, he's not thrilled about this.
Then he's checked turn. Being called. I just can't see how Alajmi ever has better. I think he is just going to have to go for it.
He's just gone for the sort of crying call. The chips will be going across the line. We're not here to fold this one.
Okay. I thought we were going to go for the raise, but
it just seems hard. I'm not sure what we can target. That's
it's Alajmi. You could just have a king and go whatever. Yeah, I call you.
Think?
Yeah, come on. The man's in there fighting. He's taking the gloves off.
This is why you've made your way in the game for 20 plus years, Demps. Thinking, you know, right, fine, yeah, I'm going to get this guy to call me with King 5 suited. Well done, Levin. Pretty much won every pot we've seen as we move over to Luxon. Oh, hello. All right. We've got a 4-bet jam here from Bako with pocket nines. Big old pot, this one, James. Barinda, 3 bets with ace-king. It is cut off versus button. Bako just decides to send it for, what, 50 bigs plus? It's the right type of hand class to do it with. 9s, 10s, jacks would be the ones.
Right.
We're in a 450,000 chip flip here. Huge pot. You see Bako at risk.
Like you say, it is the 2 9s. On the line. Now, Jack 5 3 board is warming, but there are diamonds lurking. Barinda's ace not working. We'll need that ace or king. And there it is! Ace on the end. Baku's hands thrown up in the air, as you can understand. So close to fading that flip, but it wasn't to be. Bogdan up to 660k early on day 1 here in this OK mystery bounty.
Yeah, unlucky for Bako. They'll decide to run it. He gets run down. Back over to DTD Live. Isaiah here, raising to 8,000 with the pocket 7s. Decision on Rashidi. You can go either way with this one. Ace-queen off. Decides to 3-bet. Makes it 25k to go. And really, really tricky spot now for Ranjadel. You don't love this at all, James. Against under the gun open and button 3-bet, these 9s really start to shrink.
We saw a very similar situation earlier with the 2 7s where they just kind of got forced into the mark. I mean, that was a cut-off button or hijack cut-off kind of situation. This one, so much stronger.
Yeah. I think the typical play is just to let this go. Like these exact positions. I think especially when the button 3-bets, like a lot of the time against under the gun, Rashida just has lots of hand classes that just want to see 3. They have position.
Like ace-queen suited kind of might be one of those right here. It's kind of, even a hand like that wants to flat.
Yeah. So
at least some of the time.
Yeah. So I think that people end up being sort of skewed more towards value. Like ace-queen off isn't even always going to 3-bet here. I think it's pretty underbluffed, and I really like the fold from the 9s. I think a lot of the time you just run into a pretty bladed range. Isaiah, gonna stick around. Wow.
7-4-3. Gin for Isaiah in this 3-bet pot. And as we just said, you know, kind of underbluffed perhaps situation, maybe gives his opponent a little bit more weighting towards those premium hands, and thus this could be a super profitable spot for him. We shall see.
Yeah, awkward spot for Rashidi. Like against hands that continue, you know, we have good equity. It's normally these sort of middling pairs. But we do dominate, right, a bunch of the sort of Broadway hands. So he is just going to check. Don't mind this. You know, you can allow a hand like a queen-jack suited to catch up here. Hand like a king-queen, you have them in very bad shape. And you can bluff catch occasionally down the streets. 4 of spades turn. Isaiah going to continue with the trap. Of course, has the effect of nuts.
This is just dreamy, isn't it?
Yeah, and now Rashidi is just deciding, do I want to try and deny equity here with like a small bet? You can even get value from ace-jack, ace-10, ace-5 suited. I'd expect that one to bluff, but you hear me, ace-jack, ace-10 types. And he is going to go for a little equity denier. It does make some sense.
I like this, exactly what you're saying. That
yeah.
More for the equity denier, kind of buys myself a showdown all the time.
It's basically a value bet, right, against the parts of his range, Isaiah's range that we are crushing. Now then, I wonder how Isaiah reads into this, all right, because this looks, Demps, like our opponent is just checking back river, right? It just looks like that type of hand. Like all of the strongest over pairs, I think they bet bigger than this and they may bet flop. So he might just decide to
Here we go.
raise himself.
Here we go.
I
There it
really
is.
like it. I think this is a spot people miss quite a lot.
And he's gone pretty small. I mean, not small in relation to the size of the bet that came in, but small
Sure.
compared to the pot. Just 25k more. How do you like your apples now, Rashidi? Sitting there with the 2 overs. Kind of thought of bet, thinking I'm probably ahead, but on to 9. Now I'm in a real awkward spot. Like, what hands do want to check raise me for value?
Right.
Here?
And this is going to be very confusing because if Isaiah has hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, 5s, 6s, typically you'll see a fair bit of turn probing from under the gun, right?
I just saw that. So obviously,
Oh,
upon
wow.
being called, started counting up his opponent's stack. There's a little bit of a live tell, perhaps. And look, he's doing it again, just trying to work out how much he's up against in Rashidi. It is pot size bet effective. But you see, Andrew's in the booth here, miming to me,
I
check,
like check.
check.
Yeah. I mean, are we really check raising 15 to 40k with like a king jack of spades or something like this? I think we just lead it ourselves on the turn most of the time. And our opponent now on this ace river,
Right.
I think they just hit this a good amount and they may bet themselves. And if they have a flush, they'll always bet.
Right, again, remember, Rashidi, the 3-better, guys, in this one, on the button against the under the gun open. So certainly, as we're saying, those ace-kings, some of these ace-queens
He
could
has them.
really easily be in here. I guess less likely flushes, right? The king-queens, though, are probably just flat, but
Yeah.
the big aces, certainly contenders. And there we go, a curious Rashidi will look this
Yeah, I
one
mean-
up and see the bad news that it was trapping all along from Isaiah. That was a fun one.
That was. I really like the turn play from Isaiah, finding that kind of small, curious check raise size. I would have been confused as Rashidi also, because there's just not too many hands that kind of want to do this.
Yeah. It was one of those, we don't really ever see a check raise in that
No.
spot. So it's really curious when it does come in. I mean, usually when we don't see stuff too often, it tends to
It
be value
tends to
these
be
days.
value,
In the old
yeah.
days, it was always a bluff. If it doesn't make sense, it's a bluff. These days, if it doesn't make sense, everyone's too good, it's got to be value.
Yeah.
Teravat, ace-king, here we go. He's been in a lot of action, usually on the back foot. This one, he's the aggressor up against Burindi's. Cut off open.
Yeah.
Latter is going to defend with the 2 7s, with position.
Yeah, I think Bogdan was just counting Taravat's stack there, seeing if we have some 4-bet shoves, but believes Taravat has a little too many chips back.
How's your flop, Taravat? Top pair, top kicker, nut flush draw, warm and fuzzy.
Oh,
love
hello. This is a really interesting combo for Burundi, like 7s with a club. I think he would have continued against C-bet, right? You're not going to fold many pairs that contain a club. Now we're in this sort of interesting spot. Do we try and just get to showdown? Maybe we can bluff later. Maybe we can pick up a flush.
Oh, and Teravat swiftly checks again. Bruni's got to feel really comfortable about this 7 of clubs being good, hasn't he?
7 check.
Just happy to, of course, check one more.
Make it a one-street hand.
Yeah.
Demps, I think I'm with you. Now, can Taravat find a triple check here? It would be pretty sick if he could.
125.
It does decide just to bet.
And that makes it just a call, right? This hand, he's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it, though, you're not thrilled. Like, when the small blind 3-bets here checks twice and gets to the river, he's going to have, like, for value, it's going to be jacks and 10s with a club, right, are the most obvious ones. Is Taravat ever going to bet, like, a naked king here for 25k? Probably not. So it's hard to give him too many, like, pure bluffs, right? What's it, like, ace 10 of hearts or something like this that gave up and then thought, right,
Yeah.
I'll stab small.
Yeah, I'm
I
with
thi-
you.
I think Burindi's one of those, though, that for 25k, I don't think we can fold
But
it.
it's one of those you were really looking forward to betting 25k yourself.
You were. Exactly. And then when they bet it, you're like, ah. That's right. I'm with you. Look
Oh.
at this.
Burra and Tot seeing this ace-3-4 2-diamond flop, both chasing the flush. Tot with the open-ender to go with it, and let's see how he decides to play this up against the 7k bet from the cutoff. An ace-high board up against a cutoff open, but it's
Yeah.
got 2 baby cards. Kind of, we do see check raisers, don't we, on this particular texture?
21.
I think at this stack depth, it makes a lot of sense to just come with raise. We can just realize our equity here across 5 cards if the money does go in. And you do just knock out Demps immediately, some like king, jack of, you know, just king, jack offsuit. If we make it fold, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Certainly. Burra, of course, with the flush draw will be going nowhere. But you start to get a little curious in these spots. You know, he's saying a lot of time he's got an ace here, he's going to bet, he's going to call a check raise. So nice when you do actually have diamonds instead, if one were to fall off. Especially this one, given they both now make the flush. That's cruel for top.
Yeah, there's really no escape in this spot with pot behind.
Actually, yeah, like how do we play this spot now in top sound? It's like we kind of either had a main hand on the flop or a draw. Now we bet we just look hyper strong, don't we?
Typically, it's one of those where you just either go small bet or check. I like the size and choice. Like, this is one of these. It's a very dynamic turn. We should have more flushes, right, on balance, just about. Although against a late position opener, they're going to have, you know, Bura's going to have Queen 5 suited now and stuff like this.
Bura's just put him in for the additional 60k and a snap call, of course, from Tot and a tap of the table as he sees his race is run.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Just a post-flop cooler. Tot on the wrong side of it. GG's.
Yeah, that's a brutal one.
Yeah, nothing to be done.
Good game, my friend. Flush over flush in Hold'em. The Red Beast.
It's a scandal.
I think I say it's a scam.
Yeah, that feels like you've been scammed when you bust there. Okay, I've got 100k back. I'm going to raise here. We've got loads of equity.
Especially when it's like the king of diamonds on the
Yeah.
turn. It's like there's not
It's a massive scam.
Like
Yeah, very unlucky.
Like you see a point at the table. Yeah, it was that guy. That guy got me.
Bura.
Sort him out. We're up to 288. Everyone on this table bar Zalo, of course, above starting stack. Now, as we're moving through this tournament at quite a lick. Queen 10 deuce. Couple of diamonds on this one. Looks like it was a raise up. Grodek, one presumes. Yeah, Taravat calling the cutoff. Gumanov on the button and Sukov in the big finds a piece of this board. It's Taravat, though, who has found the most, and he is going to bet his top pair.
Been quite impressed with Sukov so far, just not getting too sticky in these like marginal situations multi-way. This is a really awkward spot for Grodek, out of position. You know, Taravat has been quite snug, right? Like we've seen him kind of checking a lot of spots, pot controlling. We do have the 2 jacks in hand. Never a great situation to be in. You know, the semi-bluffs are likely going to come from the king jacks, jack nines, ace jacks of the world. So we don't love it. Having said that, ace of hearts turn. This spot starts to get really interesting. If this does go check, check. Likely to see Grodek consider turning this into a bluff, I think, James. Like, we have the nut hand to kind of go for it, right? Like, block the nuts, you just put a queen in a coffin. Taravat doesn't really have many ace-X, and those that he does, barrel the turn for value, I think. Like, an ace-queen is not checking back turn.
Right, I guess
ace-10's not checking back turn.
The only one would be perhaps like an ace-X of diamonds that decides to stab the flop a little bit. But yeah, I'm with you. That's like it.
That is it. But he has decided just to take showdown. Just one of these that can be hard to find in-game at the table, but when you really dissect that range, we have more of this, I think, when we check call flop. Like, we still have all the ace-king, ace-jack, ace-10 that want to put a value bet in. Yeah, and like king-jack, right? Like, we can check call flop, and we have 2 jacks in our hand. It's certainly one that you could consider bluffing in my eyes.
Lines up.
Andrew, always looking for ways.
Additional
ways to win the pot.
Got it, right?
I'm with you, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But like you say, it's just hard in game. You got the 2 jacks, you go defensive, kind of board runs out. You think, hey, I probably just got the best of it anyway.
Yeah.
Right, Enver got the queen of spades working on this 8-6-4 spade board. Bura in there with 2 9s, the over, and of course, Alajmi. He got dealt 2 cards. He's in the mix. He's got top pair. He's got a gut shot. He's now got an open ender.
Yeah, his stack is yo-yoing. He is going into some choppy waters here. He's going to lead now on the 3 of clubs.
I love this man. This man is sick.
I mean, it's so tough now, this, for Enver. You know, it has a hand that has so much equity we could see. He's got rid of that. I mean, Bura is not loving this, Demps. He's going to reach for calling chips, you would assume, on the turn and then decide. Lots of interesting rivers incoming. Oh, wow. 9 of clubs, though. If Bura could have chosen one, that was the one.
Yeah, 35k wager. Burrow's going to feel very comfortable now about the hand, but again,
Is
just
this a mandatory raise? I was going to say, I would have liked to see him taking some more time.
that's my question. To that sizing, suddenly it looks like our opponent has a mediocre made hand, and
I think you have to raise Demps on this one. I'd like to see more time taken at least. Like it is time banks, right?
Mhm.
There are time banks involved, so maybe deciding just quickly there. Okay, I'm not going to raise this one, so let's not waste any of the precious cards. Would have liked to seen Maxime take a little more time though, especially against someone like Elajmi that we've seen can make some spicy plays. Demps might call us down light. Nice pick up anyway.
One check.
Taravat in action once more over at the Luxon
6,
table.
15.
He's king at hearts from the big, not connecting on this 10-4-3. But it is actually still the best hand. Jake and Berinde with gut shot draws each. Jake, of course, with the
7-4.
backdoor flush draw as well. He's the one leading out. Berinda's going to call. Taravat with the best of it ends up having to fold. And we've got 7 high v 7 high. Here we go. Oh, there's the king.
Two players. Check.
This is really awkward for Senk.
Surely now as he checks. I mean, Berinda, if we're calling this flop, kind of feels like we kind of have to start turning hands like this into a bluff here, right? The ones that have got such minimal equity anyway. Oh no, he's going for the delayed.
Okay.
Is this like, hey, like, I've got a 10 a lot, I can just bet river. If my opponent checks.
6 check.
It's basically what we're saying. If our opponent checks, we're gonna. What?
Oh.
He's gonna win with the 6.
No. No.
Oh, no.
Stop it. Stop it.
Oh goodness me.
Stop it. The 7-6 plays being the 7-5.
Wow.
I don't care how hard and gristled a veteran you are at the table when you see that happen. These two, they can't help but laugh at it.
That is a very intriguing hand. I'm really shocked to see Bogdan check that one down. Maybe thinks that the run out is so blank that you just get looked up too often, right, on the
I
king-king.
just feel like we got to go with a
I mean, we got to
really
bet
small
something. He knew he had the best hand.
Oh, what's going on here? State.
He's gone for the... It's the solver jam.
Right, the Jack-10 suited against the cutoff open button peel. He's ripped in.
Oh, and he's drinking his coffee.
Oh, of course. Why not? No big deal. Rule in.
Yes. State just really accomplished, like... people go on about the
By the
solver
way-
world,
by the
but
way-
if you knock out these queen 10s of the world, it's a great play.
People don't go to the coffee with aces there. That's all I'm saying. They just don't do it.
It's true.
They're trying to look cool, trying to look chill. Maybe he does.
What do you do, Demps, with the aces there? Is it a sip
Oh,
of
no.
water, or is it just stare at the
I'm
felt?
shaking out pure excitement.
4 back.
And I've gone like, raise!
1 call.
So we got a c-bet here from Sukov with the ace-queen, called by Taravat, who's in there from the small with 7-4 of clubs. Very wide peel pre. 9 of hearts on the turn. Ace-high still best for Sukov. Does decide to check back. We do have a reasonable bluff catch candidate here with ace-queen. You don't love having sort of this exact combo, right, with the club and the queen in hand. But we can beat some jack 10s, queen 10s, queen jacks. They're the most natural hands that we beat. And there's going to be some, king 10 of clubs in there, right? Stuff like this. King jack of clubs that might decide to just do the old block river bluff. I wouldn't be shocked to see Sukov look this one up. Getting a pretty good price. 20k to win 72. Yeah, well done.
Nicely done indeed.
Nice hand.
That feels a bit offended with that one.
It's one of those again, right? Like, doesn't a 9 want to bet more? Like,
Yeah.
We're sort of saying we have pocket 7s or something like that, right? For thin value, maybe a hand like 8-10 suited, something like this, when we bet 20k. Sukov, non-believer. So, back at the Onyx table, Bura opening ace-queen in the cutoff. Tell you something, Alajmi's stack is plummeting. We saw him peaking
Number
at
6,
750k.
raise
Yeah.
Only half of that remaining now.
He was absolutely flying.
I guess it's a double-edged sword if you're going to play so
8
many
call.
hands. We did see Idai here
Six
complete the
raise,
action
8
with the
call.
8 deuce of clubs. So we are going 3 ways.
He's jack
Wow.
10, a couple of clubs. Alajmi with the open ender, Adai with the flush draw, and Burrow with the top pair. This one is, well, in any normal situation, going to lead to action. With the players involved in the pot, it is certain to lead to action. And I think Alajmi, he has checked. I was going to say, he tends to do a lot of front running. But this one, he does check. Round to Burrow, who is, of course, going to bet this hand in this field, this lineup.
Yeah, it's quickly called in both spots. Alajmi did have the type of hand depths, I think, that could just start with check raise on flop here and look to run it, but decides just to take his equity. Makes a pair of 9s on the turn. Bura, very wet board, going to look to deny here. Really tricky this against, especially these two villains, so to speak, how much to decide on. He's been called in 2 spots again.
Yeah, now you're just hoping.
I mean, give me a
river.
brick.
Yeah, where's the 4 of spades today, please, dealer?
Yeah, big river incoming.
But you're going to be pretty confident you got the best hand now, right? These guys
Yes.
would have made some noise if they were ahead, but okay, we improved,
Oh
but
my
we don't.
goodness,
because,
Idai.
yeah, Adai getting there, finding the flush. And this man improving a 2-pair.
Easy
Adai just
ball, yeah.
checking swiftly over, and Bura,
2
yeah,
pair.
he knows this isn't a river he can bet.
Nothing.
Yeah, such a
Alajmi
big
declares
lot.
2-pair. Bura can beat that.
Yeah, big old pot going the way of Idai.
Whoa.
Oh, hang on.
Did Adai muck his hand?
He didn't.
He was drawing at the flush, didn't realize that
Oh, no.
he had improved to a straight. That's what I thought was happening. I didn't see cards in front of him. That is a big oversight.
Oh, he's misread his hand for 180k.
Adai fishing for the flush. Overlooked the straight backdoor draw coming in. Wow, Bura, how's your luck? He has no idea
Huge.
what just happened there. 3/4 of a starting stack in the pot. It's like 750 bucks worth of
It's a
equity.
massive swing in the context of the tournament. Deary me.
So check.
Check to the river here.
The funny thing is, like, we've all done that in our poker careers. We just don't know it because it wasn't televised. It's true though, right?
It's true.
You don't remember when you've mucked the winning hand because you didn't muck. You don't remember mucking a winning hand. It's-
Right.
Phil Ivey did it at the World Series of Poker.
I remember that. I was about to
mean-
reference that one.
Like, it does happen.
Yeah,
Bit cruel that it gets broadcast to the world.
moving.
Yeah, that's a not insubstantial swing for sure. 180k. A lot of
Yeah.
chips. Nice pickup here for Nugamanov, by the way. Finds a nice little value bet there with trip 9s. Paid off by the 8.
Bura in here with 500k, which he shouldn't have.
Yeah. What a dream.
2 sevens. Going to raise it up over the 5k limp of Enver.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of early position limping on this table. Going to be another 3-way affair. Alajmi needs to find something soon. That chip stack is eroding. Looking a little frustrated. The battle of the 3 pairs. Queen, 5, deuce. 2 hearts. 7s of Bura still best. Another one of these tricky spots to kind of navigate against these 2 opponents. Let's decide on small c-bet. Quickly called by Alajmi with a pair of 4s only. Does have a backdoor straight draw, but no heart in hand.
Alajmi, I love
Oh, he
this man.
raised.
Yeah, he raised.
Excuse
Don't
me.
worry. Every time you just get comfortable, Alajmi just throws you another curveball, my friend. Don't worry about that.
My apologies.
Try and put this man in any kind of predictability.
I think he just had enough of like bleeding chips and thought, right, let's put it on him.
Alajmi, another man with success in this very room. Finished second in the warm-up event on the Merit Series last year, I believe, back in January. Good for 120k.
Very nice. Well, on the DTD live table, you referenced him earlier, James. Adrian State, what a spot for him here. Casitas opening with the king 10 plus 1.
Oh, thank you very much.
State, of course, calling with the pocket 4s. Flops middle set. This is very dicey stuff for the man from Greece. 61k in the pot, 157 back.
And a turn card that, you know, shouldn't really complete anything, but does give potential for other hands to want to continue. Maybe the 3s, maybe the 5s that peeled pre would have called this flop, would now be interested here. Perhaps maybe some hand like a 5-6 of diamonds could be in here. I'm not sure against +1 and cutoff, but hey, we're fighting here in merit.
Yeah, this is really, really, really dicey stuff now. And some of the natural floats are like the king jack of spades, right? Queen jack of spades. I think Adrian will find them in position, you know, with backdoor straight and flush draws. So Casitas thinks that he has the best hand, is just going to seek turn value. Tough to blame him here with king 10 and just pop back. Adrian trapping his man. It's a bad river for him, doesn't know it yet. In terms of, Casitas won't love this card. You know, we're going to be up against them, some of these sort of ace-3, ace-5 suiteds that had a wheel draw on the flop, and, you know, ace-3 of spades, ace-5 of spades types. Ace-10 could be a thing still, so Casitas doesn't love this. Intriguing to decide what to do here. Like, can we do a tiny block bet type thing here and look to, you know, get called by these 3s and 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, but we might end up having to bet call when we do this.
I think I like this one more. Just
I think check is very reasonable. I wouldn't expect a hand like 10 jack suited, you know, queen 10 suited to bluff here. So when State sticks it in, we have to start assigning those bluffs, and I think it's going to be those hands that you suggested, 3s, 5s, they might be compelled to bluff. And I think the hands like a queen jack of spades, something like this. This is very uncomfortable for Casitas.
I don't know if our graphic's correct. He actually exactly started up his opponent's stack and left him 500 back for the spin-up. Is that what's gone on here?
I think for the troll more than anything.
I mean, good eyeballing. It's tough to eyeball stacks. I found that out earlier. Oh no, maybe it was just...
Oh, he's called it off, James.
It was an all-in wager, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think tough to blame him against a very capable opponent in this type of spot. You know, State, I think you'll find enough bluffs.
Yeah, because he was just getting the count. I think the bet was 125k, and it turns out he's just under that.
Okay. He's sending a message to the table that, you know, I know exactly how many chips you have at all times.
Yeah.
We had a battle today of the stacks, didn't we?
I mean, I was sort of...
I've been waiting for the chance to bring it up.
Nodding to that, but yes, for those viewers, myself and Andrew pulled a challenge today where we had to guess amounts of chips, eyeball stacks, and I'm not ashamed to say that he trounced me. So be it.
What was the score again?
Look, you trounced me, alright? It's enough. What more do you need to know?
Just a reminder, guys, this is the $1,100 Pokerok mystery bounty. $1 million guaranteed. We have 9 days of coverage. Demps, 3 different tournaments we'll be covering. Of course, the mystery bounty we have today, tomorrow, and then finishes on Monday.
I love
the day
that.
2.
I knew you had
always
no
forget.
idea what day it is.
I never know what day it is, my
I
friend.
knew you had no idea. Like, just completely lost there. If I told you it was Tuesday, you would have believed me.
I would have.
There we go. But yeah, that is the plan of play.
It's poker day.
1,200.
Every day.
Every day is poker day, especially here at Merit.
Exactly.
Especially on the rare, rainy days.
45. 45.
Orthodox suit facing a open from Adai, who holds the 3-4 of clubs. He's going to 3-bet the 2 jacks up to 45k, and Adai says, no, I'm having a look. Going nowhere just yet. The man who unfortunately just mucked a winner. We do see it every now and again.
Potential for a little bit of trouble. Queen at 9-4. 2 hearts, 1 club. Orthodoxy with the best of it. Just going to probe here, try and sort of define his opponent's range. Little quarter pot c-bet. Quickly called by Idai in position. Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Now, Idai, you have 2 pair.
I think he knows this
Check
one. my
again.
friend. I think he knows this one. Orthodoxy just going for it.
Yeah.
And
And
there we
he's snap jammed.
Adai just puts it in.
I was going to say, very quick decision, Demps, from Orthodox, who, like, kind of a hand that is worth a bit of money, but it might be nice hand to check, right? We can bluff catch, pot control a little bit.
The only positive I feel like is the way he's played it now. He's over-repped it so much that when he does face this jam, it should be easier for him to get away from it, right? But at the same time, we've seen so many crazy things happen at this table. Who knows?
I mean, very problematic, though. We've committed basically half our stack here. But yeah, we do block some semi. But I just think this is very underbluffed from the imposition player.
Especially at that pace, right?
Yes. You just don't tend to see it.
Like, if he had hearts and wanted to play fast, would he not just do it on the flop?
I think so.
Is he really going to wait till the turn?
And he's just not going to jam like a hand like a 9, right? I just don't think it's going to be a thing.
But at the same time, you're watching chips fly around this table at such a rate, you finally get a good hand.
Yeah, he's a little confused, though. Maybe thinking to himself, what, does the die just stick it in with Queen 10 suited, right? Like Queen 10 of spades. So you're sort of against a big combo draw, or like there aren't really any 2 pairs. It's a confusing spot for him. I can see why he's given this one, you know, his full attention. Very confusing spot for him. The die just looks pretty chilled.
Yeah.
Understandably so. Wants a call at this point, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Once your opponent
Well,
takes this long.
Hey, look, the guy's gone 3-bet me pre, bet the flop, I've called him, and now he wants to bet the turn. Maybe he's got a hand like aces, kings, ace, queen, these super value hands that I've just got. I've just got them with the 3-4. They're never folding.
Orthodox is still in the tank. Big old pot. Out of time banks, is he? 1 left?
Yeah, he's burning through them, but
let's get away.
better to lose them than the chips in front of him. I'm going to die then. Okay, with some recovery.
Yeah, that 8 deuce of clubs hand happened so fast that we almost had no time to dissect it. That might be the first time I've seen on stream someone misread that they had the winner. And I've been doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, certainly in a pot that developed in like a 3-way, multiple streets, was quite a big pot. There are a number of big blinds in there. We've seen it all. We've seen 7-6 high win at Showdown.
That was pretty wild.
We've seen the best hand muck at Showdown. And we've seen Alajmai just blasting it off non-stop, but still in there with a big stack. Here we have Lucev. He's 3-betting. He's queen. Right into it, though, in the form of state. His 2 queens from under the gun, and I guess given we're coming down to a flop that it has been called.
Yeah, I think pretty standard. I like this from state to just call. You want to have some, you know, really strong hands in this specific spot when the big blind squeezes. Most of the time when you just call here, you just have pocket 9s, right? Ace, queen suited is sort of top of range. Nice to have some of these really strong top pair type hands.
Right, and if we do 4-bet here, then suddenly we narrow our opponent's range that wants to get it in to the hands we hate to see, right? The ace, king, king's bluff. That's it. That's not a range we want to define.
Yeah, these guys are like 100 big blinds deep, so you don't want to get queens in.
Is it almost fair to say that you might not have a single 4-bet from state seat there? Under the gun?
I think that people will literally just be really unbalanced and just have aces and kings every time. Like almost always, yeah. I think so. You're supposed to have them in Theory World. He's going to raise flop, though. This is getting interesting.
Oh, spicy.
These are the kind of leveling wars because we're thinking, right, well, you can't really have many 7x, Mr. State. So why are you deciding to inflate this pot when I have aces and kings and you probably don't? It's one of these where Losef could decide to try and represent the super premium hands, but does just get out of the way. State continues to motor up over 500,000 now.
There's a piece in that one through. It's another one that doesn't really make much sense, but then why are you raising me on this board? I'm sitting there again.
This is
nonsense.
nonsense.
Guy trapped me pre. Like I'm thinking he's trapped me. And then it turns out they've got 8-9 and I've just been owned.
I'm thinking it's nonsense, and then I try and float it, and then all of a sudden half my stack's in on the turn, and I'm in big trouble.
You're just a born non-believer.
It's the best way to be.
Here we go, back at the Onyx table. things kicking off once more. And who's in the middle of it? Alejmai, of course, in here with Queen 6. Found a piece. Orthodoxu, well, he's got a lot of this. Gut shot, straight draw, flush draw, and Levine in there with the only real hand. Pre-flop in the form of Ace King. And look at this, Alejmai turning the second pair. Levine, wow, he has a gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, I think Levine just called the open pre here from the button, which, you know, typically you see people over 3-bet this type of spot, but you should have calls in there, and wow, the flush completes. And Alejmai, dangerous times, 50k into 182, thinks his 2-pair is good, is about to get the bad news. Really interesting though, does Orthodox who get to raise here, Dems? Or like, we do have a player behind?
Oh, it looks like he's just gone for it. Yeah, it was implying that he had a big stack, but I don't think he does. Yeah, there we go. I thought the all-in was for a lot less than the graphic was originally suggesting, because he only had a handful of those chips. And yeah, so for that size, he does go for it. Alejmai kind of knows what's what, but feels compelled to have a look. And is now down to just 270k himself. I mean, we had the Great Wall of Alejmai before. It's now just the Leaning Tower.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you.
Cultural references.
Architectural, cultural references.
It was very nicely done. I gotta hand it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice from Orthodox, who kind of stopped the bleeding, had a couple of dicey hands himself, back up to 400k. No, a little less, excuse me, 350. There we go. Good for 58 bigs.
He's the jacks maybe a little bit too fast on the turn, but he engineered the fold in the end, made the right play. We saw the 2 nines earlier, a little unfortunate against the Ace Queen of Levine. But now, back in the game, I think he seems to be one of those players who he finds his way to the right decision a lot of the time. Okay, back here. Cenk with the 3-bet to 40k from the small. Umanov kick things off here from +2 with that Queen at 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
He folds. And Sukhov, though, kind of stuck in the middle here a little bit with the 2 nines.
Yeah, these spots are very, very tricky. I like the discipline of the Queen 10 fold. Sukhov has one of those type of hands where if the small blind is very splashy sort of player, you can back jam. Typically people use 10s and jacks, but he is just going to do it with 9s. And don't mind it at all. Like you want to have some of these back shoves. And especially if you think Cenk is, you know, a capable player, right, who can be light enough here that you can just get some folds pre. So they are going to run it. They look like they could be brothers, right? There's a little bit the Tom Hardy's about the fella on the right.
No, similar shirts, similar hand strength in this pot. It is a clear flip. 50-50, the graphic showing by virtue of card removal, getting us to exactly that number. Need to sweat.
Both looking vaguely disinterested.
I think at this point they've forgotten they're all in.
Right.
What hand's mine?
So, stone flip situation. Pocket 9s versus Ace King. Cenk, the man at risk.
All right, there they are. Confirmation.
Confirmation.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you sitting down?
I'm just looking for any type of emotion from either of these gents.
Anticipation, perhaps? All right, here we go. Jack 6-4, couple of clubs. They are working in the form of the Ace King. But only the traditional way will do. Not to be. Cenk eliminated. Sukhov up to a little over 2 starting stacks.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Cenk. What can you do? Getting relatively shallow there. Runs it with Ace King. Very nice hold for the Ukrainian to 458k.
Mister?
I'm not wrong about the Tom
Nope.
Hardy thing, am I?
They want Sync's ticket. Now you've played here. You know the system. Every player has like a player ID sheet, right? And when they get busted out, give it to the floor. That person gets removed from the system. They got a nice board in the room with all the names
They
of the
do.
players playing, so you can see who's in, who's not.
Merit name roulette, as we like to call it.
Yeah. Some of them are a little easier than others to pronounce.
So many consonants, it's unbelievable.
Enver, ace deuces spades, popping this up from +2. Levine coming in, the man who's impressed us perhaps most so far.
Yeah, very strong, solid, good awareness of where he's been in pots. There were so many of these spicy ones from Idai. Bit of a wild card in there with 7-3-0. Alajmi now really hemorrhaging chips down to 200k. Looking to make something happen, but his hand is crushed by the 10s of Levin. Through to the Jack-4 deuce. 10's still best. Levin is going to pot control this one. Makes sense, multi-way. Pretty nice turn for those pair of 10s. Jack of spades. Eddie going to check. Enver now. Looks like he's going to try and reach for chips. Going to put a little small probe in to clear out equity. Of course, never getting rid of 2 10s. 80k in the middle. 3 of diamonds completes the board. Enver in this very awkward spot when you bet multi-way. I think Levin kind of has to value bet this one, Demps. This is the only real misstep, so to speak, I've seen. I'd like to see a bit more time taken.
I would say
Go on.
that I'm not that surprised that he checked, just given the way we saw him play the ace-jack with trip-jacks,
Sure.
that he didn't find the raise against Alajmi. Maybe recognizing, look, hey, this table, chips are flying relentlessly. When I do get the crown jewels, I'm going to get action.
Okay.
Maybe not chasing after these spots, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think we've got to try and get something in these spots, right?
Yeah, I'm just a greedy person, you know. You just you want to maximize the value. Just been a few spots. We saw Bura earlier where they rivered the top set 9s. You know, spots like this where I think we can eke out some value.
Oh, hang on.
Hello.
Nugamanov +1. Ace-king worthy of the open to 15k. Sukov taking king-9 of clubs from the hijack, getting frisky. Grodek in the big one looking at the queens. You're giving a thumbs up to the king-9 of clubs. You like this one, this hand class.
Big fan. This is the kind of, geeky, nerdy spot where king-9 suited just loves to 3-bet. Almost anywhere you can kind of get away with it. It's just a nice hand to use, just knock out the king, queen, king, jacks of the world. Just plays pretty well. Like Sukov I've been impressed with, and Grodek with a very nice cold 4-bet jam spot. And Nugamanov, you're not loving life, but I can't imagine we fold this.
Right. We're just not deep enough to
No.
get away from ace-king, are we? Especially, again, okay, not as much action on the Luxon table as there's been on the Onyx, but there's still been a lot of action.
I think it helps that Sukov's very accomplished player who's going to take these spots, right, lighter than most. So if we think that he can be light often, there's extra dead money in the pot. I think we just run this one. Does put it in.
128.
So another
And
coin
you
flip.
You get away with the king-9, like, oh, I had a good hand.
Yeah.
I just felt it.
Ah,
you know,
had jacks. This is,
Yeah.
what a joke.
just, oh, guess you guys have got it.
So here we go. Another all-in and call. It's the classic Ace-King v Queens.
Really is.
28.
Grodek at risk.
Call, two call.
Oh, queen in the window, but the faintest bit of hope behind in the form of that 8 of spades. Come on, someone at the table's got to say jack of spades turn, please. Oh, how about that? 2 pair, queens and queens. Job done.
Yeah, full double up instant service for Grodek. Back up over 300k. Start stacking this event, of course, 200,000. I actually am that guy at the table who would like shout for the jack of
Yeah.
spades and then hate myself immediately and be like, why do I do it?
And the next time you do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to, right? You got to keep life interesting.
It's just everyone does it, don't they? They're just always like, "What's the sickest card
Yeah,
that could
jack
give
of
everyone a
spades.
sweat?"
Oh. And then like the queen's guy just glares at you, you know.
Yeah.
It's just
And
like,
it rips off.
306,
Yeah.
306, sorry. 306, sit 8.
people are too sensitive.
Pot, actually.
Right.
Big. Is that 306k? Double up, so over 600k. That's
Oh,
what's
did
that?
he? It was as many as that?
I think so. I think
Okay.
it counts to
I thought it was only
300K.
140.
Big numbers.
$124. Oh, $129.
So as the dealer counts that down, Demps, this is, of course, the Poker OK Mystery Bounty. Then we have the Luxon Pay Grand Final later in the week. And then, of course, the Big Daddy MPP 2025 main event. 5 million guaranteed.
Sounds nice.
And don't we have someone joining us in the
We-
booth this
we
week?
do, actually. It should be mentioned that
Who's
of
got some
course,
pedigree in this event?
it's not just you and I in the booth. And those of you who were with us last year will know Mr. Jay Harwood was part of the festivities. But we also have a fourth commentator here
Ooh.
this week at the MPP. And it is someone, like you say, who has pedigree in this event. Back
Ooh.
in the very first MPP, in
Yes.
fact. He was in the chop at the end of the tournament, I believe, cashing out for over $500,000.
Imagine chopping.
But he's obviously, you know, must have spunked it all away because now he has to come join us in the booth, like most washed-up former poker players. It is, of course,
Brilliant!
Stephen Warburton, Mr. Warbs, will be joining us later on today in this very booth.
What a lovely intro.
Allows me popping this one up. Ace deuce, finds 9-6 deuce, and right with, well... Welcome to table, sir. You won't be aware of what's going on, but the man you're up against just has nothing all the time, although in this instance, does have the best of it.
How did they get 60k in here pre?
Does that not include the... That includes the flop bet, right? So he bet 30 into 30, I think. And
No, I don't think so. So we're up to 123. Right as peeled here.
Oh, pardon me, you're quite correct. What is
Yeah.
going on?
I mean, this is a very wide flop call. Maybe Wright knows his man.
Yeah.
He's going to get the chance to bluff at this.
And with 125 back, he's picked up equity. I mean...
Oh, goodness me. Here he comes. That looks like 50,000.
well.
What a piece of play. Welcome to the table, Mr.
Yeah,
Wright.
like he just joined our table, but I got a feeling this is not the first time he's played with Ajmi.
Yeah.
Because there's no way he'd be in there like that normally, right?
You wouldn't have thought so. Queen Jack off, no club. Facing big flop size. Credit to him. Gets the job done. I believe that was the South African flag.
It was.
Thank you.
You know I'm not great at the old flags. That
I got you there.
you always brag, don't you,
I'll
on
take
the
it.
your flag
I'm
reading abilities?
I'm okay at flags. What's that flag there? Passe. Do you know that one?
The great country of Great Britain.
There we go. Let's not forget the Northern Ireland part, but sure.
Honestly, I'm still... the words are turning to sawdust in my mouth as a proud Scotsman.
There we go.
Can't believe you made me say it. Anyway, I won't anti-rail him. As we see Losef here reaching for chips with the pocket nines. Awkward spot. Small blind against +1. He is going to 3-bet. It's one of those. It's sort of borderline Demps, I would argue. You can flat or 3-bet, but it's not fun to 3-bet call, right, with nines here. If +1 does find a jam, but he is just... Oh, he has snap 4-bet.
Whoa.
This is part of the problem, right? When you do choose to 3-bet a hand like nines, just really in this sort of guessing game. He snapped 4-bet, though. Very quick. Wonder how Losef reads into that. Really awkward now to decide what to do. You don't really want to call here out of position with a hand like nines. Is my opponent bluffing enough from +1?
I mean,
Horrible spot to be in now.
Yeah. I find it so hard to imagine going any further with this hand unless we had some previous...
I'm with you for sure. One of those, it just never feels nice to 3-bet fold a hand as good as this. But this is the sort of spot where I could get behind it, but he is going to commit calling chips.
There we go.
All of a sudden, 166k in the middle, Passy with pot back. I mean, if it comes low, we just go with our hand, I guess. Losif probably thinking.
Yeah. Hard to imagine there's another plan for this one. We are out of position. He does genuinely look perplexed and a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, you might perceive that some sort of acting job if you were in the seat of the man with ace-queen. Well, you won't worry too much on an ace-jack-8 board. And that's a pretty grim flop.
Yeah, 4-bet pot. You would expect Passy to go small here.
No.
I'm not a fan of this.
Just says all of it. Well, I mean, we can beat King-Queen, perhaps?
Yeah.
That's about it. Maybe he had his senses that things weren't quite right pre-flop. Didn't necessarily narrow his opponent down to just the nutted stuff. As you said, the ace-queen, spade, maybe one of the hands we kind of expect maybe just to peel pre, but...
Absolutely.
Fortunately, you can't continue that board, my friend.
Yeah, nice pickup for Passy. I never want to be hypercritical. I'm not a big fan of shove here, Demps, on the flop. I think our hand is just worth so much. Let's try and, you know, pick up some extra money post. Get our opponent to stick around with a sort of marginal hand. That being said, up over 300k. Blinds now, of course, 3 and 6,000.
Yeah, we're getting up there. Over 200 players now having entered this one. Of course, 4 different starting flights in this. The Pokerok mystery bounty.
Raise. Raise.
Well, I can't see what cards he's got, but he's got cards, so it's worth a raise for Alajmi. I did see, I think, Burrow with ace-queen suited in this pot, so something's going to happen.
Yeah, I believe it's an open from Bura +1 and a quick 3-bet from Alajmi.
Right, 13 up to 32 was that?
Call.
Oh,
All in and cool.
Okay.
Okay, Alajmi, of course, down so short now. That's the situation we're at. And is he improbably at risk of elimination? The man who was doing so much of the front running, had what, just shy of 800,000 chips at one point, now at risk himself with these 2 jacks. For what was, what, 25 blinds?
Yeah, has been hyper active. Finds himself in this flip situation to get back in the mix. 300k in the middle.
How much?
100.
This is the kind of spot, Andrew, if I'm at table, I'm
Go on.
saying, dealer, can we just run it and,
Yeah,
and count up if the jacks
right.
lose, you know?
140.
We do always say that, right? We're like, okay, listen, if I hold, count my stack, otherwise I'm GG.
143.
Ace, deuce, 5. Alajmi, well, he's right up against it now. He's one of the 2 remaining jacks, or that is it for the man who has been the star of the show thus far. Picture card, not the one he wants. What's the right suit there? That little flutter of the heart as you see that one roll off. And not to be. Alajmi eliminated. But, as we mentioned, this is 1A. Entry's still open as well, I believe, so he can jump in this one. He'll be back in B. He'll play C and D tomorrow. We're going to see more of this man, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Unlucky for Abdullah. Box office entertainment, that is for sure. I'm sure we'll see more of him as the week progresses. And Bura continuing his upward ascent. Always nice to win those flips, damps. Keep that chip stack motoring. Of course, be looking for that big stack to open some bounty envelopes in the next couple of days.
All right, then. Here we are back at the TT Live table. I'd say that the one table that's playing the most sort of orthodox, perhaps.
I would
lineup
agree
here,
with that.
Seems quite tricky. Some tough players. Not doing disservice to the other tables. Well, speaking of tables, it looks like these guys are popping up out of their seats, which may lead me to believe that we are about to head off to our first break of the coverage here. Passe gonna limp in from the small 3K, 6K with this ace queen of diamonds, and Rashidi with this 7-3 off. One of those kind of hands we quite often see the big blind kind of attack these hands, right?
Yeah, I don't mind this from Passe. Rashidi should have some of those kind of dusty hands, as you suggest, that go for an ISO, and we can go for the old limp jam or limp re-raise. Does check through, though, on the 8-4 deuce king. Passe improving to the nut flush draw. Still has the best of it, of course. Rashidi with 7 high, no pair. Feels like a mandatory bluff if checked to, in my eyes. You know, it can be hard
Just
to
like
represent anything really strong, but we have 7
a
high.
5, right?
Yeah,
Like a one
absolutely.
blind.
Absolutely, you could bet a 5 for value. I just bet 6K here and get snap called and then hate myself, but I think you just kind of have to. Yeah.
And
I mean,
I think he's gonna
it
be
may
happy.
not have worked, of course.
Right, I'm going to say he's going to be happy to see, you know,
Yeah.
up against nut no pair, that hand probably does cool.
Sure.
Rashid just making sure, yeah, but do I have a pair? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, I have a straight, no. Nothing. That Passe had all of it. Ah, there's a little joke between the two. There was some trapping going on there. You limped in pre, huh? You checked your flush draw to me, huh? You checked the river, huh? Ace high, waiting for me.
Didn't fall for it, buddy.
No. So it looks like we are about to head off on break here. I believe, looking at the clock, looks to be 20 minutes. Oh no, okay. We got another hand yet to come from the Onyx. Those guys have finished. These guys have not. What late drama can we have? Eddie.
Oh.
Raises to 15K. Zalai with what, 13 blinds-ish, jamming that ace deuce of diamonds over the top. And a swift call, and
Pocket 4 is good.
the equity is about as close as you can get.
Split pot, no.
Chop it up, sound right?
Sounds right.
I think so.
I'd imagine that Salai will be a little surprised here to just get snapped quite so quickly. But gets the good news, so to speak, that he isn't crushed.
Not just that, but actually an equity favourite with a dominated hand. It's rare that happens, but okay, we're not doing a chop.
No split.
Andrew, we're not doing a chop. A pair for a die. Zalai with the flush draw, and of course, drawing to the straight. Red card, but of the wrong variety. Not to be. The 4 holds. And we lose one more on the Onyx.
Yeah, I did hear too many outs announced on the flop. And so it proved to be as we lose Mr. Salai. And is that the Hungarian flag, James?
It is.
Check me out. I'm 2 for 2.
Here we go. You're smashing it.
Thanks, buddy.
We're giving you 3. You recognised your own flag. Counting that.
Not my flag.
Now.
Open table 1.
I jest. It is.
Looks like these boys are still playing over on Luxon as well.
For cost. 5 cost.
Very What a run-up he's had here. 666k. That's not the best number to be sad on,
Oof.
Andrew, but that number's sure to change. As he's dealt King, Queen, O.
Sit 7 guys 12k. Wait first.
I'm just looking to find a spot to say something devilish.
Oh.
Anyway, here he comes, 12k.
He wasted it.
I did.
Sit 2 first.
Well, after you were disgusted by the moving mountains pun, I've got you know, stage fright now. I feel like I can't be myself anymore.
Zacharodis, he's got no fright. He's got King Jack suited, but little does he know, he is up against it in this instance. Although a Jack in the window will solve that problem. And look at this, coming out with a lead. Kind of spicy, right, against the hijack from the big blind.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. You know, hijack is going to open some of these kind of offsuit queen tens himself, right? The sort of queen tens, queen jack offsuits. I mean, it's not
7 gold.
the worst play in the world. It does come with lead. We're in the very easy call, of course. Gut shot and 2 overs. Ace of diamonds on the turn. This is really interesting. Now, typically a card that the big blind is going to give up.
Yeah.
Well, not to say he's given up on the hand, but is going to check very often. Wonder how Berinda reads into this. You know, this feels pretty weak, right? A quarter pot on the ace turn. Not really representing too many strong hands here. Wonder if Berinda looks to pounce on this ever. He's obviously at least calling. Does decide to land on call. Perhaps designs on bluffing the river. And does improve himself. On the Queen of Diamonds. Zacharoulis now in this really weird spot. He's just... Wow, and he's going to turn it into a bluff.
Oh no, he's gone 10k.
Brenda's hating life, but the price is too good.
The shake head call and find out you win. Okay.
Bit of a strange hand to conclude the first block of coverage. Berinda, it's been very fruitful for him. 725k. 3.5 starting stacks. A great place to be.
Alright, still time for one more over at the Onyx. And it is just coming round to orthodox suit in the small blind. King, Queen offsuit. I don't recall how many chips is up against here.
We leaving chips here, or we taking it with us?
I think we must leave them, yeah. I think so. I just leave.
So just popping it up
Maybe put them in there if you
to
want.
23k. 4 blinds. Enver with a pretty raggy looking hand in the big blind, and yeah, just gonna let that go. And now, David, I think. Pardon me, David.
David.
Apologies. Andrew, I think now. That may be, after many false dawns, time for the first break of the day.
I believe you're right, James.
I mean, they're all stood up. It's usually a good sign. A microphone's off.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see the stage clearing, and that's how things look as we head to this first break. Over the Onyx, our main table, is Maxim Bura leading the way with just over 600,000 in chips. Of course, the star of the show there is no more, but a new cast developing. Mark Wright having just joined that table. He's in there with a nice little stack, 338k. Over at DTD Live is the man we call attention to at the start of the day, Adrian State, who has soared to the top there with 500k. And I think this is the table we've sort of picked apart as the tougher, more orthodox style of play thus far.
I would agree with that.
Be interested to see how they carry on when we get back from the break. Rashidi with work cut out there. And then, of course, here on the Luxon table, Burundi has been doing all the front running there. Taravat being involved in a lot of pots himself, but finds himself still with what just over a starting stack. And with that then, we will head on our first break. We'll say goodbye to you, and Warbs will be coming in on the flip side. Welcome back, one and all, to this, the Mystery Bounty Day 1A here at the Merit Poker Complex. We do have 3 fresh new tables for you here, and the Onyx table being, well, led by Constantine, but it's Vadim Gozdanka, perhaps the best known player I spied on that list there. Over at DTD Live, again, a fresh mix, and perhaps players not too familiar, bar, of course, the man also in second place there, Dmitry Gromov, very much a established regular here at Merit with a lot of success in these tournaments. And then, of course, over on the Luxon table, a whole bunch of names there, but I have my fresh face. One in particular is the man behind the Union Jack, Raymond Kassam, and my new co-commentator, pardon me, is of course Steve Warburton, aka Warbs, well known to those in the poker scene. And Warbs, your man Ray on the table.
Well, firstly, Mr. Dempsey, one absolute honour to be next to you. Fantastic to be here. Yeah, I know one of these players very well, Mr. Raymond Kassam. He's a regular of DTD in the UK. Is coincidentally the name of one of the tables, I've noticed.
It is indeed.
That's DTD Live.
There's no coincidence, my friend.
Straight into the action. What's been happening then?
We've had a lot.
Fast and Furious, right?
We've had a lot of action, and most of it driven by a man named Abdullah Alajmi. And the reason I bring that name up again is I notice he has re-entered and is on this very table.
Oh, fantastic.
So
good.
There he is, sat next to Ray.
We like the action players for sure.
We certainly do. Krastev then open this one up. 4K, 8K, first hand at this level. Smoverkius calling in the hijack. And there is your man Ray, getting in the mix with the suited king from the big blind and finding Jin. I believe that's 2 pair.
That's my boy. That's my boy right there, straight off the bat.
Easy, huh? Okay. Action checks to Krastev, who looks going to piece out a little bet on this one. No spade in hand, 2 on board.
I'd expect both players to be carrying on. Just whether Raymond's going to check raise or check call. Either's obviously fine. He's kind of short. There's no way he's got 89k, so is he just shipping it? Yeah, I don't mind this play.
Feels compelled, right? It just feels like, okay, the opener probably has something when they bet, and the person behind calling almost certainly.
Yeah, one of them's supposed to have something, and he can obviously be totally balanced and have flush draws here as well. He's got to have some good hands, can't just be having draws when he goes all in. So yeah, I like the play, just a bit unlucky that this time no one's really got anything. And he will be fuming.
You peel in there, the king 3. Oh, hello.
Although you wouldn't see it. He's got a great poker face as Raymond. And a lovely hoodie.
I'm about to say quite the hoodie. He tends to bring the flair with the hoodies, doesn't he? He's
lovely hoodie, yeah.
He doesn't slide in with just a plain hoodie. No. He brings it. Chen in the hijack over at the Onyx table. His 2 5s, good enough for a min raise. Sub starting stack. Comes around to Taylor, who's a little bit deeper, but with an ace-8 offsuit. Not interested. There is Gozdanka. Again, for those familiar watching streams from this very venue, he's in the mix often. And King Queen O against this open Warbs, certainly options.
Either of the two, yeah. It's either going to be calling or 3-betting. He goes with call. I've just noticed how much of the field has gone already. It's like with 210 down to 141. Wow.
Yeah, they're moving all right.
They don't hang about here, do they? To be fair, I've played here a few times. They don't hang about at all.
They don't, and it's something we were saying in the first frame about how it's not just the fact they play fast, but they actually play fast as well. They don't take a long time before making their bets.
I think it's perceived as weakness if you take like longer than 3 seconds here. It's like bam, bam, bam. What a flop though! Wow.
Yeah, Gozdanka missing, but Chen flopping the boat. Fortunately for him, his opponent really with nothing that could continue. King Queen with the heart maybe sticks around, but this combo.
It's going to be tough, but you never know.
Just want to say that I noticed to the left of Gozdanka, Smilkovic coming in here, also rocking the Triton t-shirt. That's like the modern day flex. It's like, hey buddy, I play Tritons. Where you at?
That's a huge flex, definitely. Oh, he has come along. Here we go.
Okay.
Nice. This is what I want to commentate on. You know, not just the check folds and things. He's basically got plans for this hand already. Although that's not a good turn card to do much.
Right, having peeled from the small check or flop. Oh,
He's got ideas. He's
hello.
got ideas. Yeah.
Hello.
31.
And I assume this is to sort of make it difficult for the ace highs, right? That
Exactly. Yeah. He's sort of hoping that he's going to fold ace high on the turn, which he may do, he may not. He's trying to take control of the hand. And I'm guessing if he does get called, he's going to look to bluff, you know, some heart rivers, even though he doesn't have a heart. But I think he's just, he's being creative. He's being creative.
Chen, meanwhile, just loving life, sitting here with 5-4. His man's going blasting off into him. River. 9. Completes neither flush draw.
Again, it's not a very good bluffing card, but you've come this far, and you do have more chips than the guy, so you could put him under max pressure and just set him in.
Is this a situation where your opponent just has a lot of missed flush draws themselves, so maybe you can just knock those off? Now, of course, King Queen beats some of those, but
Yeah, sure.
they're likely to bluff if check 2, so he does just take the option, bets 50k himself. Oh, Chen, we know what's coming. It's just a question of how long it takes.
Vegas and the Mirage comes to mind. It's like, how many time banks shall I burn through before I min-raise all in?
I think one's enough.
I mean, any more than one seems a bit much, yeah, just because you need those time banks later in the day. Especially like we were saying, everyone plays so fast, you know, in the last sort of 2 hours of the day, those time blanks they can be quite vital.
And he moved all in bar one chip, but that will get it done.
Nice
Yeah,
pickup.
and I was saying in the first break, I know from speaking to you in the past, that you share my kind of feeling with time banks and shot clocks. Like, I know you're not a fan of them either. I'm not a fan of them, but I understand there's a need and there's a reason why they exist. But I feel like in this room particularly, there's even less of a reason because people do just play so fast.
Sure, yeah, we'll save the shot clock rant for another day. So into the
I'm
next
trying to
round.
get you.
I know you are. So not this early, mate.
He's 10 minutes in. I'm trying to get him fired on day one. Okay, Gromov again, one of those crushers regularly here at Merit, but he is up against it here. Queen 6 up against Blokhin's queens, but it's ace 8-6 board has forced the brakes to be on somewhat.
Yes, he's obviously a single raise pot. Interesting if he goes for another street on the turn or checks back. He's kind of short himself actually. He's got 55k, so he's gone small and then I assume he's just going to check back river.
All right, one of those two streets can deny equity, so some straight draws still get some value against maybe an 8 or a 6.
I quite like it. I feel like he wasn't going to bet fold as well. If the guy sets him in on the turn, he's probably just going to go with it. He's only got 40k left. So actually, his size is good because he's trying to target the 6x and the 8x, isn't he? So
and he's done exactly that. One more calling.
Very tough these hands from the big blinds. You flop sort of one pair. There's not too much out there.
Yeah.
You're getting sort of 2 bets. It's very a very hard sort of maneuver.
He's still thinking here. Is he really going for the third street? Wow.
Impressive, I think. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, a swift fold from Gromov, but credit to him there for recognizing that.
Yeah. Seems a bit thin just because the 9's quite a bad card, but I guess he thinks maybe if he had it 2 pair, he would have just jammed for his last 40k himself. So I don't mind it.
Greed is good.
Lovely nails as well, hasn't he?
Far better than mine. I'm a chewer. Down to the nub. Anyway. Delhi, 2 7s under the gun. Good enough for an open. Slightly more than min. Boron in the small. More than happy to have a look at 3 with the 2 6s. And Shen in the big king queen. Much the same. Somewhat of a... I always feel like you got those king queen type holdings in the big blind and you get barreled into a lot on the really good flops for you.
Yeah.
Under the gun might go hard on you thinking you've got some weak 1 pair holding when actually you've got
Of course, yeah.
the strongest 1 pairs, but ace 5-5.
Nobody particularly loving this board. I would expect bet and take it, but we are at Merit, so you never know.
Bornin really thinking about this, but it's perhaps Chen behind with the king of diamonds, who's and of course they're just the widest range, the most 5s. More inclined to do something, but
He's under the gun as well, so he just has all the suited X. All the suited ace X, sorry.
Yeah, and we're just 95k back as well. Chen, kind of hard for him to do too much.
He wants to, though.
Oh, he really wants to. His instincts are there, and totally happy to pull one in.
I like people that sort of fight for pots. You know, they're not just like nut peddling. You know, they're trying to make something happen. Which a lot of players on day one, they want to run up a stack in like the 1k mystery. So you know, all the mystery bounties coming in day 2. You want a huge stack.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of value to that, right? It's more than
Exactly,
just
yeah.
a normal tournament where you play as it goes. You really do want to start day 2 with a big stack, with an opportunity to cover lots of players on your table. A chance to pull some of those envelopes.
You could definitely get a bit carried away with it, but I kind of like the strategy to be a bit more aggro than you would in a normal 1k.
And here we have a hand where Azar has opened. Samiatian has 3-bet. Azar makes the call, and we get ourselves to this spot. No chips going in the middle. Surely now. Here we go. Just trying to make out these kind of hands fold, right? The pocket pairs. Maybe
Yeah.
some jack X.
So it's actually a tough spot for that size. I feel like most people just flick this in because they're just way too curious. But no, he's made the fold, which I think is fair enough. He doesn't beat too much. You'd expect a lot of ace high just to check back on the river as well, so it's actually quite a good bet to try and fold the pocket pairs, as you said, James.
Samiatian sneaking one through.
Weird calling you James, actually, instead of Demps.
You can go with either, my friend.
Yeah.
All right then. Over in the land of Luxon. An all-in confrontation. Shozhienko's ace-jack from under the gun. Wouldn't you know it? Alishmai giving action. King 10 suited. Diamond in the window. Straight draw materializing behind it, but it is Shozhienko with the best of it thus far. With that top pair.
This is your man who's on the second bullet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had nearly 800k on that first bullet.
We're rooting for him then. We're rooting for him.
We're never rooting against someone, so yes, we're rooting for him. But
Yeah. You never want to see
Shozhienko.
someone on the
Yeah.
third bullet so quick. So.
But yeah, we definitely want this man on our feature table as often as possible.
Yeah, nice.
He's having fun.
He's repping the merch as well. He's got
Yeah.
the Merit Poker hat, so yeah.
Here we go. I can tell you where he got that hat as well, because he made a final table here. In fact, a second place finish
Oh, nice.
here in the warm-up event in the Merit Series January last year. And when you make your final table here at Merit, as you well know, having been a final table, to give you some goodies, you get a hat.
Don't embarrass me, James. Come on.
Plus, you get your walk-on.
I do remember the walk-on.
They
yeah.
go big here. I love it.
You were there, actually,
I was.
on my rail.
Yeah, I love it. Just all the little things that happen at Merit are great.
Yeah.
And that's one of them. The big walk-on, big introduction. It's great. Make everyone feel special. Okay, lock in here from the small blind. Jammed over the Gromov open. And
Yeah,
Gromov
he
got
was-
curious with the Queen Jack.
Yeah, he had to think about it, didn't he, with the Queen Jack. It's obviously a very, very close spot, but he's decided to go with it. He's got the chips, only a fifth of his stack. Hoping he's flipping, and he is.
Ace, 10 and deuce, and the flip basically remains. Any kind of paint will get it done. Club on the turn, disaster for Gromov. Reduces it out somewhat. And the cruel Jack, not enough. 2-6 hold. Doesn't he look thrilled?
Yeah, it's quite hard to work out if he won or lost. He looks a bit confused himself. He's like,
There's just like you double back up
Yeah.
to starting stack. He's probably been in some pots. You're like, great, here we go. If he lost the hand, he was going to have 200k anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's only earned him 30,000 chips and $1,000.
It's always tough to know what to do when you're trying to double, but you also know that you could just rebuy.
It's just like
like double to starting or rebuy. It's a poison chalice.
Smilkovic in the big blind here with Queen 8 finds top pair on 8-6 deuce.
All in.
Vornin.
I think being this short, yeah, he can just rip it in. It doesn't really matter the times you run into a better hand. You're going to get looked up enough. Even with a hand like this, he might just flick in the king jack of diamonds. He's getting a good price, and he might think against one pair or the draws, in the 5-7 and 9-7.
Yeah. A little better than 2-1.
Yeah,
You can see here, only
you've just got to put it in, and
a 3-1 dog as it is.
he has called it.
King.
So then, Vornin looking to remove a dangerous player from his table.
No queen. King. Jack is also good. Okay. 9 of diamonds.
Ooh, 10 of diamonds. That's a spicy one.
Juicy.
Diamond. Boom.
I mean, Smilkovic is anti-rating himself, but is this just a case of, well, I can just buy 200k or have 165? It's exactly what we're just talking about, you know? These guys just want to spin it up.
Do you like that? Are you the guy that likes to root for the cards, or no?
Nah.
Are you not?
Should've
I feel like
put
everyone should
queen.
bring it back. Everyone's just too serious now and quiet. Should be like, 7 of diamonds.
Wait,
come
just
on."
screaming for your own card?
Yeah, it's great. Your card, their card, anything. It's a bit more fun. So under the gun here. It's open, peeled by the big blind.
So far, so good.
Yep. These are my favourite pots when no one really has too much.
Yeah, Paniac stabbing with that gut shot draw. Samiatin with what he knows, but the best of it here. And the Queen of Hearts draw, certainly enough to pique his interest. King rolls off.
So it's obviously a good card for Paniac's range, not his actual hand. See if he wants to fire again. He should be. And he should be going quite big.
Wow.
So we'll see how Zamitian responds. You have to excuse me with some of the pronunciations of names,
Sorry,
but
just bluff it,
I'll
my
do my
friend.
best. I'll
Just
do my
bluff it.
best. Many people can't pronounce my name properly, so it's I feel like what goes around comes around. This is actually a very tough spot with
Right.
50k. It's like
And this would be a tough spot with so much of his range, right? The flopped one
Yeah,
pairs,
yeah.
especially, you know, maybe he's in there with a really weak holding that's got a pair and a bad flush draw.
exactly.
Really hard
yeah.
to hang on.
I think everyone's played that perfectly, really, and
Like, even an ace no heart here is a really difficult spot, right? What are you doing with ace 7?
yeah, for sure.
Nice pickup. Well played. Alashmi's all in. What a shock. He's doing it over
Oh
this
wow,
button
yeah,
open.
he's gone for it.
And Borshkov's in the tank here. If he'd seen what we'd seen in the previous frame, yeah, okay, he does make the call. I mean, this is like a slam dunk against this player, but without that experience, without that knowledge.
Yeah, the king jack actually 3-bet, and he's cold fold all in.
Oh, wow. You're
Yeah.
right. What a play.
Yeah.
Alashmi says run it. I mean, the king 6 is like solver bait, right? The solvers love that
I've
hand.
got to root for him again. I've got to just keep rooting for him.
Queen 9, 8. No help to him thus far. Moshkov's king high, looking good for the hold. Just has to fade one of 3 6s. That's exactly what he does. Najmai eliminated for the second time on our feature table so far today.
And your man Boskov's got over 1 million.
Whoa,
That's a lot of chips at this stage.
he's fighting. And I mean,
Little card protector as well. What's
would
he
you
got
put the
there?
little cute penguin there in there 3-betting the king jack offsuit? I mean,
Yeah, maybe not.
come on.
What do you think he's
Is it-
going? Do you think he's going to bed or straight to the rebuy cage?
I think that face tells me he's going straight back in.
I think it's a good read. Look at that, over 1 million chips. Wow.
Wow. 5 starting stacks still. relatively early on in this one.
Mr. Kassam's got some work to do. We have the King 9 suit. Let's open the button here, and the easy peel from Pavlov, the 9-3 suited.
Yeah, much for nothing hand.
Bet and
Robbie
take
Onyx.
it. Good size in, just going with the B25. Gets the job done. That's all you need to do on that board.
Very neatly stacked time bank chips as well, has to be said. Anyway, LaRue, 2 jacks. He's opened it up. Czar's lurking behind. With kings on the button.
Some real hands.
There you go. Oh,
wow.
2 10s in the small. We've seen this kind of situation crop up a couple of times today. Always kind of give a lot of respect. It seems when there's like an early position raise in the button 3-bet, the button has the option to flat with so many hands that when they 3-bet in theory, that much more polar.
It's a very tough spot, yeah.
But 10's such a big hand. Again, in the kind of the flow, the dynamic of how this tournament's been going, what we've seen, people have been playing very fast and loose.
Yeah, for sure.
Wouldn't fault him for taking this spot.
You can't blame him at all. For this play, he's just run into it. But he has saved the jacks, probably.
Right.
Probably.
They look so much worse now, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's shrivel up. Yeah.
If you've got jacks, it's kind of this is the only hand you Oh. He's stacking them. He's going for it. Here we go. Like I say. No, he's not asked for a count. Has he asked for a count with the kings?
I think he has.
LaRue, you're like, okay, just somehow don't have ace queen and call.
I'm always curious, as soon as he does call, just to pan to the other 2 players and just see their reactions, because there are 2 types of player. The ones that just don't care, and the ones that will just be so mad and just fuming about it. It's just
Now,
like, how can you count?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, playing a tournament, 1k bind, just want to make sure everything's right, get it set,
Of course,
take a
yeah,
second,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've got kings. Oh no. Surely. He's never going to do anything but call.
Has he used a time bank yet, or
He's just throwing them out there.
Okay.
I mean, if you're LaRue, are you now rooting for the call? Or are you thinking this is like ace queen maybe? Or you're hoping he somehow folds ace king off?
To be fair to him, now that he's used a time bank, he is actually debating it.
Yeah.
You know, he's not slow rolling anyone.
But
He's
if you're LaRue, are you ever thinking this could be like queens in a really horrible spot or ace king offsuit? Or do you just think he's always got worse than you at this point? Well, here we go.
Yeah,
Well, cool. We'll see the hands. 10's exposed. Jacks be exposed. And there they are, the butchers.
They'll be surprised. He gave him a glance, didn't he? See?
Gromov as well.
There you go. 2 types of player. Players who take it well and players who don't. There you go. You've got 2 good players who are absolutely loving it. But
Yeah.
even though they're hating it.
It was Gromov who wasn't even the pot that gave the biggest
Yeah,
reaction. Like, really? Okay. Here we go. It's far from over. The jacks are all in. The 10s are all in. Kings cover a lot. This is a monster pot, the biggest one we've seen thus far today.
You take the kings, I'll have the jacks and the 10s.
Okay.
Next beer.
What, the free bar?
Exactly.
I see your game. Pitch a
Oh,
card,
taint.
but the wrong one. Queen, queen, 8, couple of hearts. Not going to change anything here, of course. The boys hit, they make a boat.
Rebuy cage might be busy.
So I just need to fade one more.
Clean. Not very much. Not much anyone could have done there, really. So
Yeah, it's kind of
Fair enough.
The 10s and the jacks both in that. The 10s is close whether he wants the 4-bet jam, and then the jacks is really close about whether
sure, yeah.
they continue. But
I was-
ultimately, in this kind of early stage of this tournament, the way it's playing, it's completely understandable that they've.
Yeah, I was also slightly mistaken. I thought the jacks was acting after the kings, so I thought it was a slightly easier fold.
Right.
But it's very, very difficult to fold there. And
Oh, a huge scoop there for the 2 kings. Jack of like King 6 of diamonds. I'll first look at him. Up against Smilko. His Queen 8 offsuit, not connecting this 9-6 deuce, but that doesn't appear to be slowing him down.
Yeah, I think you just want to bet pretty much your whole range on this board. This is the big blind, obviously the big blind is connected and can't fold. Got quite an easy check call. You never really want to be check raising these sorts of hands. It's also great if obviously the king comes. It's a great bluffing card for Smilovic.
Wow.
You can also just get there.
He finds the queen. And wow, what a wet-looking board it is as well. So many natural bluffs here that it's just incredible that he somehow managed to turn like full value.
Yeah. It's such a great card as well because you just have the best hand just so often. Because all the hands that check call you on the flop, they don't really include that many queens.
He's sizing this one up. 126k back with 80 in there, 1.5 times pot. Doesn't have to bet really particularly big to be able to set it up for the river. Here he's going 40k.
And these spots are just so tough because you can get sticky, but there's almost no good river for you, and you're either behind or you're ahead now, but you've got so many cards to dodge, and the bluffing cards as well. So it's a fold, but you're sort of folding knowing that you have the best hand a fair bit at the time, but there's not really much you can do, and you have to be disciplined in those spots. Very easy to get sticky.
Board just working against him.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a Wolves-proof fold. Okay. We've got Luxon. What's going on? We've got to raise him under the gun.
Hey, tell him.
Muscovicus, 2 9s.
Call 1.
Peel from the small, but Krastev in the big. It's jammed
Call
for
him, yeah.
a little less than 20. A swift call, and once more we are racing.
It's getting to that point now, isn't it? Everyone's kind of got those stacks that if you want to play the hand, you've kind of got to go with it.
Yeah, starting stack now 25 blinds.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a lot of this, I think, over the next hour or so.
Exactly. Which one are you taking this time, ace 10 or 9s?
I'm calling a chop pot.
Wow.
I cancel my...
I think I'll go 9s, I think.
Yeah, very bold of you, sir. Very bold of you. Krastev, hoping you're wrong. But to be wrong, it needs to come on the river. Nay. I saw he was rocking a I bought this shirt with your money poker themed
Is that
Banter
what it
t-shirt.
says?
Had he?
Nice.
You in for them? I could see you doing that in a very ironic sense.
I think I've flipped. If you'd asked me 10 years ago, I'd be like, oh my god, no. But now I absolutely love that stuff.
Yeah.
Just like, I love anything that comes to the table. It's a little bit different, a little bit exciting. A little bit of, what's the word? Flair. You know what I mean? Flair's good.
So you're right. We're shouting for cards.
Oh yeah.
We're wearing poker themed t-shirts.
Yeah. You've got to enjoy yourself.
Card protectors. We're bringing funky card protectors. Are we in? Are we bringing a penguin?
Haven't got one myself.
Maybe a merit turtle. Do we need to get you one? Is that what we need?
You could do, yeah.
What would it be? What do we need to
Might
get
change
you?
my luck, James. Raise from the deli. Interesting to see if he goes with 3-bet or call. I assume he's just going to call based on his stack depth, but a perfectly fine 3-bet. He has gone with a 3-bet, yeah.
I mean, if this man didn't 3-bet this hand, you can't wear a Triton t-shirt and not 3-bet ace-5 suited. Putting it out there.
That's a good point.
It's the rules. And already hands like this just become a little awkward, don't they? I mean, obviously we're operating sub 20 blinds.
Yeah, he's only got 20, hasn't he? So
Only.
yeah, you've got to just put that in. But
You're not high-fiving the dealer though.
no, of course. And it's also frustrating that when you go all in, all the worst hands fold. And
Right.
but I think being out of position, you've got to protect your hand a bit there and just go with it.
Mukovic wasting no time.
When you get a little bit deeper, it's quite good to flat some stronger hands there and keep the ace-5 suited in and things like that.
7 check.
Back at Luxon. Sergienko's in the mix with King-Jack on a Queen-Jack-8 board. You raised. You go peeled from the button and look at this turn card.
25.
Gin struck.
The immediate, how much? How many chips will I be winning?
55.
Oh, he's gone for the raise, okay.
75.
Bit unorthodox.
65. 65.
Perhaps believing the tale that's been told. Strength up front. Firing this turn card.
Yeah, if you think he has something, think he's not going to fold, then
And also,
go ahead and raise.
well, the club draws out there. We kind of want to maximise against those, I suppose.
Sure. That's a very disciplined fold, actually. And that's obviously a reason that sometimes you don't want to fold. You don't want to raise, sorry, on the turn. Is you don't want to lose the Jack X and the Queen X.
And then Locking from under the gun. Reinvesting, this time Queen 10 off. Paniac and Yuda coming along with very similar hands. It is the King 9-6 board that takes Yoda out front. Locking though, doing the leading with that gut shot draw. A lot of equity in this pot.
A little bit of something for everyone, but nothing major. Bottom pair, a gut shot, and another gut shot.
Hang on a second. Is that elevation?
I don't particularly mind. I think this is kind of better than calling, but
I like it, yeah.
he's gone big though.
You do see this sometimes, right? The bottom pair kind of doesn't
Sure.
progress particularly well. Don't know what the bad cards are.
Yeah.
Mix it in sometimes as a
think
a bluff hand.
I think it can be better in the heads-up pots rather than the three ways, but it's worked out for him. He obviously didn't want to check call, not really know where he is, very hard to improve. So he's taken the aggressive line, which is never a bad thing, James, in Nil-It Hold'em.
There we go. Comfortably fold if regression came. I like it. All right, the Penguin's back in the mix. And
Hood's gone up.
he's back in there with not much of a hand. Blind on blind encounter. No prizes for working out how we got here on this one. Check call from the ace high, continuing the trap.
Vogelsang's son, younger brother maybe. It's a lovely turn card for you. And a bit of an action card as well.
Huge, yeah. I mean, Moshkov, one imagines. Doesn't get much better than that. Picking up a combo draw.
80,000.
He's gone double pot,
Wow, love this guy.
which I really like.
Just really drops the hammer on those flop one pair hands, right?
Yeah. And even a hand like this, which is super strong and never had any plans to fold turn, he's a bit now unsure what to do.
Oh,
He wasn't expecting the double pot turn.
yeah, but how often? Yeah, I was about to
Yeah,
say,
wow, and he
so
just
much
folds.
talking. You rarely see talking followed by a call like that. Look at this.
Yeah, wow. Great bet.
Wow, Boshkov.
Great bet.
And like, you feel so good when you make that overbet, thinking, okay, I'll make this
Yeah.
guy fold with one pairs, and you make him fold ace jack near instantaneously.
The bet is designed to make strong hands fold and not that strong hands. So when you see like a hand, you're like, wow.
Yeah. And maybe, you know,
Now that he's seen that as well.
don't show these things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because now people are
Next
like,
blind
okay, you read these big overbets as
Mm.
full-on strength in a spot where you don't really get to have many big hands.
Yeah.
Got Zanka under the gun. Ace king, he's coming in. Pavlov in the middle wants to see a 6. Vornin surely wish to come along as well.
He's
See
in
if
there.
he can't find a 3.
Thinking about peeling the 9-8 off on the button. He's 3-way ahead of him, so he was seeing some value there. Personally, I think it's too weak. You've just got to fold that one.
Taylor fuming and looking down at the Jack 6 offsuit. Such a chance to take this one full way, but that hand never going to be done. We had 3-way. Well, anticlimactic. Ace king 5. Got the tanker with all of it.
Assume he's going to go quite fairly small, but that board's just all him really, isn't it? And no action from anyone else. You would assume.
Yeah, bet does get it done. Obviously, I was watching. Why'd you bet? You've got so much of it. Of course, he's just going to want to bet this board a lot as the opener under the gun. Of course, you're going to bet your strong ones too. He's king, a prime example.
Yeah, you've still got to build the pot even when you've got such a strong hand.
Back over at DTD Live. Blocking his flops top pair. Paniac doing his bidding for him, and look at this, just saying, hey, let's run it here.
Peel from the big and yeah, just check raised all in. I think maybe he could have gone smaller there. He's got a few more chips now. He doesn't really need to just be going all in. He could have checked raised for value. He could have also checked call, which is absolutely fine in the more standard play.
Right. Guess obviously a board like that, 10-7-5, realizing there's lots of bad cards,
Yeah.
just making the pot a bit easier for himself, deciding to run it.
Right, exactly.
People are still very gambling in this one. 217 entries here on day 1-8.
This is an action flop. Top pair and then up flush draw and open straight draw from the big blinds.
Yeah, this will see a bit of movement.
Again, this is another one. It's just very hard to navigate, especially on an ace-high board. So it'll be interesting to see if he check calls or check raises. I would assume he's just going to check call and see what the turn brings.
About 23k. This is a 3-way pot. Teddy, of course, the man in the middle. One imagines not for long, but that gives a bit more credence to the bet from Akovelik. One that Kostanka perhaps will therefore treat with a bit more respect, as Steve suggests. Perhaps just to continue in the form of a call. I can't rule anything out in this place.
No, he's not. He's not a man I'm going to try and predict. We know he's not folding though, and I think just a check raise just gets you in too much trouble, really, doesn't it? If the guy jams, you've kind of got to call it off. You've got 7 high, and it's not good. And that's the last turn card in the deck you're hoping for.
So any avenue where he just decides to check this back with so much of it?
Possibly. I think actually just a small size is good here, really. Because a 5 and a 6 are drawing dead. You've got the hearts yourself as well.
Right, a size that doesn't price out hearts, I guess, is the...
Yeah. You wanna be setting up a river jam, and the SPR's already around 1, so I think I'd go smaller than that.
Because Danker, in fact, won the MPP Open event here. First MPP back in 2022.
I've played with him a few times, yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, this is effectively the same event, right? The opening event of the MPP.
Sure.
Pokerok mystery bounty. Man is not shying here. Also actually came 11th in the Coin Room Invitational here, and the Triton event a few years back.
Azar here has check called the flop.
One thing you'll be careful of against Gromov is this man rarely slows down. And the most consistent players here.
He's not gone overly big though on the turn, so I expect him to carry on with the hand.
Oh,
not a good river though.
Easy game. Zar checks the third time. Gromov, well, he's fired twice. Without it, now he's got it.
These are the spots where the very good sort of elite players will find some check raise bluffs. You know, they'll have maybe like the Queen 10 with with just the bare Queen of Hearts. They'll face a bet on the river, maybe half pot or something, and then they'll decide to turn their hand into bluff.
Look at that. Gromov
He just checks back.
aware
So
of what you're saying,
he
yeah.
he might have been thinking the same. He's thinking, I've got the best hand so often, but if I get check raised here, it's probably going to be all in. So I want to take more of a low variance option and not really put myself in that spot. You can also argue that a 10 and a 5 and maybe a jack are just going to fold, so you can't get as much value as maybe you think you can.
Yeah, nice adjustment there from Gromov. Perfectly explained now. Here we are back at the Onyx. So Queen Jack 4 3 heart board has developed. Two players are here with very good one pair hands. Pavlov on King Queen, but he is second best at the moment to that Ace Queen. For now though, no real option but to continue in the form of a call.
Yeah, I like the check call. Feels quite standard. And he doesn't know it, but that's a great card for him.
Yeah, it's one of these cards that like both players just hate.
Yeah. Like when you're playing, you think, oh yeah, no heart, and then it comes, and then actually you watch it back and you think, oh, actually that saved me. You know, you can like poker players, they think they're just very unlucky all the time, but actually it's a good card for him.
Surely, yeah. Both players just with so much hand to check back.
90.
Oh,
Okay, he's gone for a little blocker.
90.
I think it's actually too thin, to be honest, because he'll have so many small hearts and things.
right.
I don't think Ace Jack's gonna pay this off on the river. So, but I can understand it. You know, he doesn't want to get bluffed. He thinks that if he puts out a small blocker bet on the river, that's less likely to happen.
Crying cool. Beat value.
The
Yeah.
only one
Whoops.
I can beat.
Yeah, he doesn't think he'll do it with the jack. So, yeah.
All right, minimal loss given the flop. Really, could have been far worse. We carry on. I didn't mention before, of course, as we're coming into that break, that was the moment for registration, sadly, to end. So we are now filled set, as it were. We are playing the freeze-up portion of this event. 217 entries.
Back to the DTD live table.
Gromov in it again. 2 sevens from the small. Grinch Crush. Yep, so planner today is of course played down to the money, which means the final 33 players. Wolves is where we're heading to.
Yeah.
And of course, it's not just the money. I mean, it is the money, but it's more importantly, not more importantly, but the bounty portion as well. Once we reach the money, bounties activate. That'll be on day 2. And that's so much fun. But so it's like an extra large bubble though, isn't it? Because
Of course.
being able to access that part of the prize pool is worth so much.
You as a big fan of the mystery bounties?
I am. Not that I've ever pulled one, but I feel like I'm going to pull a big one at some point.
It's a lot of fun pulling the bounties, definitely.
I was saying this to Casso earlier that I'm definitely the kind of guy that would just rock up at the World Series and pull the million out and no one would be surprised.
Yeah. I can think of a few guys. You're definitely up there with them. Yeah.
Like there's just
Wouldn't
no
even be
justice.
surprised.
Rock up, fire a couple of bullets, pull a milli, see you later.
We've got the Queen Jack versus the 4s here. Super standard so far. Ooh, action. I was about to say action understandably slows down.
Here it is.
And now it's an interesting dilemma because he's going to value bet the Queen Jack and the 4s are going to raise and he's going to think you are representing absolutely nothing.
Other than pocket fours.
Pocket
It's
fours,
one
yeah.
of those, isn't it? It's like, how can you ever have a raise here?
These are the what I call the stupid hands where I'm sort of burning maybe 5 time banks.
Mm.
And at the end of the day I'm thinking, well, it was
I
only
still
a
don't
pot
know.
of 100k, just...
Get to the end, still just want to flip a coin. Okay, 37k the bet. Let's see the acting job.
Yeah, it's an absolute must raise, especially to that size. You should raise versus pretty much any size, but this size is actually going to confuse.
I just noticed the glasses. Hang on a second here.
Oh, he's got one square, one round. Wow.
I'm never falling to this man.
Yeah, no fault.
Let me just say.
You just take one look at him. He's just like
He's trying to confuse me with the frame.
square pegs, round holes sort of guy.
There we go. Where did he get these from? I'm in.
I love them.
I have 2 pairs of
They're
glasses.
brilliant.
I have one round, one square. Who knew that I could blend them?
Do you think he had them like sort of custom made, or he had sort of 2 glasses and one broke, and he sort of put them together?
He's just merging.
And he's jammed, and this is the anguish of poker when you just have no idea what a man has.
Yeah, like how does he have something here?
111k to win 310. But it's a very strange line as a bluff. Usually it's something they've slow played in earlier streets, like 8s or 3s or 6s or something. In the hijack, you shouldn't really have many 2 pairs. Jack 8 suited, maybe.
He's like 7-5 over a possibility if he peeled the hijack
Yeah,
with his hand. Kind of.
seems unlikely, and it might bet the turn as
Yeah.
well. And
That's what I mean. Like these hands surely do just bet.
yeah, he's got the exact face I expected him to have. Is I don't think you bluff him, but I can't put you on a hand, and yeah, it's fair enough. He
Show me the
calls.
cards.
Yeah. It's very, very hard when someone's essentially repping maybe 1, 2, 3 hands,
Right.
and you're getting an okay price, and it's day one. You know, it is very hard to fold.
He's wearing blended glasses. What's the man to do?
Yeah, sure. I think lots of people look at that hand, they say, oh, he's like called it off with 1 pair, Queen Jack, no kicker, but the way that hand was played was very, was just a little bit strange, and I don't blame him for flicking that one in. Even though they do always have it. I need to end on that, but yeah.
Apart from when they don't. It happens occasionally. All right. Panny out. From the cut-off getting involved and Mariarchik.
Yeah, at this stage, you just got to be raise calling. Seize the bad news. Pull and bear, been going since 1991. You learn something every day, don't you? Every day's a school day. I'd have guessed like 2005.
I noticed Paniac's wearing like some baller Amiri, like American football jersey.
I've played with Paniac quite a fair bit. He's always like kind of playing games on his phone whilst he's playing. I'm like, mate, is this not enough for you?
Well, I mean, I'm going to go out and say that top retails a fair amount.
Oh, you think? Okay.
Yeah. Come on.
I don't know. I'm sporting clothes from Marks and Spencer, so I don't know.
Ace Queen holds. I mean, I'm trying to find the exact one online. Just doing a bit of shopping here. Don't mind me. Right then, back at Luxon. We have 8 and ace-king facing off on this Jack 10-10 board. Gonzalez now falls behind the Boshkovs.
8 check.
Yep, it's gone check check. I don't mind it versus +1.
Тогда не прочекал третий, я открыла ридер.
He's checked back the turn as well, 'cause it's quite interesting.
Founders Way, all the way to Broadway.
Trying to disguise his
Floor table
hand,
3, please.
not play too big a pot.
Floor table 3.
What's occurred here?
I think he should have been value betting it, but maybe he didn't check the turn. Maybe that's why they've called the floor. I think he sort of gestured with his hand. The dealers thought that he's checked back, but actually he's changed his mind.
Yeah, but I mean, he made Broadway. This is like one of these
Yeah.
weird spots
Shuffle back
where
in
now you're
maybe.
thinking, if I'm in Gonzalez's seat, I'm thinking, well, he doesn't have an ace.
It depends who. I mean, I assume it was him that said he didn't check. Yeah. So.
Right.
Well, you think he's like pretending that he hates the river and.
Well, but like, most people might have just been like, not said anything when they see they've been dealt
Sure,
straight on the
sure,
river.
sure,
to go,
sure.
hang on a second, I didn't check. I
think
want that redealt.
I think don't overthink these spots and just. Do you know what I mean? Don't like try and work out if the guy's trying to angle you or not.
Yeah.
But he's now just bet like 1 big blinds, which is interesting. New River.
I was close, Steve. That top, playing that swearing is retails for just under a buy into this tournament.
Are you serious?
Just $1,000. Don't worry about it.
I have
He's just
absolutely,
balling.
absolutely no idea about these things, but if he offered it to me for like 100 quid, I'd just be like, no. So
These are things that won't happen, so we haven't got to worry about too much about it. Okay, here we go. We stuck around.
He somehow managed to find a even
Yeah.
better river.
Like,
It's like
but
Queen of clubs,
he'd
no
have got me
thanks.
with this. Like, wait, was he? He didn't want the queen on the river, but he wants to now bet. And check two. So what does that mean? He's
Yeah.
got
I think when
doesn't
you've
have a boat.
got, sure,
Like,
but I think when you've got eights, it's just it's a bit irrelevant. It's very hard to be winning here. I mean, the only thing you now beat is a turn straight, which isn't going to bet the river. So the only thing that maybe could get him paid is his size on the turn, which is a bit strange. You just bet like 20k. But yeah, I mean, I think you can sort of level yourself in these hands, but he has called.
yeah, I mean,
Full house is a full house, I guess.
yeah.
And this man feels like he's a genius now.
He'd have got. I think he might have got me.
Yeah.
Like just the.
I mean, it's
The
easy
whole-
to get you, Debs. Jesus. Might have got you. Definitely have got you.
he
Yeah.
got me. Boshkov.
He's having a very good day, isn't he?
Yeah, showing as an online qualifier, but showing some real, in my mind, street smarts there.
Yeah, this guy's played live before for sure.
Yeah, and building a monster stack, way over a milli in the pile.
Okay, we have an open under the gun 2 from the Jack 9 suited. Lovely little hand. Ace 5 suited peels. In the hijack, the big blind is surely going to come along. It's just whether he wants to maybe get aggressive, but no, he just peels. All perfectly standard plays.
7-4-3, interest for Gromov. Working the straight both ways. Watkins 3 gonna lead.
This is one of those situations where you have a little bit of a piece. You don't want to check and have them bet. So you're a bit unsure about your hand and you don't really want to fold. So you sort of see this from a lot of recreational players. They're not too confident about their hand, and you find yourself in a lot of situations like this, basically, where you get raised and it's just very hard to proceed.
30k more the request.
I'd like to see him continue, but no. He did
you
have the
say,
backdoor diamonds. and
So
things
hard,
as well.
isn't it? With that direct improvement or
Yeah.
picking up
Of course, yeah.
diamonds.
Yeah.
Just going to run it real tough to continue. Nice pick up from Gromov. Attacking that lead.
There used to be a time years ago where that was just always weak hands. Who was the girl? Annette. You remember Annette used to play?
Not Obristad, yeah.
And she just used to like raise 100% versus that. She played that tournament online, didn't she? Where she basically hid her whole cards.
She didn't look at her cards. Well, things we can look at here is the schedule ahead at the MPP. This is what we've got for your viewing pleasure. 3 days of this mystery bounty, then 3 days of the Luxon Pay Grand Final, and then of course the biggie, the main event, 5K 5 mil guaranteed, taking place on 11th, the 12th, and the 13th. Again, I'm going to get it in here. I'm going to share with him praise because it's his first frame with us, and we're going to butter him up. By the end of it, we'll be abusing him. But then you've been part of that final day in the past. Whoops.
I feel more comfortable with the abuse rather than the praise.
Nice. But no,
Yeah.
there'll be some very happy boys at the end of this trip on the final table of that 5 mil guaranteed event.
I think it was actually the very first MPP that I played. Yeah.
Do you, I mean, obviously, I think anytime you do one tournament, you kind of remember the particulars. That was a 5K buy as well, was it? And was the guarantee?
It was the same, yeah.
The same 5 mil?
Yeah, 5 mil. Oh, this is a...
Oof. God stanker. Unlucky, my friend.
hell of a board.
Only
Check on the flop, so...
Yeah.
Interesting to see the action now.
Only coming out with a bet. Interesting to see him come out with a bet here. So often we see maybe on this turn card that everything checks in flow normally.
It's a bit suspicious, isn't it, when the turn card favours the pre-flop raiser and you come out leading. But he has led quite small, so...
Stanker. Oof. Wow.
Quite impressive to just call there with the ace-king. But I think he sort of semi-smells a rat, but he can't really do much.
Don't want to give those hearts a cheaper draw, but at the same time...
And somehow, I think he's actually getting out of this hand relatively unscathed.
Look at this.
Because he's not loving it, is he? He's kind of like, well, you're betting my cards here. The ace is my card, the king's my card, and you're betting. But if that was me, I'd be quite happy to only lose what 95,000 a hand, where I've been totally cooled.
Yeah.
So
imagine if Deli had just checked that turn, good stanker would have bet, and then he could have sprung the check raise. All of a sudden, pot swells.
Nice pickup for Deli, though. He's over 500,000.
Yeah, although
chip leader on the table.
Chip leader on the table, but this is a very shallow stack table playing 5K, 10K. We can see already we're sort of average stack is going to be over 400K. So
yeah,
all those chips residing elsewhere, like over here. Well, we have as our 3-betting ace queen suited up against Yuda's king at 10. And take to this ace king 6 board.
These are very, very tough hands to get away, and to be honest, you don't really want to get away with king 10 of hearts. You've got all the back doors. You might have the best hand, but the fact it's a 3-bet pot, you know, it's a very inflated pot, and things can get very expensive very quickly. Already over 200K in the middle.
Yeah, this one's a biggie. Well, both players pick up a little bit more, but I think both are more concerned about the texture of that board. Jack could easily have helped either player.
Yeah, I'd like to see us keep betting though. I think it's much better with your range to get your streets early, but I can understand him checking. He's obviously worried about the card himself, and he's gone into check call mode.
New dart.
You'd assume he's just going to take the free equity.
Right.
Might have the best hands. Might outdraw.
Is he going for some sort of small bet here to buy a showdown? Is that what he's thinking? Looks like he is. Or is he just setting up to go ham at this one?
You'd assume if he is going to bet, he'd go fairly small, but no, he's gone half pot.
Yeah. Seems more like one that just happy to turn this hand to bluff already.
Possibly, yeah. He could be thinking about that, couldn't he? Button versus big blind. Big blind can have a lot of ace-x. Maybe he's got plans to try and bluff, you know, the ace-5, the ace-7, the ace-9 things. But there's no way that Azarkon folds. Just there's so many hands that peel the 3-bet and peel the flop bet.
The initial body language, though, when facing the bet, did look pretty defeatist. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
look at this. Like, he's almost shaking his head, really.
You can sort of tell that this isn't acting as well, you know.
Yeah. Very genuine.
But in my experience, he's still calling.
No. Say it ain't so.
I'm wrong. Wow. That's
Say it ain't so.
incredible.
Wow, and he shows it.
Incredible.
Don't show it.
Incredible. Will Yuda show, or will he just silently muck?
Look, Yuda will say, wow, how did you fold that? While sliding the cards to the dealer and taking the chips.
Yeah. He
Again,
should have just shown him the king, because then he thinks he's made 2-pair. He's like, oh yeah,
You
great
can
fold,
choose.
Great fold, yeah.
Is it Queen 10? Is
Yeah.
it King Jack?
I hate you can choose, by the way. I always just say no now. It's just too annoying. Left or right? Left or right? Which one do you want? My left, your left.
Yuda gets away with one and builds the lead here.
Yep, he found a way to win that pot. I wouldn't have found that.
Okay, back at the Onyx. Taylor's facing a 10k bet. It's from Chen on the button.
More button versus big blind action.
Bottom me a 20k bet equals 10k to call. Being that he's already in the big blind, and he's click 3-bet.
Gone small, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe trying to induce the all-in.
How grim is this when you're Chen, like, of all the hands you want to have here? The raggy offsuit ace just
Yeah.
performs so poorly, but for 20k feels compelled, and he's getting the price.
You do feel compelled, but I think with that size, it's very rarely a bluff. So against all his value hands, it's a7 off is just a really bad hand to proceed. But I don't fold him for calling because it's only 20k more. But you have to be very careful.
Now then, Taylor misses. Now will he proceed? I mean, he's effectively up against an entire button range minus the strongest hands that would have full bet, so...
Yeah. He's gone half pot. Should be enough. Especially with Chen only having 160 odd K back. It's a third of his stack to proceed. You feel like if you want to do something, you'd have to go all in, which is a bit sort of hold your breath and like close your eyes.
Lines up 6-12.
Always nice in that spot to see bet and you're just thinking fold, 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 fold. Please don't do anything. Because those pots are very worthwhile now.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's the difference with you having 100k or 300k. So.
Right then, smiles around. DTT live. What's going on? 3-way. Grom off the opener. Krush peels the big blind and flops top 2.
Bit of action.
Bottom with a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds. And it is checked to him. Gromov not going to be putting chips into that board in this lineup. $15k the bet.
Don't mind the flop bet. I'd have gone a little bit bigger. You're obviously trying to rep the king queen.
Now, feels like mandatory raise here, and that's what he's come with. 50k the offer. Kind of doesn't have to go too big, I guess, especially against blocking rainbow board.
Yeah.
Not particularly deep.
I think versus that size you have to raise, but if the flop size is a little bit bigger, I think it's better just to call because you've got the undergun 1 behind you, and you want to kind of keep him in at this point. It is Queen 10-6 rainbow as well.
Well, I mean, never the best looking card when you flop top 2, but you can pretty much eliminate the kings and aces right from there, and you can eliminate 6x, I'd imagine. So
I think it's okay versus the button range, isn't it? And if the button did have 6x, a lot of the time it would just check back on the flop. So You know,
Maybe even better in the sense that, you know, eliminate some of the 10-6 suited combos and Queen 6
yeah.
suited.
Is the lead coming? Okay. He's trying to kind of rep the 6, but he's got top 2, so you don't really want to do that. But maybe he wants to get value from his hand, and
Yeah.
now that under the gun 1 has folded as well, he's thinking, yeah, it's time to get some value. But in general, there you want to be checking most of your range, well, your whole range. But
I'll look at the D2D live table here. One of 3 feature tables coming to you from the Merit Royal Diamond. New concept here. 3 feature tables bouncing around regularly, bringing you all the action. I said to Picasso earlier, no more watching the dealer shuffle. Those days are gone. Until we reach a final table, I suppose. So they'll be back then.
very boring to watch the dealer be shuffling, isn't it? So yeah.
They're very good dealers here, though. You know. So.
Yeah, this 3-table thing, I like it.
Nice.
Constant action.
Constant action is what's going on right now. Stanker finds himself in here with the number 2 flush. Chen betting with that third ace. And it's Smilka, the one actually with outs to win the pot, holding top 2 in the form of that ace king. Kind of.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the stack though, does he? It's
Yeah.
quite a large proportion of his stack, and he figures that the board needs to pair, and he's definitely up against at least one club. I assume Chen's just going to check back here and not go too crazy. He beats some 2 pairs now as well, so sees the bad news.
Mm-hmm.
142k pot would have been nice when you've got 114k.
Yeah. All the more important. Stanker just has the look of a man who spent many an hour at the poker table.
Many a year.
Yeah. Just zero way getting excited at any pot on day 1.
Button v big blind again.
Yeah, Gromov. Flopping 2 pair.
Connection from both, yeah. These are not the hands you want to be slow playing. You just want to be c-betting. It's very likely the big blind's got a piece of that.
Mm-hmm.
You've obviously hit it quite hard yourself.
Yeah, maybe induce some real quick maneuvers in the big blind in this instance. Maliochuk decided to check call with that 4 working, and Gromov actually improves on this deuce turn in the form of backdoor spades, and plenty of draw potential out there. Reason for him to go pretty large here, and of course unblocking the 7 as well, Orbs.
Exactly, yeah, which is such a big part of his range, isn't it? All the 8x, 7x, pairs and gut shots, backdoor flush draws. I'd like to have seen a size much bigger than that, and I'm not just saying that because he's got 2 pair. I feel like it's a good strategy to go big on the deuce turn.
Is this just because Maliochuk's just got 170 banks? He thinks by betting 50 kind of.
Oh yeah, that's true. To be fair,
yeah, like
yeah, he was setting it up for the river. Yeah,
yeah, but I think I'm with you. Obviously, in a deeper situation.
Yeah. Yeah, deeper there, he's not supposed to have the 7 deuce off, the 6 deuce off, so the deuce is actually just a very good card to put pressure on him.
Pavlov in the mix again.
Yep.
Once again with King Queen.
Man's got guns.
He does. I mean, I wasn't going to challenge him to arm wrestle.
For a man who does not have guns, I seem to notice these things.
I mean, we're in a similar boat. I think most people have got guns. Orbs.
Be interesting to see. Moving quickly on. Be interesting to see what Chen does here. He could definitely be going all in. What does he have?
10 blinds.
Yeah, 10 blinds. Yeah. Problem is, you're versus under the gun. However, Pavlov is not, he's not super tight, so.
Is he on for the sneaky, make it
Oh,
look crazy
interesting.
strong?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's gone for the unconventional non-all-in.
And this is the thing that just Pavlov's in exactly the spot, right, where you're like, wait, what is this? I've got king queen suited, guys.
Yeah, he's managed to get the ace-jack suited to fold, whereas if he'd have jammed, maybe he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have folded that. Who knows?
Pavlov was like, whatever. I'm not folding.
I wonder if he does go all in the ace-jack suited plays.
Yeah, Smoker with what? He only had like 7 blinds himself back, right?
Lots of time on the table if people aren't familiar with everyone's chip stack every hand. So when someone 3-bets him, there's a chance that he didn't see that he had half his stack back.
Right.
So it kind of looks stronger to people that aren't paying attention. Pavlov just wasn't having any of it. He was just like, I'm all in.
Whatever, mate. Oh, 9 in the window. Queen rocks out behind it. Oof. That's a dirty way of doing it.
114.
I'm very lucky.
You're the man.
In the game,
No, I followed ace jack.
in all-ins,
That's the most important part.
sometimes yes.
Always, yes.
Lucky and all-ins
You got
declared.
massive tournaments, yeah.
Always stay away from those people.
Again, fairly shallow here on this table. 500k, the leading stack, would be far from leading over on the Boshkov table.
And man, he's not shallow, yeah. Mr. Boskov. Looking very dapper.
Yes.
Not really had too much go against him, has he? Everything's just kind of worked out.
Well, resistance incoming.
7-12.
Flat from ace queen suit in the cutoff. And you go up.
Yeah, you can definitely go both ways with this hand. Personally, I prefer 3-bet because I feel like you're going to get more action from a guy who's got 1.2 million chips.
But also, how can you win a pot against a guy who wins every pot that's got 1.2 million chips?
Sure, but you can't let that get to you. Things can change fast.
Oh, I believe. Yeah, Rabari in here from the big one with ace jack.
Ooh.
Strikes best, he would think, on this jack 4-4, but somehow Boshkov from under the gun has the 4.
It was so disguised, I didn't even see it.
I didn't either. I pivoted after saying Rabari
Yeah.
flopping best, realizing he hadn't flopped best. The Penguins at it again.
This is an absolute mandatory, just flat.
Yeah, I
Your
mean-
man behind has so many pocket pairs and jack-hacks and things.
Yeah,
so
and
you
you're
just have to-
looking down at your man's stack size. He's let out here with just 100k back.
Yeah,
160 already in there. You know you're getting that.
it's the dream turn as well, because the big blind has very likely got a jack or a 4, and he's gone for it. Unfortunately, this time he's just run
It's just
into
the,
a very,
wait, have I got 4? Is that?
very
There are 2 on the board. Okay. And yeah. Rabari gets the bad news. Perhaps a decision for him pre-flop. May well have
yeah.
looked to squeeze jam.
He could have gone all in pre.
Was fairly shallow against the man. We know he's playing a lot of hands. Obviously, would have been looked up, one imagines, by the ace-queen.
It's a very silly game, isn't it? If he goes all in pre, the king 4 folds, the ace queen calls, and he
Yeah.
hits a jack, and now he's thinking, oh, I'm so lucky.
I'm the
and-
best.
And now he's thinking, oh, I'm the most unlucky player there is.
Set open 3.
Waving to the rebuy desk.
I'm afraid not. Well, there is 1B. Always an option.
Oh,
And
is
then-
it?
Then there's 1C.
Is it closed now for the
We are
rebuy?
closed, yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually closed at the moment you entered the booth. That was the end of it. So, I mean, relatively early in terms of the number of blinds in play, but
I knew that. I was just testing you.
but obviously with 2 starting flights a day doesn't freeze anyone out. Plenty of time to get in this one. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
So many tournaments these days just get, in my mind, far too deep into their entry. Like, we're entering with 10 blinds. And
Oh,
stuff.
agree.
It's-
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
It's just A bit silly.
Look
Even
at that
more.
set, by the way. It's the first time I've seen it pan out. It looks very, very beautiful. The guys have done a
Yeah.
great job.
It's a fantastic setup here. We'll see the primary table here, or Onyx table.
This is my favourite one, I think, at the Onyx table. I like the gold.
Like, he's moved all in under the gun for what, 70k.
Yeah.
Vaughn in the next seat. Obviously, loving your hand against that hand for that amount, but a table to act behind.
Exactly, yeah. I think he's only has, what, 6 blinds. So, I think it's an easy call, yeah.
I kind of like the way he went about it as well. Just body language, kind of
Yeah,
way
take your time with
calmly
it.
counted it out,
Yeah.
put it out. Because he's going to play, I assume, ranges of flat here. I don't know, maybe there's some 3-betting.
I think it's fine to just flat everything there, yeah.
Yeah, and he did it in a way that didn't telegraph that it was a kind of more marginal spot.
Yeah, you want to flat the ace-jack so you can flat the queens, and you know you're not totally exploitable that you're just going all in every time you have ace-king or queens, kings, aces, etc. So
10-7 needs help and finds some on the flop, but the jack, a dagger to the heart, backdoor diamonds are working.
he's got a sweat,
Oh,
a bigger sweat now.
there it is. The deck is rich,
Good luck, guys.
but not rich enough.
No dice. See you tomorrow. Oh, they're filming the Walk of Shame. Hate that.
Not too far though.
Yeah.
Let him off the stage. We're not following him out the room.
Yeah.
straight to the
Absolutely.
buying desk.
It's absolutely brutal. when they follow
one
out the
B,
room.
please.
Yeah. Coming for the interview. Like, not today, thanks.
Yeah. So how was your experience today on day 1A of the...
How was your 5th bullet in there? Just speak to you tomorrow. Seems like a case of first to bet takes it. No one with much. Flop was check. Nice pickup from Javier. First Spanish flag we've seen.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
It's underrepresented. That's 4. Things certainly starting to calm down a little bit in here. Hectic start to the stream with the entry period still going, but we are now playing the more serious stage of the tournament.
Yeah, this is the time when you have
Oh,
Queen Jack off in the hijack. You've got to go with it, and he's just been very unlucky.
let's see. This is
Oh, it's
Almost-
it's great watching someone just sweat the aces. Like he's like, yeah,
this is almost a carbon copy of the hand we saw a moment ago, where it was a jam for about 70k.
yeah.
The next seat sitting there with Ace Jack. This time it's the boots.
That was beautiful camera work though, as he's just holding it up and 1 ace, 2 ace.
I like this though as well. Kind of not giving too much away.
Yeah, 2 quicks.
Casually flick it in. Don't make too
Just
much of a
call.
scene.
Yeah. Pray someone behind you does something. Jump out your seat.
Yeah. How's your luck, Gonzalez? You jammed into the boots.
Can the Luxon table deliver us a bad beat?
Well, it can, Orbs.
But will they?
It very much can. Okay. Go, come on, don't that. We've got backdoor hearts work. Have you got some
Ten
sort of
of
straight
hearts.
there?
Oh,
we
that's your
go.
card. That's your card. Yeah, look at his eyes. He did it twice. Yeah, nice.
Double wide. But
A bit of a sweat. Unlucky, Mr.
yeah, so
Gonzalez.
he busted out, but also he gives you a ticket.
Sit open table 3.
Yeah, it's not nice when you get called when you get called back to the table.
Yeah.
You know, like they think that you might have had more chips. And you're like, oh, come back. No,
No, we just need your
you are
receipt.
out, yeah.
Just
Have you got your ticket? No.
just to clock you out. You're right. I don't think we've seen anything particularly harsh in the old bad beat department thus far. Not that I'm wishing such things. I mean, we've seen a couple of cool rounds. We saw the 4s hit a set on the river against the flop top pair.
Yeah. Nothing all in pre that was too
Right then.
too devastating. A bit of action here.
What's... No, yeah, blocking's folded. I was going to say that wasn't
Yeah.
blocking, calling with 10 deuce, and
Could be a
definitely.
very ambitious
It was
play with 10 deuce off.
Meanwhile, forget all that because Gromov has just flopped the joint. 9-6 deuce all diamond board, and obviously Azar sticking around with these 2-4s, and it's the kind of board that, like, okay, we don't like the monotone nature of it, but at the same time, we kind of got a pocket pair and.
Yeah, you can actually definitely treble this hand sometime, but it's pretty dicey in situations in merit.
So he's come out leading. Opened the gun, peeled a 3-bet. Now leads 9-6 deuce, perhaps recognising that, hey look, I just want to get my man off his big ace combos that no diamond.
Yeah. He has gone for the raise. I can understand people raising this spot. You know, he thinks there's a lot of pocket pairs, maybe with a diamond, they're not going to fold and things. But I think overall it's much better just a flat. Easy to say, obviously, when you can see the guy's only got 4s, but your hand is just so strong and you're in position, heads up, and it's already a 3-bet pot. He has continued though. He knows his
Wow.
man. Knows his man. Has he
Wow, what is going on here?
done it? Has he found it, James?
What is going on? He has
Wow.
clicked it back up to 250. Gromov just...
I mean, credit where credit's due. That does take some balls.
Yeah.
It's obviously not going to work, and the hand he's picked is not fantastic. But
Gromov's like, okay then, let's go.
and this is actually quite a big error just to go all in here.
But
You do want to just call, like.
that's almost the credit to Azar that it's so believable that Gromov thought there's no way he's ever folding, right?
Sure, but yeah, wow.
He's like, well, this guy's obviously got it as well, and I have it.
He's trying to convince himself he might just have the ace of diamonds and he can call it off, but you've still got 300k left.
Gromov's thinking exactly what you're saying. He's like, why? Hang on, so what have I jammed here? Why don't I let this guy carry on?
Yeah. I'm yet to use this word, but this would be wild if he just called off. $300k is still.
Is Gromov trying to talk him into it?
Yeah, maybe 300k is still a more than playable stack, and yes, you're very frustrated that you've put the flop 3-bet in, but I think you just got to suck it up now and let your hand go. Gromov is sure he's got like a really tough spot, like
Yeah.
jacks with a diamond or something, or
Surely not. Okay.
yeah, fair enough.
Sanity has reappeared. Gromov just can't believe it that he's just so sure that Azar had a strong hand.
Yeah, he's the snap just like, what have you folded? What have you folded there? I was going to say this is where you kind of want to hear the table talk a bit more, don't you? Just to hear what they're saying.
not fully in flow with the full setup we here. We see he's obviously not running a mic. I'm working the provider that we only have mics, I guess, on Onyx. That would make sense.
But they don't mess about, James. That was all fast, wasn't it? You know, it's like, you 3-bet me, I'm all in.
Yeah.
Just,
Obviously, I'm
what
with
they
you.
do.
Obviously, he's
That's what they do.
just cool, and we go with it. But he was clearly just in the mind that Azar just always has it here.
it's like
Let's get paid.
It's like when you walk through the door at a merit, you have to sign like a waiver or something that says that you must act within 5 seconds or you'll be banned. But it's good. It's great action.
It certainly is. More of it here. Kostanka finds way the best of it on Jack 10-10, betting into Vornin. Of course,
Yep, he's
King
peeled free pre-flop from the small blinds, single raise pot.
Yeah, itching to get involved. Clearly.
Yeah. When you've been playing all day and you've maybe not seen any hands, you can try and get involved. Thinks better of it though. More than half the field gone.
There we go. And we're playing down to 33 today. That's when the money will kick in. They will bag and tag. Return Monday. Day off. Hopefully with better weather tomorrow than today for those who do have a day off.
Do we know what the largest bounty is tomorrow?
I don't yet. I guess once we got all the buy-ins collated, I guess they'll
Not tomorrow, so yeah.
yeah, they'll
Until
figure that out.
Yeah, yeah.
Paniac. He's staying with Kings. Gromov 3-betting once more and 3-betting to commit against this stack size, that's for sure.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna go in and be
It's like an
called.
inquisition going on.
Yeah. He's like, all right then, yeah, fine. You see, I'd always take the t-shirt on the right.
I like it. It's a nice
Yeah,
t-shirt.
I like
I'm
that.
there with you.
I like the colour, simple.
Probably represents slightly better value.
Yeah. They both seem very happy about this. The guy King's happy he's got the best hand. The guy with Ace like, yeah, I might hit it.
It's like, whatever. Someone just clicked a 250 against me when,
Yeah.
when I had the nuts.
I'm about to have 1,000,000 chips.
Not too just pure confidence. Raw confidence.
Yeah. Dealer making us sweat this as much as the man with Kings.
974.
It's a good looking flop.
And no cider, but the wrong variety. Too little, too late.
Yeah. No dramas on the DTD live table. Second run, is she doing the dealer?
Seconds, right?
I thought she did the sort of second run, like they were running it twice. It's like, is that allowed?
I don't think so.
He looks ecstatic.
Yeah.
It's a double.
He's won himself a t-shirt. Well done. Okay, back at the Onyx. Taylor. Starting to run it up 25k from under the gun. It's getting elevated.
It's a lot more heads-up pots now in there compared to the start of the day, and it was 3, 4, 5 way.
Yeah.
Everyone's sort of got one eye on bagging and tagging. Still a fair amount of play to go, but you do see people tighten up a bit as the day goes on. Under the gun range just so strong, you just got to continue with all your hands here.
So he's done here with this Queen 7-3 flop dally, of course, though.
Fives, I'd expect the peel with the back doors.
Yeah, a lot of backdoor action, of course. 4-6 filling in, backdoor spades also. Well, never that warming when you're holding a 5.
Yeah.
Oh,
You should be
right.
calling, but again, it's just one of those hands like we spoke about earlier. There's just so many turn guards where under the gun's going to continue and should be continuing for a big size. It makes it very hard with these hands to
And this one of those
carry on.
spots you'd imagine having picked up a gut shot. Certainly
Yeah, it's a must bet here. You can be up against 3x, 7x, some straight draws, some flush draws, some ace highs. You've just got to keep the lead and bet all those hands. But he has decided to take the card.
Perhaps smelling something.
And now you kind of left in a situation where, you know, you're sort of hoping ace jack's good. And it's just incredibly frustrating when he turns over the 3x or the 5s like he's got now and you do lose.
Yeah. I wonder if there's any avenue to ever betting that river. It was always a bit suspicious when you go for the bet check bet line, but
Yeah, exactly.
kind of rep a 10x maybe or something. That's
What are you trying to get to fold as well? It's
yeah. Just trying to get a 7 or 3 to fold, but they might just call.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. They're smiling at DTD live. Scrum off once more. This time from +1 with ace-4 offsuit. Okay, we're getting frisky. And Azar with king 9-0 from the small. The book's out the window. And
Interesting.
there we go.
Interesting because this board obviously favours +1. And on a lot of run-outs he could be bluffing, especially with the ace of diamonds as well. Azar has basically flopped the joint, the second nuts.
Yeah, knowing Gromov as a duo, I feel like he might take that ace of diamonds to the house.
Yeah. It's a spot where you don't want to be doing much raising at all.
Well, he has.
He has done.
He's clicked it. Invitation.
Oh, he has.
He's just such an
Oh,
honest
yeah.
face, just laughing like,
These
really?
two.
Why are you check raising me here?
Yeah, I think this is on the basis of that previous hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
He thinks that he's like trying to get him back maybe, and he's also thinking he can bluff a diamond.
Well, an ugly looking turn card for Azar.
He's
The
all
right smile.
smiles.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a good check, yeah. It's a good check.
It's a good check, right? Because Azar can just have a bunch of flop 2 pair here, right? That
Yeah.
maybe check raise.
I'm surprised he's not put a little bet in here just to try and get him to fold some things. And I guess probably hand over now. It's not a good run out for him. He can't really bluff this river either, so just has to let it go. And Azar gets one back.
Ace of diamonds on display.
Shows the ace of diamonds, yeah. The diamond turn would have been a good action card there, wouldn't it? But
It's funny when he shows the king of diamonds, because you're like, hang on, what did you check raise me on the flop?
yeah,
Are
yeah.
you,
I mean, you can't have king now, yeah. It's like, doesn't
like,
it?
what, what have you got?
Yeah. Try not to overthink it, I think.
Okay. Konstantinka, another gun on the Onyx. A table where the rules at least apply a little bit. Smoko working that short stack, 2 jacks.
That's what you want to see when you're short. You can't really do anything else than go all in. 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds, 12. You can just open, but he's too short for that. And he should get some action here from Chen.
Yeah, king, queen are on the button. Only 2 players to worry about behind.
I think it's much better to go all in here than just call. Oh, he's
he's
just
gonna let it
folded.
go.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm a little surprised as well.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
obviously
very
the
surprised, yeah. He almost jumped out of his seat when he saw it, so I thought he's in for this one.
2 players behind, but at the same time, the king, queen just fares so well against that jam, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
Taylor, 67k, king 10 suit. He's going to let it go too.
Good at all-ins. Pardon?
Very disciplined.
At all-ins, you are lucky.
Yeah. So yeah, I should call.
Think for that price, you can be flicking in the king 10 suited there. You're up against enough ace highs, pairs, etc., etc. Never in too bad shape. But you are always behind, so one of those, isn't it? You can't really blame a man for folding.
Gosh, got up to 1.4 million.
He's been crushing, hasn't he? He's just,
Yeah.
just like won every hand.
Checking the option here. We saw last time these two played blind on blind.
Yeah, this is a bit of history.
He executed the double pot turn bet.
3 bet 12.
This is interesting. He's just
1 call.
he's actually betting the queen high.
Right, effectively the best no pair.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was going to size up, just blast down the streets on this one as he did before against a man who's shown a propensity to fold. But now probably just go plan B and try and get the hand to showdown.
Yeah, limp pot pre. It's very surprising about the queen high on the flop, but I guess he just thought it was the best hand. Thin value, maybe. I don't know.
1 check. 3 check. Showdown.
Should just be check. Yeah. The man who can do no wrong wins another one.
Что было? Нет,
You wouldn't really think the Mediterranean's the climate a penguin would thrive in, but
True. I imagine he takes it everywhere with him, and it's not specifically Cyprus related, but I was just thinking what a great stack that is for day 2 of a mystery bounty.
yeah, just like, yeah, get me there, bag me up now.
You just turn up,
I'll take it in the money.
you start to stack a 200k into over 1.5 mil. It's going to be a fun day if you can hold on to it.
Just getting any stack through. There isn't even a short stack you know you're going to get.
Oh yeah,
Hunted. You win
I
one
mean, don't
pot.
get me wrong. Yeah, it's unbelievable to make a day 2 with any stack.
Yeah.
But yeah, in a mystery with that chip lead, it's good fun.
Nothing better, is it? You sneak through with like a really short stack, but then you get the table draw and you see, oh, there's 4 guys less than me.
Yeah. I seen this went check on the flop. It was a single raise potpourri. The 8-4 suit's peeled, and then after check, he's assumed he has the best hand, and the ace-8 just folds. That's quite surprising. Just with no betting on the flop. He probably just thinks that he'd check
Oh,
an
no,
8 and
I've gone to VAR.
oh, you've gone to VAR.
Javier actually bet.
He bet the flop and then he left
yeah.
the turn. Okay.
He bet the flop with the 8, and then Banyak was
Okay,
then
he's-
led. So
He's decided to hand it to a bluff, and it's worked. Back to the short stacks, needing to make a move. Queen 10 suited, more than good enough under the gun for less than 10 bigs. 9 big blinds. See if he gets looked up by anyone. Deli giving him the stare down before he looks at his cards. Not today, my friend, he says.
oh, this time we're not getting it through.
It's always the last guy, isn't it? You get through everyone, you feel like...
That's exactly
bam.
what Schmilko just said. He's like, really?
Yeah.
Last time at Jacks, wouldn't mind a call.
It's table onyx, though. Anything can happen.
That is true. What's going to happen? It needs to happen over turn or river.
Yeah, it's a grim flop. Not even a glimmer of a hope.
Oh, the stand up. Get an extra 3% equity.
Is he? No, he's...
No, just going for the mic removal.
About it.
It's like the next level up, the mic removal, than the stand up. That's when you've...
I think the stand-up might have gone full circle now.
Карточки они выигрывают.
I think if you sit down, it's like worth the extra 2%.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Too many people standing. The poker gods don't like it.
There we go, again, at this table. Kostanka Deli leading, but really not that rich.
Yeah, there's.
I mean,
not
the
as many
penguin
chips,
nearly
is
has
there,
more
but-
chips than this whole table.
I didn't even know that Mr. Kassam was still there, Raymond. He's not played a single hand, has he?
You doing some advertising for him? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, yeah, it's a very boring day when you're playing no hands, but he's not really had anything to play for, has he?
I don't force people to wear Louis Vuitton hoodies, just as a general rule. Not in one case, anyway.
It's a nice hoodie.
One fold.
Here he is again, Mr. Boskov.
Wow.
When things are going right, eh?
Yeah. This is just getting silly now.
And he's not tight enough. You can be making any hero fold to ace queen suited here, so
It's really 60.
it just depends how you want to proceed.
Wow.
Wow,
I mean, this is pretty grim for his stack size.
we're in with nines here. We're not loving it, but you've got to go. And it's tough now for the ace queen.
Yeah. Does this now save him? Do you think? It's still close, right?
Yeah.
If you sort of put Boshkov as dead money in your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone for it. Boshkov. Look at this. Just going to get a count. Rose the situation, but surely no way Ace King finds anything but a call. Just double checking the situation. And this will see him, if he were to to win, getting over 2 million in chips.
Yeah, we were just talking about his stack for day 2 with 1.5 mil. If we can win this one, wow. The nines will be very happy to see that they're in front after all this action. Suddenly they can treble. And be back in it. One time declared, James.
Wow. It's early for that sort of declaration, but
On day 1A of the 1K mystery bounty.
he's got a long way to go. Loses the pot 1.1 million behind still, so
You only get one time. but
let's see.
He's using it.
Like that Sergenko adopting the same stance. He's still obviously having a lot of fun here at the table.
They're all up.
And you go and not having quite so much fun.
Oh,
King
there
9
you go.
5. Okay, there's
There you
joy on the left side of the table. Sergenko looking good for the triple up. Boshkov will win the sizable side pot.
It was the nines that said one time, right?
No, I think it was
Oh,
actually
the ace king.
Boshkov. I think he's obviously.
Oh, okay.
But those two, well, everyone's a winner on the left side of the picture.
Not sure how I feel about the guy who's got 1.5 mil saying one time.
On day one. Yeah.
It's just I want it all.
Oh, there he is. And you go, no more.
Yeah, can't
Oh, he's walked off with the mic.
Can't-
Here we go. You can't have that.
I can't particularly fault him for the ace queen suited there. It's a very tough spot. And a huge pickup for the nines.
How far do you reckon someone's going to get with a mic this week?
Oh, all the way.
All the way to the room?
All the way to the room, yeah.
I do remember an event, Phil Ivey making it back to his hotel room, which wasn't attached to the property. He sort of found himself in a taxi when someone had to traipse across town to recover
Oh,
a
wow.
microphone from him.
Very short here. Pavlov, he's got to
we go.
run with this.
That's a nice one to look down at.
Yeah.
Call. Yeah, so rolling call. Rolling call. Yeah.
We count. Yes, we count. We count. Bring the card.
You want the cards? Okay, cool. There you go. Yeah.
Slight discrepancy of if he said all in or call, but the guns need a double up.
41. 41. 42. 42. 41.
By 42. I think it's 42.
I'm thinking run the board and it won't matter.
We'll figure it out at a later date. Right now, we don't need to know. Unless it comes a 9 or a 7. Or perhaps a 6 or a 10. Bunch more outs on the board.
Another one. Yeah.
But no. The ace high holds.
You need like a ticket, right? Cool.
They're dropping like flies, James, aren't they now?
We are.
We're at that-
Those blinds
we're
are
at that
catching
stage.
up. Yeah. Then ask Pavlov. Really not much can be done, obviously. Played that one interesting one. We ended up blocking with a slightly worse hand for value.
Sit open table 1.
Back out at DTD live. Krush popping this one up.
Gromov
Ace-6
with the
of clubs, yeah.
with the
Ooh.
defend, yeah.
One of these hands, Warbs, you sometimes see the these raggy kings sneak in some light 3-bets, kind of ones that don't perform too great.
Yeah, sure. I think people overestimate the sort of price you're getting with a hand that's, you know, it's quite a reverse implied odds hand, and actually they do play very well as 3-bets. But you don't see it as much as you maybe should in, you know, the 1K events.
Instead, he waits to the flop.
Waits to the
Well,
flop.
he's dead to start check raising. With that 3 working as an open ender.
I don't mind it. I mean, it's obviously much better to have a club in your hand. He's thinking that that board hits the big blind a lot. He's obviously just run into it this time, and the problem is, of course, on a lot of turn cards, it's very hard to know whether to carry on, continue in the hand for what size, etc.
Right, well, he is going to fire again, and exactly that, you're kind of concerning here, because you're not building a pot maybe against the lone ace of clubs that's just got you beat in a superior draw.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Crush is crushing the board. Only got one option.
Yeah, playing this one slightly different to the way Gromov played his flop not flush.
Yeah. It's just an insane amount of value just to be flatting here rather than raising. There's just so many run-outs the big blind can go for it, and you might have been drawing dead as you do.
A trio of 25k chips.
And I didn't even think about the value you can hit as well on the river.
Slid forward, but wow, yes.
I was too busy thinking about the bluffing cards. Actually, he's got some value now, and he has to value bet this. It's such a good card because he can have the ace of clubs,
Right.
he can have all the 2 pairs. Do you know what I mean? It's just a very easy value bet and a horror show when he goes all in.
And is it one of these spots where, you know,
See what size he goes first. He's gone less than half pot.
When-
125.
when you do get shoved on here, is it a spot where you just, it's in a sense an easier fold to make because the ace has appeared? Like, does the ace of clubs turn itself into a bluff that often when an ace is on board?
Exactly. Yeah. Is the guy with 2 pair going to now bluff this?
Right.
You know, with the ace 5 or the ace jack with the ace of clubs. It's actually like a very good play if he works out that the big blind is not going to value bet anything other than 2 pair or better. So if you do have like just the bare ace, it's actually a really good bluff. But on the flip side of that, you're trying to get the guy to fold a straight quite a lot, which on a 1K day 1A is very tough.
There is, of course, the jam from the nuts.
So it's whether Gromov, can work this out. The flip side to all that is just I have a straight, I call, which, you know, some players like to not overthink it. They think I've made my hand. If he's got it, good luck to him.
Right. I just feel like this is such a. If the river was like the 6 of spades and we made the straight and bet
Yeah.
got jammed on, it'd be almost a much easier call than this one.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure Krush is more than capable, but
Yeah,
I just never think people are capable enough.
yeah. There's actually very, very few bluffs here, really. You know, we're talking about the ace of clubs. Not every player is just going to be bluffing the ace of clubs all in here
Yeah.
when they can just call or they could fold. So.
I think the other ones creatively would be like kings with the king of clubs or something. But again, it's
Sure.
such a narrow part of the range.
Yeah, but again, you have to think the big blind could check a lot of 2 pairs here because the board's so scary with the 1 line straight and things. So it is quite likely that the big blind has a straight.
Right.
And it's like, do you really want to be trying to get the guy to fold a straight?
Or a
It's, you
flop
know,
flush. Right?
Of course, yeah. The big blind can just have everything. So
Yeah. You almost feel sick though because you
Yeah.
pull the big maneuver, you bet once, you bet twice, and then you think, oh,
yeah,
hello.
It's a situation where he's thinking a lot about the opponent's hand, but you need to be thinking about how your hand looks to the opponent.
Yeah, that's a good point. Once you start discounting those two pairs, this is almost like the worst hand we bet for value, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you get to the river, say with 4 deuce suited or 5-4 suited, you're not necessarily going to value bet yourself, are you? Because aces up beats you, or the one line straight, or anything like that. So he has called though.
Oh.
Has he called? Not sure. I thought he said he'd call.
I thought he did as well. Oh, he's burning through the time banks.
What's your read? We've seen it enough of him now. What's your read? Think he's going to call or not?
I think he's going to fold just because I've seen how capable this man is, and I think you've broken down the hand beautifully. That he'll just think, hey, look, I have enough flushes here.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't bet those two pairs.
It is very easy, or easier in the booth to be breaking down the hand. I've sat in this situation, and I wouldn't think about it as clearly as I have just then. You know what I mean? It's
especially the dealer's going to you 10 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds.
The time banks, and you've been playing all day, and 287k is a huge proportion of his stack. He has called.
Ah.
And showing the bad news.
Huge pickup for Krush.
Very interesting hand, though. Very interesting hand.
He ran out of time banks. That was his. He was on
did
his
he?
last. Yeah, he was in his last.
Yeah.
Saw the last one go in. So
we've all been there.
Yeah, maybe with a little bit more time, would have got away from it. Wow. I mean, a cruel run out nonetheless.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. He didn't make a mistake on the river to begin with. You know, that is a card he has to value bet.
What a huge pot for this man.
Interesting hand, though. Interesting hand.
Yeah, Gromov. Well, still in. More than a chip and a chair. Still plenty of chips. Get the spin up going.
That's tournament poker, isn't it? It was all going so well for him, and just one hand.
If you are just joining us, this is what you're in store for. Still hours and hours of play left to go in this, the Pokerok Mystery Bounty. It is, of course, day 1A. The first of 4 flights in this 1K event, with play resuming on Monday. We will play down all the way from the final 15% down to our eventual champion. And of course, there'll be a whole bunch of envelopes open along the way. So as a viewer, I think the more exciting part of the mystery bounties is watching people open those envelopes.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah. You definitely have to get the reactions of people, don't you? Although, in my opinion, you need more zeros in there.
Yeah, you're just a horrible person. Like, you just want to see
more zeros. More zeros, and maybe keep a big bounty for the final table. That would be my my take on it.
God, so cruel. You got some guy who's just rocked up here, wants some satellite, finds him in Cyprus, gets in the money, knocks someone out, and you just want him to open an envelope that says, "Sorry, mate."
Almost every player,
off your trot.
Almost every player, when they get the minimum bounty, they are,
equally upset. Yeah.
Really, really disappointed and upset. So just make it 0. Just make it worse. But
yeah. Then see how unhappy they are. All right.
So back to the action.
If we must. Got Stanker. Checking back the ace jack deuce flop, having peeled this open, and bang, Chen.
I think it was actually a 3-bet. A 3-bet from the ace 5 suited.
That makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
You are quite right.
Peeled. Which is a very, very fine play.
How dreamy is that? When your opponent checks back and you find it, and then you do get looked up. Oh.
Just gone slightly back.
We go back into. Okay, I called it wrong. Fine.
Yeah, I think the king 10's going to do well this hand.
There is the 3-bet that I miscalled before.
Yeah, they're showing you again.
I make a mistake, that's it. We go back in time. Fair enough. So yeah, again, if you're just joining us, that Pokerok mystery bounties. We quickly play catch up on this hand. We are streaming all the way through to the money tonight. That's the end of day 1A. Tomorrow we basically just do the same thing again tomorrow for day 1C. And all those players return? I guess about 150, right? We've got guaranteed this at 1,000 entries. So assume about 150 players coming back for day 2.
I like this this check back, by the way, by the ace-5 suited. No, I'm serious though. In a 3-bet pot, you know, you are going to be behind to a lot of aces, and he's trying to pot control. Obviously, in this scenario itself, the turn card is the one that's shafted him. But Chen's gone really small, so there's a chance that he doesn't go broke.
Oh,
Less so now.
heart though. Maybe saving grace perhaps.
But with him going so small on the turn, he's probably going to go small on the river.
Yeah.
Has he gone? He's gone 30k. Is that really small?
Does God's Dank though have to raise this particular 2-pair combo? It's like,
30k is it's so small.
Like,
feels a bit like he has Queen Jack, to be honest. So I'd be quite tempted to raise. But I think from what we've seen before, he had the Ace King, didn't he, on the Ace King 8-8?
Yeah.
He did just call.
wow, cruel. But yeah, again, perhaps losing the minimum.
Yeah,
his
he's
opponent's
lost.
making it a little bit easier for him.
Lost the minimum twice now in hands. You could argue he could have gone broke him. Still got 455k chips.
8 all in. One fold.
Gromov ripping it in from the small blind. This is what it's come down to. Javier in the big, and well, a minute ago things were looking so great for him after he flopped that nut flush.
Yeah,
Can
what can you do? You've got a king in the small blind, and the big blind's working up with an ace.
Call all in.
He looks a bit like he wants to be put out with his misery now, doesn't he?
93.
That's to say, I mean, he's a man with an incredible resume, especially plenty of results in this room. Nearly $4 million in career earnings, and
Maybe that's why.
the top 2
Maybe that's how he does it.
will extend his run here, one imagines. Yeah, board runs out clean.
He's been playing for a number of years, hasn't he?
Yeah, a lot of results here. Second place.
You might have
Gangster
played with him.
Series in 2023.
He's going back to 2008, 9, 10.
Wow.
The Dempsey years.
Look at that. In this very venue, he's come 2nd, 3rd, and 5th in the main events previously.
Good record.
As well as 2nd in the WPT here back in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
In previous that was the first time I came here, was that WPT in 2014.
Wow.
I didn't cash. There's no record of it being on the island. Steve, you'd be surprised to know.
Back to the short stacks now, and one move. Is Queen more than good enough? Probably hoping for some action, to be honest. You're down to 100k. You've got a much better hand than the table thinks you'll have. Looked up by 4s, and oh, this is a interesting spot where Ace King will go all in, and 4's probably committed.
In there for 100k already.
Yeah, it's only 173 more.
Yeah, grim.
Kind of
Table 3 double sit open.
kind of why you don't like peeling the 4s here and things. If anyone behind you wakes up. Mr. Kassam working on his folding game. 100% of folds.
we haven't seen him enter too many a pot.
Спасибо. Еще раз.
And now you're just taking this with 4s. It's very frustrating, but it's not too much more, and you just kind of have to hope you're up against what you're up against.
Actually, what a dream
He's
spot.
buzzing, yeah.
His new pal, the Penguin, rooting him on.
Look at these sunglasses.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Wow.
Nothing getting in from the side. That goes mountaineering. He's ready for the snow. Jack, deuce, straight, 4s looking good for a 675,000 chip pop. Surely not. the stand-up.
He's feeling it. Yeah, he's excited. He's done it.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. He held with the 9s.
Double KO. Yeah.
Then he holds with the 4s.
Trebled with the 9s and
Yeah, look at this now, nearly 1 million in chips.
Всегда. И везде.
where do I go?
Лучик.
Anywhere but here, my friend. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Take your mic. I'm off to the buffet.
Well, that's always the option here.
I mean, it's a fantastic buffet, isn't it?
I mean,
So,
this-
one of the best buffets I've ever been to.
it's the dream. Orbs, it's the dream. It's the reason we keep coming back.
Yeah, it literally is.
Nothing to do with the pay. It's just the buffet.
A little bit of something here for everyone.
I skipped the puddings at lunch, so I'm going to go double
So it's
at
okay.
dinner. I
Are you
think.
still talking about the buffet? We've got a hand here.
Yeah, but it's a straight draw. I'm not interested. There's food to discuss.
Yeah.
One call.
Plus, it's Saturday as well. They go extra meats on Saturday.
Recommend the salmon for sure.
Oh, like Gravelax I had this morning at lunch.
Crush bets and takes
See,
it on
you
the
made
turn.
a fish mistake. I saw you. You went
Oh.
big breakfast and then you can only go light lunch, which is the wrong way to do it here, my friend.
The buffet is so good. I always go up thinking I'll just have something small, and I just come back with a plate just full of things. And it's I make the same mistake every time, but I never learn.
No, well, quite.
Three
Oh
bet.
well. What am I going to have? Everything. It's nearly my food time.
I can tell.
997. I'm sure I saw a 10-9 suited in there somewhere. There it is. Boshkov. Why not? The penguin.
Yeah.
Against the flush draw and against the 7.
5 seconds.
And it's gone check.
And diamonds roll off. And
3 pass, 4 pass.
That probably saves the king 7 now.
Ace 4, 6 pass.
But yeah, I'm surprised no betting. No betting on the flop from the button. Big blind's now gonna take a stab at it, which you do with lots of different hands. And it's whether he proceeds with call or raise. He's gone with call. I don't blame him. He wants to disguise his hand. Very underrepped.
and look at this. Demlakian coming along as well. Keeping him in with, well, no equity.
And that's a great card for the button, because a lot of the time you will just have the ace of diamonds, and the 10-9 is still going to think they're miles in front.
Govekius with that flush.
So if it was me, I'd be going very big here on the river.
25.
Just waiting and lurking. 125, the wager.
Yeah, I was expecting pot, maybe even double pot, 'cause we've seen that from him before, but
Now, is there an argument here for sort of just call, keep the player in behind maybe who's already overcalled turn? Reasonable to
you can
presume they
do.
might call
you can do.
versus the value we don't get.
Yeah.
Like,
I think a lot of people are too cautious in these spots, to be honest, and you definitely can just jam this for value.
right,
But I don't blame anyone on a paired board. This is the big blind who can have literally anything.
right.
Um,
And he might end up just folding this anyway, so...
yeah, but I think when you really think about it, if you jam, do you think a flush is going to fold from the big blind? I don't think so. But absolutely fine to just call. And also, like you say, you never know. The small blind might just have a 9 as well, and also call or a flush or whatever. So a little bit different when it's three-way. Frisky.
Gromov,
Frisky from Gromov.
what's going on?
You just having none of it, though. Decides to call for the king queen off. I like it. I like it. And this is kind of why you've got to pick your hands. You've got to pick your 3-betting hands and your 4-betting hands.
I love it. I love it.
'Cause it's very, very hard to do anything now.
Gromov's just like, really?
Yeah. Nice pickup for Yuda. Nice play.
Yeah, Gromov's probably thinking, you start thinking negatively again, oh, that guy's just so lucky he picked up the big hand, not realising that, no, you'd have made the adjustment, pounced, read the situation perfectly.
Yeah. It's the first time we've seen it from him. It's, maybe playing a bit on his table image. It's a good hand to do it with. So, yeah, very good poker. Standard peel versus a button open. Bit of an interesting flop, little bit of a piece for the big blind. Don't expect him to be check folding.
Yeah, sure. There were 85,000 chips in the middle. Question if Tim Larkin's bet size.
2 bet 20.
20k, just on a quarter pot, is going to get met.
Yeah, a little bit too small for your range, but it's okay.
Открывай.
No reason to not continue on the turn, but he has tried to slow down. Wants to pot control. No, this is a very annoying spot where you're left with Jack High. You don't particularly want to bluff, but it's
Yeah.
kind of mandatory. Very hard to know what sort of size here.
Хочет.
No, he
he
has just given up.
yeah, nice.
Fair enough. He doesn't think he can get a queen, a king, or an ace to fold, so he decides just to let this one go.
Yeah, very nice. It felt like he went for chips straight away because
Yeah.
that was the instinctive thing, and then
Yeah,
quickly
yeah,
ran
yeah.
through it in his head and got to where you got to, which is
Exactly, yeah.
like this guy's just checked back a hand. He's
Right.
always calling.
I've got it with Jack High. I feel like forced to bluff, but also this guy's not folding a king, queen, or an ace, so it's...
Okay, Gromov in once again. This time with the goods. Javier, well, he's going to jam over the top because he's seen more than enough from Gromov.
Yeah, fair enough.
Timing is off, unfortunately for him.
Just a bit unlucky, yeah.
Ooh, up.
Whoa, he's...
No, okay, there we go. Block and thinking, and
Yeah, he's
surely
in
going to
as
go with it as well. So Gromov somehow got this situation developed against two players he covers as well.
This is how you do it.
You show
You show
first.
first. Yeah. I feel like we've watched his mood sort of go up, down, up,
Oh,
down, and now he's back up
He's
again.
great. I love. We've done a lot of commentary on Gromov here. And
Oh,
it's,
yeah? Nice.
it's always entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems to take it pretty well
Yeah.
overall.
He's great. You get this man deep in a tournament when you can really apply pressure.
Oh, is he the man?
He's the
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
Really, the guy who 3-bets to 6-7 off is the is the man to do that.
It shocks you, I know, Orbs. It shocks you.
Man after my own heart.
As if. You're a Jacks plus man. Come on.
Am I? Okay.
All right then, to the flop.
Flop.
Gromov looking to hold. That's a good start. He's 6-7.
Yeah.
All but takes Javier out of this one. Just needs to fade the queen for now.
Could be a double elimination.
There it is.
Is that done yet?
Check mark. Top two. No one can beat that.
What's his flag? Gromov's flag.
Well, that's the Thai flag. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess he's moved to Thailand would be my
I thought it was
assumption.
Thailand, yeah.
Yeah. Because
I didn't want to say Thailand, just be horribly wrong, but
yeah, I mean, he didn't used to manage that flag. Let's put it that way.
sure.
But you do see some funny flags pop up sometimes. Because you see people, they register, and sometimes the casino systems is just based on an ID they register with. So I've seen it plenty of times before where you're like,
Yeah.
that guy's not from that country, but they've, maybe reside somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. They could sometimes get it really wrong as well.
But there are those accidents, yeah.
It's quite funny when all the Scottish players get down as like England or Wales or whatever, and they're just absolutely fuming about it.
My favourite is just when someone's typed it in manually and they've got the rundown list of the country and clicked one away. Aha, here's our man. He hasn't played a hand yet.
I hate to interrupt you, James, but you're gonna have to
Well,
look
this
at
is
the
the
screen.
problem with these three featured tables. We bounce around. I don't have enough time to talk absolute nonsense.
Mr. Raymond Kasama is finally playing a hand,
Wow.
a good hand, and I can tell you, I'm in his mind now. He wants action. He wants action like you wouldn't believe, and he's got it from the Queen 7 off. Has he?
15k big blind, so what's that?
Spin the wheel.
Wow. Okay, Queen 7, let's go.
We'll be hearing about this one if it doesn't go well. Very established player, Raymond.
Oh, Jack in the window was so good, but she was lurking behind.
Emotionless to this coup. Needs help.
Needs it fast. Only an ace or jack. We'll keep him in the tournament for now.
Can you give me
Alas.
That's him done.
Lots of
Cooler.
so Shurtienko is like an absolute wrecking ball at the moment.
Yeah.
Got that triple up, knocked out 3 players since.
Would love to see his graph. It must just be through the roof. I'm sure Raven will be regging tomorrow. Have another go.
You don't have ticket? 8-7.
You already tried to fish mystery bounty.
Я забыла.
But the bounty is not today. But she's training.
Ну вот куда-то туда.
They're all thinking about tomorrow.
I love that though, it's so true. That's exactly what we're going to see tomorrow. Queen 7 straight.
Yeah,
Just
exactly, yeah.
I'll get him off. You got to love it. Late night banter at the table. Gromov stabbing with this open ender on 9-6-6. Having got involved from the hijack. Both players continuing as are with the flush draw. Yuda with, well, you work it out. Wow.
Yeah, a bit of an ambitious peel from Yuda, but
Look at this, though. Gromov just finds the second barrel.
yeah, it's a good bet keeping the aggression, and hard to know what Azar's going to do here. He is out of position.
Yeah, it feels grim, doesn't it? Just calling 75k
Yeah.
with king high.
You're on a paired board.
And you know this player, though. You know this player is capable of just being here with nothing. Wonders
Yeah.
if he was just going to maybe make a move there.
Hoping for a brick river. I mean, that's a much better card for Gromov than Azar, but Gromov knows he has to bet to win. He doesn't know that pretty much any bet will do it for him.
Yeah, just... If you're Gromov, you just feel like you're getting trapped, but he's going to
found
go
it.
for it.
Yeah,
He's
he's
gonna
found
just
it.
recognising draws out there. That's so reassuring, isn't it? You go for the
Yeah.
desperation. I hope he's got a draw bet. And
Is he going to show? I feel like he's going to show. No. Silently mucks. He's all business.
really worked that stack back up. I can't remember what he
Incredible.
peaked at. I think it wasn't far off this number, right?
Incredible, yeah. He was down to 180 or something, and he's, yeah.
down low. But I always feel like if you have sort of this 700k stack and then go back down to like 150 and get back to 700, you feel like you've got like 3 million,
You've
right?
got like 1.5 million, yeah, definitely, yeah.
You're like, I promise I won't punt it off again. I promise.
Yeah. And he's not really been patient. He's just basically got busy. He's just got busy to get the chips back. He
looks like he's tilting at the table because he is. Moskovakius. He's entering the fray here. 9-7 suited from +1. Just won that nice pot with the king 4 diamonds.
Yeah.
He made his flush. But unlikely to make one here on the 10-3 deuce, and he doesn't want to do so because Sergienko, the wrecking ball.
little bit of a loose open, but a very nice hand all the same.
Adayi, we saw him in frame 1 on the Onyx table. He's rejoined the action here, and he's got 1 million chips. This table is deep.
Yeah, this looks quite fun for some big hands towards the end of the day. Brick turn for everyone. It's gone very small. It's gone 30k, but it's got the job done. Back to the Onyx table. Very standard open from the lovely hand of King 10 suited. Godstanker. Peel from the Queen 10 of clubs. And the Ace Jack off looks interested, as he should be.
Yield is another regular here. Merit, as most people are. I mean, if you come to Merit once, you're probably going to come back.
Of course, yeah.
Unless you don't like
What's
loose
not
action
to,
poker, the sun, the sea,
What's not a lot?
free
What's
drinks,
not to like? Yeah.
great food, comfy beds. Maybe you don't like that stuff. Don't come.
Yeah. The weather's supposed to get good again tomorrow as well, so it's got it
What's going
all.
on here? Is this?
Yeah, he's
He's like gone for a super small click.
super small 3-bet. Yeah.
All right, all right.
I assume the graphics are correct, and yeah, he's just.
Put that in your solver.
Is he trying to find out where he is? Is he doing it for value? Only Vaughan in knows. But he has built a pot where he's got the best hand, and he's in
Yeah,
position, so
He's got position,
it's all quite good so far.
and he's got the sort of impetus. He's the one that has all the biggest hands. Those two definitely don't.
It's good to have the impetus.
Ooh.
Oh my word!
Yeah, good luck getting them to fold. I think
Double
two
gut
overs and a
shot.
flush draw. Yeah, double gut shot, backdoor clubs. I mean, still has the best hand, if we're going
Yeah.
to be technical about these things.
Be interesting to see how
Ooh,
he's going to
is
try
he or these
and
leading?
take the lead away from him.
He has a lot of chips, 1.75 million.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of funky because he's, well, I assume he's going to get Vaughan in out, and then Godstanker's going to end up kind of getting it in with
Yeah, he has
like
to
the best hand, the best draw, everything.
has to just jam, and he'll be ecstatic to see
Yeah,
what he's up against.
it's the absolute best scenario he could
Yeah,
have against the
really
UODs.
is. Really is.
Only win with a jack and running clubs or a queen.
Yeah. 81% favourite.
234.
Quite a good sign when they ask how much. And it's only 100k more.
Well, I mean, you've got king high, so you're probably not even expecting
Sure,
that to be good.
sure. You still expect to be up against like A7 or something, and
Right.
now you're just ahead.
Even better, you're actually 80-20 favourite with king high
Yeah.
in this three-way, three-bet pot. Eight outs on the board, two are folded.
7 of
has
clubs.
six.
7 of clubs, I think.
I think you win. Yeah.
Oh,
Close.
Oh.
You win. Very
spooky. Spooky.
good. Now you lose. Now you lose.
Heading for the chop.
It's found the chop.
Well, there's a lot of weird stuff in that hand to
Yeah.
end up with not really much won or lost.
Yeah.
The Vaughan in clicky 3-bet squeeze. Set us up nicely.
When it's that small, you're not sure if it's a misclick or it's maybe tried to do more, or hard to know.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of the norm, right? It would probably be intended to be a larger bet, but
Seen a lot of button V big blinds in the past couple of hours. Another one where people have a bit of a piece.
Sabenkov.
Big turn card.
Yeah, that ace of diamonds working nicely. Happy to check the ace high. Wow, Paniak not waited to chip at any point in this hand with the flop top pair. Is there anywhere where Sabenkov like puts out a real blocky bet here, thinking the deuce is good?
He's probably just going to try and take his showdown, isn't he? Hope he's up against ace
Wow,
high, king
Paniak
high.
just never bet.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey. I think you can bet. Your hand is definitely strong enough to value bet there after 2 checks, but I can kind of understand with the deuce it completes the wheel and 5-6 and things, and maybe a run and 2 pair. It's a little bit cautious, but again, he's got that stack that if he bets and gets check raised all in, he's just kind of hating it, isn't he? So
Right.
he's just happy to take the pot.
He likes to go defensive. Meanwhile, alright, well, he's not going defensive. He's got king, queen of hearts opened. C-bet this paired board. Being looked up by the ace high for now.
Yeah, I think you can just let this go versus undergun 1.
Yeah, real optimistic, right? Maybe.
Yeah, it's just hard to
Wow,
get to showdown
look
and
at
have the best
this.
hand. And I like Boro. Just keep betting
Wow.
here.
Yeah.
You've got all the strong hands. early position. You're trying to get a 3 to fold. Things like 10 jack of clubs, 10 jack of hearts might call a flop.
Some of those pocket pairs, one presumes, as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
same sort of
Ace
hand
highs
class
and
as a
things,
3.
So yeah, it's good play.
Savenkov in the small. He looks down at ace king. How are they going to play this blind on blind encounter?
Yeah, back to the DTD live table.
Starting with 20 blinds. Well, he's going for the raise, and I mean, however you want to do it, boys, this is going in.
2 seconds later, 2 manage, stall in,
Yeah,
and called.
They don't hang around, these chaps.
No, they've waited all day for their hands. They're below 200k. Spin the wheel.
Spin, they will. King 6-3. It's right there. The Archuk's race looks to be run.
Looks a bit like me, actually.
Huh. Sure.
Not now, but just when he was, you know.
What, when he was losing a pot?
Me in 10 years.
Is that what you saw the similarity? Just you've got queens against ace king, and it's always come king high. Is that what you're going for?
No, I'm not saying that.
The hair? Is that what you're going for?
I'm not saying that. Please don't put words in my mouth, James.
Poor Savenkov. He's just been busted out and been told he looks like wolves.
Yeah, but by me, so it's fine. It's not like...
Okay. Savenkov giving himself a round of applause. Back over here at the Onyx. Yildiz with that big stack. Popping things up from +2. Vornin. He's got a flat jack 9. Oh, okay, we're getting fruity. Chen. Well, suited Broadway. Makes a bit of sense, but it's Taylor who's going to find the 2 jacks behind. And
yeah, there's a lot of hands here.
22 blinds. What a spot to find the 2 jacks with that action in front of you.
You're absolutely loving it, yeah.
Looking like you're going to pick up, 8 blinds.
Probably not getting any action, though. Unless Chen fancies a bit of a gamble. The Queen 10 suited. He's asking for a count.
I think it's just a confirmation. It's just in case. And once he sees the number begins with a 3, I'm sure.
Don't be so sure, James.
Well, you're right. I shouldn't be so sure. I've been bitten 368 times in this place, and I'm still not shy.
Sometimes the longer you play in a day, the more you become impatient and might be hoping for a flip, and no, he's not gonna do it. Oh, he's probably waiting for the break.
Maybe that was it. You don't want to do another hand. There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
This makes a bit
That's what
more
it was,
sense.
yeah.
And it is indeed going to be the 3rd break of the day for the players, 2nd break of the day for those of us on stream. And with it, I will be stepping aside as we head to this break. Picasso will be coming back in, and Warbs will be staying with him. And as is customary, we will be mixing up our feature tables. 3 new casts will be coming on. But before we do on that break, a quick look at how things end up here on the Onyx. It was Mustafa Yildiz taking the big stack into break, although he only just joined that table right towards the end, so we didn't see much of how those chips were gained. The rest, of course, we did see plenty of play, but ultimately a fairly short stacked table. Over on the DTD live table, Dennis Krush, of course, with that flopped flush, getting the absolute max from Dmitry Gromov, who, well, ran a big bluff, found value on the river, but he has since spun back up and now has over 800k himself, and that's a table that I would like to stay in.
He's crushing it. He's absolutely crushing it.
And then, of course, over on the Luxon table, it is the Penguin leading the way. Boshkov, he's having his fun. Sergienko has been on a lovely little spin as well. A triple up, and then a few more eliminations. So, guys, we'll be back after this break.
Wait for a better spot.
Yeah, a very unappetizing hand to find off the short stack. Out to the DT live table, three-way action here. Azar going to check on the 6-5-5 spade. Spade. Gromov following suit here as the pre-flop opener. Does it flop? King high flush draw and 2 overs. Action on Savinkov now. Does look like he's going to stab Steve. 35k.
Yeah, it's gone fairly small. Obviously, Gromov's going to continue. It's whether he proceeds by check raising or the check call. He's quite an aggressive player from what we've seen, so it wouldn't surprise me if he raises, and he has done quite quickly. He likes to play fast, this man. Already putting the pressure on the ace-10, but the ace-10 does have the ace of spades, so I don't expect him to be folding.
Yeah, quite right. It is going to float.
The SPR's now just 1, so a lot of interesting turns. Obviously a very good card for Gromov.
Yeah, it makes some sense, right, to check raise flop. We're going to have all those over pairs, all of the best over pairs that Savinkov unlikely to have.
Yeah. He's gone for the same size. Same size in the turn as he check raised till the flop. Setting up the river shove.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I like this from Gromov. We can make this a 3-street hand, right? The king feels like we have the effective nuts.
Yeah. I think a lot of the plays we'd seen before, people were just sort of jamming the turn all in, and it's a much better size to go for 3 streets there, because he doesn't want to lose action. He did in this case because the other man had the bottom of his range, really.
Yeah.
Not really much you could do with the ace-10 there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gromov, very experienced here. I've seen him many, many times over the years here at Merit. Back to the Onyx table we go. Round to Taylor in the hijack. Does decide to fold ace-9.
Yeah, kind of a tight fold. Maybe he's got his eye on bag and tag. Trying to make day 2.
Sometimes depends on the lineup behind you, right? If you think there's people that are going to reshove very aggressively, you might cut out the sort of bottom range opens.
Yeah, he's obviously been on the table for a long time now, so he knows the guys behind him, and maybe that played into his decision.
Yeah, going to allow Timur Gazin to put it in here. Very strong hand off 6 big blinds from the button, that's for sure. Sends them in.
He wants action, doesn't he? And he might get it from a man with 1.8 million chips. It's a big stack.
Yeah, one of those spots, Steve, right? Kind of unappetizing to make this call, but we're doing pretty good.
He wants
pretty okay against the range.
He wants his hand tomorrow. When there's some bounties to play for, he's like, tomorrow he's in there faster than you can say, mystery bounty. But no, yeah, I take your point, definitely.
Yeah, just decides to let that one go.
4 big blinds he's in there, isn't he? 6
yeah, it's one of those, right?
Yeah.
It feels like right on the kind of line, very cuspy spot. Over to the Luxon table we go. Opened here from Boskov in the cutoff, defended by Bura. Through to the King 8-4 board. Looks like flop went check. Makes some sense. Bura now going to semi-bluff from the big with the Queen High flush draw. Interesting that Boskov now, Steve, raising in position with second pair.
Very interesting, yeah. It's a pretty standard line from Bura to bet the turn, but yeah, I didn't see this raise coming.
Yeah, I actually don't mind it. You know, there's going to be a bunch of sort of draws and some weaker pairs, potentially maybe a worse 8 sometimes that chooses this size, and we can just look to deny.
Yeah, he's trying to deny equity, as you say, and then just basically go check on a lot of rivers.
I think that makes sense. River's the queen of clubs. Boskov here maybe thinks he's just too high up in his range to need to turn this one into a bluff. Does check back.
Agree. Obviously, if he didn't have the 8 and just the ace of clubs, he's definitely going to be bluffing the river, but...
Yeah. Pretty unfortunate for him here that Bura rivers the queen. And loses a small one. Don't mind that turn raise, actually. Although you do open yourself up, right, to potentially getting rebluffed if someone has like a high equity draw and they just go all in. You're kind of
I think you've got
struggling to find calls.
You've got to pick your opponents, haven't you? You know, if you're doing that against one of the elites, you're probably going to get punished for it.
Yeah.
But I don't particularly mind it on a day 1 when you've been playing with these players all day and you've kind of got more of a feel for them.
Sure. Back to the Onyx table we go. Action here. Yildiz opened from the small blind pre-flop Vornin defending with 10 deuce of hearts, and look at this.
Yeah.
C-bet from Yildiz. Vornin's going to float one.
He's been quite frisky. Vornin.
Frisky is right. 7 of spades, Pedigree on the turn. No backdoor flush draws materializing. Pretty awkward spot, Steve, for Yildiz, right? It's a tough one to barrel.
Yeah, it's very tough to bet that card, and obviously it's a must bet now from Vornin. He's got no showdown. He had plans for the hands.
Yeah.
He was hoping for a backdoor, heart or something, but once checked, he just has to take a stab and try and make the old ace high, king high, 10 high even, folds.
I mean, like, credit to him for finding this. I don't think many people find this flop float. Like, it's dangerous, right, business to go down this route, but if you time it right, as he's done, well done.
He went quite small as well. It got the job done. He almost knew that maybe he couldn't get a pair to fold, so he's gone to size to try and get the slightly better hands to fold, which I like.
Yeah, I'm with you. Back over to our DTD live table as we see Azar commit the rest of his chips. 11 big blinds, pocket eights, more than enough kit to work with. Oh, Gromov lurking, has him pipped.
These two have a lot of history, so it's going to be interesting to see their reactions when cards are on your backs. They've played 3 or 4 big pots.
Is it like friendly history?
Yeah, they've been friendly. They've been frisky, it's not been sort of standard plays and things, but I think Gromov is about to get his man.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate here for Azar. Premium holding based on his stack depth for sure.
Yeah, nothing he could do there.
I'm going to have to get there.
He could have considered just opening rather than jamming off 11 bigs, but I'm not going to fault him.
Yeah.
Just ran into it.
Seems like the type of hand class where just putting it in can never be bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Looking for one of 2 remaining snowmen or some kind of straight or flush. Or we will be losing him. The snowman.
I actually love the nicknames for all the hands. What was nines? Do you have a nickname, nines?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we should know.
We should.
Been around long enough.
Yeah.
No help so far for Azar. Ace, queen, 4, 7 on the turn, so 2 outs, 1 chance to find it. GG, sir. No good. 7 of spades completes the board. And Gromov has gone on some spin up. Wasn't he down to 70k?
Yeah, slightly more, like 100
more?
150, something like that. But he had 800 and then 150.
Yeah.
And his mood has just sort of gone up and down, up and down.
Sure
so now he's back.
I'm sure it has.
But he has, I have to say, he has worked for the chips.
Yeah.
He's not just been nut peddling. He really went for it when he was down to 180, 300, 400.
Yeah, Gromov is really, really fun to watch.
Yeah,
covered
he
him,
goes for it.
covered him many times here at Merit. He's a lot of fun. He's not going to be scared. Yeah. He's going to be a threat now. Up to 1.4 million, I believe. Quite the spin.
Amazing how fast it changes.
Yeah. Speaking of fast changes, back we go again. Fast and furious action. Open from Delhi here. Pocket 5s from under the gun.
I think he has to send this one.
Yeah, these are the really awkward spots. You still have a bunch of the table behind you.
Yeah.
If your opponent under the gun's kind of wide enough, Steve, right? This is one of those.
Sure, yeah.
He is opening off 28, which he should start to have a stronger range, you would think.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think I'm with you. The ace-jack makes the cut. Does send it in.
We're not too near the money. We're still 31 off the money and stuff. I think you've just got to go with it. And
yeah, anytime you need to lose like half the field, right, it seems fine to just take these spots.
Sure. And I think from what we've seen, you can actually get called by worse by some people. So, do you know what I mean? It's not as sort of standard folder with ace-10 as maybe it might be on some tables. So, I don't mind it.
This is pretty ugly though now, right? With a hand like 5s.
Yes.
Just hoping for a flip. One of the problems of opening this hand off our stack depth. Awkward one. Well done from God's Danker. A little bit of breathing room for him.
He's played well today, Mr. Godsdanker. He's been cooled twice when he should have gone broke, and somehow he found a way to lose the minimum.
Nice.
So, very impressive. Been very, very patient.
Yeah, not always easy to do in a somewhat turbo-y structure.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, here we go. Kobzev's decided out on the DTD live table. Queen Jack offsuit. He's decided to run it. Pretty wide jam from +1. Savinkov is deciding ace-10, good enough. So we're off to the races.
It's interesting seeing the players that are a bit tighter because they're trying to make day 2, and the players that are probably thinking, let's reg tomorrow if we bust.
Right.
You know, it's like 2 different strategies, isn't it?
I mean, if there's ever a tournament where you should take gamble spots, it's the mystery bounty, right? Where you
100%,
need
yeah.
those chips.
Yeah, exactly. Having that big stack for day 2 is huge.
Yeah. So Kobzev looking to hunt down Savinkov's ace high. Well, Jack in the window vaults him into the lead. 84% of the time he will find that double up. 3 of clubs on the turn does open up wheel draws, but the 10 of diamonds, river, no good for Savinkov. He's going to be left on absolute fumes, 1 big blind behind. Kobzev finds the double.
Fortune favours the brave.
I think that is worth noting, that if this is like a normal sort of vanilla tournament, you probably don't jam this hand, right,
Yeah.
from +1.
Agree, yeah.
But in the mystery, where really is beneficial to have a stack to go after the bounties, half the prize pool, of course.
Yeah, sure. I know lots of players that play 1A said they've got the chance to play 1B and 1C to have
Right.
that chance to win it.
Oof, can
So,
be
yeah.
an expensive strategy, Mr.
Certainly
Warburton.
can. It depends how lucky you are.
It does, right? I'm like terrified I'm going to do 8 bullets, you know. I'm like, nah, let's play 1D.
I've got some lucky friends there, so it makes sense.
Now then, back out on the Luxon table, Mr. Taravat from +1. Getting after it here with the King 6 of hearts.
Which is your favourite table, would you say?
Ooh, right, I haven't had time. I feel like I've not even had time to gather my thoughts enough yet. Come back to me in 10 minutes, we'll decide.
Mine's the Onyx for sure.
Okay.
Nice gold table, I like it.
Oh, you meant the colours. I'm
Yeah.
talking the lineup of players.
Oh, the lineups.
Ah.
Okay.
All right, okay, right.
Yeah, that's tough actually. I don't know the favourite one yet.
I know, I'm like, you're putting me on the spot, Steve.
Sorry, mate.
See Smushkovich laying down King Queen there. Pretty respectful fold.
Yeah.
You're not loving it against +1, whereas Demlakian with the button and the suited King Jack does make the call.
Yeah. Standard peel.
Yeah.
Same for the big blind.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Sergenko likely to complete and does. 3 ways then, 180k in the middle. Queen 8 on the flop. Sergenko takes the lead.
Some back doors for the other 2. I quite like a stab here
Yeah.
for Demlakin, but he's not going to take it this time.
Hello.
Interesting turn.
Royal flush draw materializing for Demlakian. Always strange spots these, I find, like Taravat. It's kind of our card, so to speak, but it's pretty unappetizing, Steve, right, to start
Yeah.
firing into 2 here.
He's decided to go really small, which doesn't really achieve too much. Maybe he's trying to get the button to fold sort of 3s, 4s, 5s.
Yes.
But even for that size, it's it's tough. Has he gone for the raise?
He has found a raise.
Quite like it. Quite like it. He's gone very small again, but this actually gets
Yeah.
the best hand out, doesn't it? He's managed to get the 8 to fold.
Yeah, Taravat has done a lot of these sort of kind of strange button clicky lines today.
Yeah.
Makes it work for himself more often than not. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm not a huge fan of tiny. I guess if you think that your opponents will overfold those pocket pairs, like you said.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, nice pickup. It's almost like that 25k is.
It's almost a check, right?
Yeah,
It's
but it's
weird.
got the it's managed to get the Jack 8 to fold. If he doesn't bet that 25, he might bet, and then the 8 calls, and so
Yeah.
it's kind of a bit of a like messed up hand, but
Yeah, gotcha.
worked out.
So open here pre-flop from Yildiz. Vornin making the call on the button with the Jack 10 suited. Is going to continue half pot, 75k into 160.
These 2 once again, and Vornin once again will not be folding. Overs in the gut shot.
Yeah, interesting decision from Yildiz to c-bet. Don't mind it, especially with this combo. Jack of clubs kind of a key card, I think. Wow,
Oh
okay.
wow, he does just fold. That surprises me.
I'm loving Vornin already. He's like a vibes guy, right?
Yeah.
He's like, this 10 deuce, I'm definitely floating.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas the gut shot and 2 overs, I just think my man has a strong hand.
I'd have put a lot of money on him not folding there, so yeah. You can never really be sure, can you?
Let me ask you then, Warbs.
Go on, what have you got for me?
You've got obviously infinite live experience over the years. You've got quite a lot, right?
Little bit.
Did you like start off as more like the sort of feel vibes based poker, and then as as things developed, you started to like go to study way more,
Yeah,
or
of course. The first 3 years I played, we were going 7-way to flops.
right?
This is about 20 years ago, so it's like 1-2 cash live. So yeah, all my first few years experience was just 6-way, 4-way. You know what I mean?
You should be playing.
This is why I'm in. This is why I'm at Merit doing the comms. I'm like, I know these guys. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago, but yeah. No, that was me.
Not that long ago. Right, Savinkov all in, 1 big blind, gets it in good.
I'm much older than I look.
He really is. Right, can Savinkov survive? So far, so good. Looking to fade queens and jacks. It's the immediate outs of Yuda. 4 of clubs, very clean.
It's looking bleak.
Yeah, finds the hold. For the old quintuple up. You never know, right? You can spin it fast, I think, in this kind of structure.
Oh, for sure, yeah,
especially people who are looking to accumulate
Yeah.
chips for day 2.
Oh, he won the... Oh, he won last year.
Oh, there we go.
Right. He's going for back-to-back.
Pedigree.
I wonder if the 85k is including his bounties, or
Right.
is that just first? You must have commented on it.
I know. I must have.
But is it a whole year ago?
I'm getting old too.
Yeah.
Don't remember. Right then, back to the Luxon table. Smuskevicius, 5-6 of clubs. Gonna come in for an open from hijack. Been raised 40,000. Sergenko declines the opportunity to get involved with Queen 10 off. Makes sense. Our man Idai never saw 2 cards he didn't like based on the play so far. Does defend with the King 6-0. Look at this. It's pretty above average flop for 5-6 of clubs. Flops the flush, unfortunately for Smuskevicius. Idai with just King High Red.
Sadly not going to get any action, but you've obviously got a bet. I bet your whole range there.
Yeah, one of those. Next hand, please, dealer. Yeah, that's part of the reason I was asking you about the, theory versus exploit stuff. We see a lot of,
For sure,
you have to duck and dive in these fields out here at Merit.
Oh, definitely.
Well, here we go. 3 premium hands. Raise from Vornin, Ace-King. It's kind of surprised, Steve, that Chen just calls with jacks, like off 16.
Off that stack size, yeah.
Wow, did Ace-Queen just fold?
He did. Incredible. Incredible read. Oh, no, he's back.
Okay.
Slight,
I was about to say, Mr. Taylor.
Slight graphical error.
Wow, are we just... is this just... We're out of the tournament?
You gotta send it, yeah.
Yeah.
What else can you do, really?
This is going to work out beautifully for Chen, at least pre-flop, right? I guess he's essentially trapping with the jacks. 'Cause the only explanation, Vornin going to have a pretty wide range, right? And we can maybe just keep in an Ace-7 off. Like, can't be the worst thing.
Maybe, yeah. It's tough to know exactly what he's thinking, but it's going to work out quite well for now, and he could treble.
Yeah. Oh, the final time bank card's gone in immediately. That would suggest that he wasn't as comfortable with this hand as we thought.
Well, he wasn't super sure what to do.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, right, against squeeze, shove, and reshove, you're never totally loving life, right? But surely Jack's too big a hand.
Yeah, I think
off this stack size. In they go. And he's done very well so far. Obviously, a bunch of cards to fade. Taylor gets the worst news of the lot. Does have a clean queen.
I fold 1 ace. You fold 1 ace, yeah. But there is still...
1 ace declared folded.
Shocking decorum, isn't it?
Hate to hear
Don't
it, don't you?
tell me. Don't tell me one of my outs is in the mud.
I don't mind it if it like if it comes ace high and then someone goes I folded the other ace, that's
Okay.
fine. But
Yeah,
when
you're
they're
loving it then.
yeah, but when they're like sweating it, come on, mate.
I'll tell you a funny story in a minute.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get this run out first. Chen then, 53% of the time, is going to be up to the bones of a million. There is a side pot between Taylor and Vornin.
Yeah, this is the difference between being out and 1.2 mil. It's a big pot for someone.
Very clean flop for pocket jacks. 9-6-6 rainbow. Really just has to fade. Queens, kings, and aces. So far, so good for the Russian. 10 of hearts on the turn. 5 outs to fade. Can he do it for the full treble? Yes, he can.
Nice.
2 of spades completes the board. Very unfortunate for Taylor. Felt like a slam dunk
Nothing you could do,
squeeze.
yeah.
I mean, don't
You
know what else you
never-
can do.
You're never thinking Chen's got a hand as strong as Jack's there, and he's been a little bit loose with some other hands. So yeah, it's just an absolute slam dunk all in. Very unlucky. So this story, then, you're going to tell me?
Yeah, I'm gonna. So you know when people tell you,
Yeah.
oh, I folded one of them or whatever. I think it was my first time out in Vegas. I was still, had the dreams in my eyes, wet behind the ears, and I went pretty deep in one of the first events I played, and ended up in a big pot with like 30 left, and I've squeezed jammed 10s, I think it was, for 25 blinds or something, and then someone reshoved, and then the guy tanked forever, and folds, and he folded the other 2 10s, and the other guy's just got like jacks or something from memory, and I'm just dead.
Yeah,
And he just
exactly.
announces it.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just like, oh, I folded 10s, mate. It's like, I folded 10s, you're out. And
Thank
I'm
you
like,
very much.
oh, thanks, buddy.
Did you stick around for like the whole board, or did you just walk
I
off?
just
on it?
left,
Yeah.
mate. I just left.
Straight off Feraldo style, just gone.
Right then, back on the Luxon table. Round to Bura. He's under the gun. Makes it 40k to go.
He's been fairly solid, Bura. Interesting spot here, whether to flat or 3-bet.
One call.
Yeah, they
Let's
can
go
be really
call.
tricky, right? Like early versus early.
Yeah, definitely.
Full table behind. Do we just want to knock out a bunch of players behind with start the hand with a 3-bet?
Yeah,
Does mix in call.
5 call.
especially these stack depths as well. He's got him more than covered.
Yeah.
Looks like it will go heads up.
Ten, 7, 3 with 2 hearts. Pocket 8's still best. Never too comfortable here, but it's going to come with C-bet, Steve. Looks like
Yep.
a third pot.
Yeah, don't expect the ace queen to be folding. Sometimes they're the best hands. Backdoor hearts, 2 overs.
Yeah, not going to get many hands to fold here for kind of 25%. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Very murky kind of spot. 8's still best. Tough spot to know how to proceed best here,
Yeah,
Steve.
I think he has to check, really, doesn't he? But he's deciding to bet.
7 bet.
I think he's actually betting into quite a strong range here, and wouldn't necessarily recommend this one.
I'm with you.
But he has got the best hand. He doesn't know it, but
Yeah, it's one of those, right? Is he like, does he just know he's good? Is he just deciding, okay, I won't get raised very often here. We'll get to realize equity. We can,
yeah.
sometimes just fold out. But it's hard to imagine too many hands, right, that you just get to fold. And pretty tight fold
It
from
is a bit tight, yeah,
Muscovicius. Although it is uncomfortable, right, to face the double barrel
Sure.
from under the gun.
I think just for the size, though, it was only half pot, wasn't it? Seems like quite an easy peel, but
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm with you. Don't think we can fold that one, but he does
Yeah.
let it go. Yeah, Bura has just kind of consistently continued to build a good stack.
Yeah, he's been chipping up quite slowly. Yeah.
Back out to DTD Live we go. Gromov putting his chips to work as he always does. Ace-3 off.
He feels invincible now.
It's
He's
pretty wide.
huge spin, one of
Oh.
those last spots. Wow.
Well done, Savinkov.
In he goes. Hijack.
Yeah, finds jam. Maybe just knows that Gromov is the type of player who will have, you know, all these king 10 offs and stuff like this that we do
Yeah.
okay against.
Yeah.
And he's going to get it in very good shape here. Ace-7 versus the Ace-3.
He's loving life.
Yeah, going to chop, of course, a fair portion of the time, but so far so good. Looking to continue the spin. Was down to 20k. Potential here to get back to $250,000 in chips. Nine, 6, 5, 2 hearts on the flop. Gromov with a couple of backdoors. No good on the 10 of diamonds. So Savinkov looking to hold here. And he does. The 7's going to play. Great result for him. All of a sudden back from the dead. Gromov just chewing away on that toothpick. Unperturbed. Can you look cool chewing a toothpick, Steve?
Can I
on a live
personally?
table?
Can
Yeah.
I personally? No. But most people can, yeah. I feel like
Do you
you've got to
think?
be. I feel like you've got to be a certain age, certain swagger.
You think most people can look cool chewing a toothpick?
I think if you've got the age on the right side and you've got the swagger, then you've nailed it. But it is hard to have those two things.
A lot of moving parts. I'm going to go home and practice after this stream. Right, Demlakian, lots of aggressive opening here with substandard hands. Queen 3 suited from early. Defends from the big blind from Bura. Flops a gut shot and an overcard. Demlakian comes up completely empty.
Yeah, this is a bit ambitious pre, but he's been there all day. Maybe he fancies it now to be a bit looser. Towards the end of the day, people are tighter and things.
Yeah, it's going to c-bet 25k. Pretty small. Yeah, and Bura's just going to pounce on this immediately.
Raise 100. 100.
Quite like this.
Oh yeah,
Just going to put the pressure immediately back on the man from New Zealand.
yeah. This is a really good play.
Let you steal this one.
Perhaps Steve just reading into the fact that shouldn't be too many tiny bets on a board like this, right?
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
fairly connected. Like there's a bunch of backdoors and flopped draws going on, and he's bet really small. Bura just pounces.
It's definitely a size exploit, I think.
Yeah, well done.
Nice hand to do it with as well, and I prefer it to check call in.
Yeah, puts his man to the decision, gets the job done.
Lots of turns he can continue on as well if he does get called.
Now then, timer Gazin. 10 bigs, pocket 7s, under the gun. You'd imagine they're going in. And there they go. Not a bad hand to find when you're down to 10 bigs. Oh, close one, Steve. Vornin, ace-10-0.
I think he's probably going to go with it, to be honest, from what I've seen. Yeah.
Yeah, is committing his stack.
I can't blame him. I know it's an undergun shove.
It's
but
one of those, right? Like
Yeah.
pretty close. This like
Agree,
ace-9 off. We're gonna fold, right? It feels like the exact line.
Yeah.
Chen now up to $1 million after that very nicely played Jack's hand. Has to get out of the way with the Queen 10 of spades. Round to the blinds, who both get out of the way. We are flipping. Team Orgazin looking to hold versus the 2 overs. Wow, 7 in the window. What a flop. 96% of the time now. Gonna find and secure that full double. Only 2 runners to stop it. There are some chop opportunities now, of course. Vornin looking for an 8 for a rebate. Can't find it. King of clubs completes the board. Very nice double up for Timur Gazin.
What do you have? Quinten.
So of course, guys, this is day one of the 2025 Mediterranean Poker Party. The Poker OK Mystery Bounty.
Again,
$1,100 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. We are going to be here for 9 days of live coverage this year. Of course, we will bring you the conclusion of this event, and here we go. Full schedule up on your screens now. So tomorrow we have day 1C of this mystery bounty, and the final day will be brought to you guys on the 5th. Then we're going to have a day off and then jump into the Luxon Pay Grand Final, day 1C on the 7th, day 2 on the 8th, and then of course on the 9th we will take you all the way to the conclusion where we will crown our champion. And then the Big Daddy, the MPP main event, starting on the 11th of May. 5 million guaranteed, Warps.
Nice.
Juicy.
I think there's a little party as well on the day off.
I know.
So yeah, it's all
Dangerous.
It's all happening here, isn't it?
Seems like quite sharky scheduling from the organisers, to be fair. No poker to be played. Let's go and drink lots of alcohol and have a dance.
They know what they're doing, don't they?
They do. I'm going to take my toothpick. Wow, Vornin decides. Pocket deuces, +2, time to run it.
Yeah, 12 big blinds. He's decided just to put it in. Obviously, a hand he doesn't want any action with and just wants to take the blinds.
So far, so good.
Yeah, just one more to get through. He's safe this time.
Yeah, it's a great result for Vornin.
And we're only 23 off the money now.
Yeah, I mean, we really are flying through it.
We really are, yeah.
Are playing down to 33 players today, guys,
Very fast paced.
for the bag and tag.
So the 10s has opened here and the Queen 8 has peeled from the big blind, very standard.
8bet 45.
Interesting decision point for Muscovicius. Warbs. 2 overcards, open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, I think you still have to proceed with call though. You want to. You've got lots of different answers to peel here. Excuse me.
Yeah, does very casually flick in 2 chips, makes the call, and does improve 2 top pair, takes the lead.
That's a beautiful turn because it's just so disguised, and the
Yeah.
10s will check, but it's not checking to fold.
Yeah, this is really awkward, dicey waters now for Levine.
Yeah, it's a must value bet though from Muscovicius.
Pretty good. You think Stevie's likely to go like a large size here? Are we looking to set up river shoves, or are we looking to get one street and potentially check back rivers?
I think he should be going a large size. I can understand why he's not. He's kind of semi-unsure about his hand and he wants to bet and then go check on the river.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually a very good spot to bet huge. Because you can charge all the draws, you just have the best hand so often. It's very unlikely you don't have the best hand. And as it's turned out, it's probably just going to go check, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm greedy, but I feel like Muscovicius could seek river value.
Oh, I think he should have, but because of his turn size, I think it was just
Okay.
quite obvious that he was having a little probe and then was not really too sure about his hand.
Yeah, you've
but no,
called it.
I think if he'd have gone a big size on the turn, I think it's perfectly fine to go all in on the river because all the draws have missed. You can get looked up really light there,
Yeah.
especially blind on blind.
8s through jacks and the like, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Look at the chip counts. Bura out in front. 1.4 million. Action fast and furious. And goodness me,
Oh my
Gromov
word.
has just
Here he is.
flopped the second nut flush. And look how deep these guys are, by the way, Steve. 1.2 million in front of the Krush and Gromov. This could be disastrous for Krush, although maybe depends on how Gromov proceeds. Yeah, just comes with call.
Yeah, there's a lot of action killers, isn't there? But a red 9 or something he's going to keep. Oh, interesting.
Deuce of hearts on the turn. Krush makes the wheel. Really intriguing though with Gromov being in the big, right? Like Gromov can have some 6x, right?
Yeah.
Can have some slow played flushes occasionally, like
And
we
I
see
think
he has.
I think he knows that, which is why he's leading. He's, you know, he thinks that card's very good for his range, so he's obviously targeting all the ace-x and things, and has decided to lead. Top spot
Really,
now.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one for Krush. Like, you're pretty terrified of this, right? Like, if we're trying to assign pure bluffs to Gromov, what are we giving him? Something like a just king jack with the king of spades that just decides
he's
to
just
start
folded.
taking off?
Just folded.
What
great
a
folds.
lovely fold.
It was a strange hand that, because he's flatted aces pre from the Undergun Open.
Oh, did he? Right,
yeah,
okay.
he just called the button, and then he's just somehow managed to just lose the minimum, really, isn't he? Incredible.
Bravo to Krush. Very disciplined fold.
Yeah.
I mean, I was referencing it there. You're vaguely terrified, right, when Gromov just comes out bombing.
Yeah.
What a spot for him, though. Back to 1.4 million was very short.
As you said, it's hard for him to have many bluffs, and it does look like he has a 6 or better.
Sure.
But still, you've got to make the fold. It was a good fold.
Yeah. Back to the Onyx table we go. Open from God's Danker from +1. Yildiz making the call on the button. Top and bottom pair for God's Danker. Does c-bet 40k. Picks up a caller. Yildiz with just a naked gut shot.
Yeah, can't be folded into that size. It's a very good bluffing card.
Yeah,
for
Jack of Hearts
Yildiz.
turn.
Let's see if he goes for it, as I assume there's a check coming.
Yeah, like of the cards that God's Danker could choose to see, right, this is not one that we like.
Yeah, he has decided with bet, though. Small.
Interesting spot now for Yildiz.
It's hard to bluff raise when the man's only got 200k
Yeah.
left. He kind of commits himself if he makes it 120, 150 or something. So he's kind of out of options, isn't he? But would have been a great hand if he checked, and then he can start bluffing the jack.
Yeah, God's Danker decides to protect his hand, gets the job done. Back over to the Luxon table we go. Open here from Bura in the hijack. Makes it 40k with King 8-0. Demlakian we've seen, spicy, peeling from the small.
He's in the mood, isn't he? He's in
Yeah.
the mood to see a flop he likes and try and get a big stack.
Don't try this at home, I would suggest. 3-5 of diamonds. Approaching the money, makes the peel, allows Queen 8 suited of Boskov to come along from the big.
It's as good as it gets, that really, isn't it? Open-ended
Certainly
straight draw,
is.
backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, 10-4 deuce, rainbow. Boskov and Bura coming up pretty much empty. Bura is going to c-bet this one, try and just take it down. We know it's not going to work.
Yeah, most of the time it would, but definitely the 5-3 suit is going to continue here. From what I've seen, I think he'll just call, but it'd be quite a good raise, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Does reach for calling chips. Boskov does have one of those hands that sort of, you know, wraps around the 10. We've got some backdoors, but, you know, against a fellow big stack and the small blind who's fairly shallow, makes sense just to get out of the way, and does.
Sure.
Queen of Hearts on the turn, Steve.
It's a very good card for Bura to keep betting. The queen doesn't really hit Demlakian at all. He wants to put pressure on the 3s, 5s, 7s, all the pocket pairs. Even a 10 now is a bit oi, as we say.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. Bura's shown pretty good awareness of where he is in hands.
Yeah, for sure. He knows which cards to attack and which cards to slow down on.
Yeah, Demlakian in this very nasty kind of situation now where we would like to realize equity, but if we check call here with just 5 high and don't improve,
Yeah.
is going to make the call though. 500,000 now in the middle, big river coming, and it is a blank. 10 of clubs.
The problem with his turn call, obviously, is if he doesn't get there, it's just very hard to win the hand, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's going to check.
Kind of ironically, if he was going to bluff, the 10 is quite a good card.
Yeah. Yep.
But no, he's just given up now, and it'll be interesting to see if Bura might just give up and win.
Yeah, I mean, he
King highs.
100% is thinking to himself.
Because it's not a good river to be bluffing, really. But he might find it. If he does find it, I think he's got to be all in.
Oh, he's reaching for small. This is really interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to target to fold here.
Has to be something like an ace jack or something like this, like ace 3, ace 5 that got sticky, and we think we can fold out ace high, king jack.
Yeah.
But Demlakian doesn't really seem like the type to float king jack here on the flop, from what we've seen.
Yeah, I guess like an ace jack. Ace
Yeah.
jack makes sense. But
If Demlakian jams here, by the way, this
yeah, he
be
could do.
sick.
But I just think a lot of the hands that, like, let's say that he got stubborn with like 8s or 7s on the turn, I think he is now going to call the river. So I think it's a bit ambitious from Bora to be trying to get him to fold hands that he's called turn.
Yeah, I
with.
agree.
But it's worked. He had no idea he was up against the 5-3. He's probably thought he got him to fold like 6s or 7s or something.
Absolutely. Bura getting the job done once more. Back over to the Onyx table. Yodi's opening here pre-flop with the 7s. And Varneen has decided to send it. 235k from the button.
Speaking of the walking sticks.
Yes.
That's another one, isn't it?
That is another one.
Yeah, I've not heard that for years.
I mean, you'd imagine off this stack size, we just have to call, right? And he
Yeah, for sure.
does make the call, okay.
Cut off versus button.
Yeah. Varneen gets the good news. Once called that he is flipping. Here we go then. 545,000 in the middle. Yodi's looking to cross the 2 million chip mark. Piles going into the bounty phase, potentially for him, but Varneen finds the ace of spades, takes the lead. Yodi's now drawing to 2 outs. Ace of diamonds on the turn, no change.
Cappuccino. Cappuccino.
2 7s one time, doesn't find it. Queen of diamonds river, Varneen finds the full double. We are flying through this field, Warbs. 53 players remain, so we are playing down to 33 players.
Yep, nobody's hanging about.
Yeah, relatively quick clock, 30 minutes. Back to the DTD live table.
2 real hands.
Yeah, classic confrontation imminent. Ignatov here's gone for the non-all-in 4-bet. The potential, you know, oh, I've got a stronger hand than you think I do. They're getting it in though. Ace-King of Paniak versus the Pocket Jacks of Ignatov.
Sucks to be a 2-to-1 dog and not even know it.
Yeah, with the card removal.
Yeah.
Queen, deuce, deuce, 2 spades. So far, so good for Ignatov. 3 of hearts on the turn, no change. Paniak now needs to find an ace or a king, or he is going to be out in 53rd. Fortunately for him, we will say GG. Queen of hearts completing the board.
No Barry.
No Barry.
Needed the Barry.
Nothing to be done. As we all know, in No Limit, gotta win your flips, especially in this structure. We are motoring down to 50. Here we go. Back to the Onyx table. Raise to 50k from Yildiz from +1. Varneen makes the call on the hijack with King Queen. Delhi with the decision now, Warbs. Pocket 5s on the button.
Yeah, it's a tough stack to play, these small pairs. I don't begrudge him going all in. It's not a bad play. I mean, it's just a bit tough running against +1. If you're against like a proper range of +1 and hijack, it's a bit too loose.
Can this maybe come down to how you perceive Varneen? Like if you think he's in there with like 8-9 suiteds and too many hands?
Exactly. I'm surprised the ace-queen snap folded.
Wow, for 15 bigs.
Yeah, obviously if you know that, then you're definitely in with all the pairs. But yeah, aggression pays. I think maybe his table image kind of got it through there as well. He's been fairly snug.
He's been pretty snug, yeah.
Because even the king queen didn't even think about it. So nice pickup.
Sure. All right, back to the DTD live table we go. Kobzev here. is c-betting from under the gun with King Jack on the 9-8-3. Gromov not going anywhere. 2 overs, backdoor spade draw does improve to the King High flush draw on the 4 of spades turn. Kobzev now looks like the white flag.
Yeah, this is the exact sort of card that Gromov was hoping for, and the action being check, he's definitely gonna take the lead in the hand. He's gone a bit too small for my liking, but probably gonna work.
Oh
No, sticky.
wow. Okay.
I'm not sure what the plans are for Kobzev.
Yeah, what is the
here,
plan?
yeah.
Are we going to bluff on a 4th spade?
Yeah, this is very tough to win.
I mean, surely here, if he's check called, he has to donk lead river. This is very curious for me.
And this is just a mandatory bluff from Gromov. And it's, to be fair, this is actually quite an easy bluff. You also have the jack for like the 10 jack as well as the spade blocker, and I prefer just going all in, but fair enough. He's bet 200 of 340. I think your size here should obviously just be all in and max pressure, and you're going to do that with all your strong hands as well. So makes the most sense. But
yeah, what a curious turn check call.
Oh, he's using a time bank for the king high hero. Or is he thinking about putting in the last 140? And
if he check shoves here, might be the end of the broadcast. Might fall out of my chair.
I think he's looking at
hero calling. I mean, we beat 6-7 suited. That's
Yeah.
about it, though.
Yeah, it's
Never a good thing when you lose to some bluffs.
I mean, it's really clutching, isn't it? 6-7 suited, 10-7 suited, red. It's like even if he just has like the ace-2 off with the ace of spades, he just dust.
Wow, these guys got to have history.
Yeah, I
for
think
this
so.
to have even been a consideration.
Yeah, I think in the last couple of hours, Groham's probably played not every hand, but you know, a lot of hands, and maybe that's playing with his mind.
Yeah, does like to get in the mix. Does Gromov? This would be absurdity.
I'm not a fan of like burning through your time banks though, unless you really consider.
No,
He's called it.
He's made the call.
Brilliant hands.
What is going on here? Gromov
Brilliant
cannot
hands.
believe it. Look at
He's out of his seat for that one.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
I'm a little bit lost for words, and you know that doesn't happen to me very often.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, though, what a feeling when you get called and you think that you've lost a pot and somehow you get half of it. You're like,
right.
Loving that. Yep, he was not posturing, was he? He was genuinely thinking about it.
That's wild.
He can't believe it. He's like, what's happening here?
He called me with king high, honey.
Yeah.
Right? Dearie me. Right then, back we go to the Luxon table. Open here from Edai, defended by Levine
I really
in the big
hope.
blind with Jack 9.
I really hope we see a couple more hands with those two now after that.
That
after
was
that one.
insane.
But yeah, back to the Luxon table.
Right then, 8-3-5 all clubs. Edai decides to check back on the flop. Don't mind it. Sort of 10 high flush draw and some showdown. You can induce some bluffs from the big blind.
Like it.
Yeah, of all the hands that you can kind of check back here that contain a club, don't mind it at all.
You don't want to bet and get check raised, so yeah, it's nice. You can call all turn bets.
Yeah, and he does induce a bluff from Levine.
It's a great river, obviously, but he just elects to check back. Doesn't want to seek any value.
A pretty shrewd give up, I think, from Levine. Opponent's going to have a lot of ace highs, right? That call turn and are not folding river.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable stuff.
In your head, you're thinking of all like the sort of middle and low cards, and an ace comes, and you're just done, aren't you?
Sure. Back we go to Onyx. Yildi's really getting after it here. Under the gun, queen 9 off. Like, these two have been going to war, right? Varney calling 1 seat over with just ace 6 suited.
Yeah, they've played a few.
And Yildiz is set up turn jam here, Steve. Big c-bet, quickly called from Varney with just 1 pair.
It's just so tough. Just so tough just to put this in. Yeah, he just he almost just gives up, doesn't he? He's like, yeah, it's done. Let's go check and
Again, that's not really a river you can do much.
Pretty hard to credibly rep strong hands now, right? When we bet big flop check turn when the SPR is just 66% left.
Exactly.
And now we're going to put it in.
I'm not a fan of this because he's not even going all in.
I'm not sure what this is trying to achieve.
Maybe, I mean,
Trying to rep like an ace-9 suited that does this,
Yeah.
right? Like king-queen's not going to bet, surely.
trying to get hearts to fold or something. I don't know, but
Yeah.
Vaughning's obviously not going anywhere.
Yeah, some real spicy hands here.
And out of nowhere, that's like a 725k pot. It's a big hand.
Huge. Yeah, Varneen, very stubborn. Nice turn check. Did get the max. Decided that Yildiz had just given up and had a weak enough hand that we can sort of trap check turn, as it were.
Yeah, I think a lot of
You
players
hear me,
there,
like, you know, in just some bluff catch spots for a river.
lots of players there will just bet because they've been checked to and they've got top pair and things. But
Yeah.
no, he's checked it back and he's managed to get the bluff out of him on the river. So well played.
Yeah, earns another 125k. Back to Luxon table we go. Demlakian here, opening with King Jack. Bura calling on the button with the 8-9 of clubs. Allows Smuskavicius to complete with the ace-10-0.
Yeah, this is under the gun. I feel like everyone's playing in flow and standard.
Off to the ace-king-4 flop we go. Second pair for Demlakian. Smuskavicius with a very kind of disguised strong hand top pair here in the big. Checks over to Bura. Decides that this hand class doesn't make a great stab correctly. So, as we see Smuskavicius improve here, he's going to play this slow. Checks the turn.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen a bet there from the big blind. You can get value from so many hands.
Yeah, perhaps thinking to himself that in the long run, the big blind struggling here on all these kind of high cards. But I hear you. 55k from Demlakian. Smuskavicius now. Decision on him, Steve, whether to bump it up now or just play check call.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's thinking about because the size is quite small, isn't it? 55 into effectively 200.
Selling weakness quite well here.
Yeah.
That was a good bit of acting.
I think you do have to raise there just because so often it's just going to go check on the river now, isn't it? And you've just lost all your value.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, you've called it. 8 of diamonds river.
It's not ideal, is it? You feel like you've...
Is that why you kind of prefer turn bet yourself? Because it's like easier to represent a bluff if
Yeah.
you just lead at it than like if you
mean,
check, raise, turn.
I completely get what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
not it's not your board, is it? But I think versus 2 opponents where it's just so likely they have King X or like a worse Ace X, I think you can just go ahead and bet. And also, you want to set your own price. You don't want to be facing this 55k and then just having to, check call and then it's check. So
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
this one there, but
All right, God's Danker now makes it 50k from the hijack with ace queen. Martinez very short. Decides now is the time. Puts in the rest with pocket fives. And we are going to be off to the races here.
loving those glasses, by the way. He's got a hell of a look. Lacoste top and those binners.
I need another look. Binners? What's that?
Bimmers, bimmers?
Bimmers? No, I'm not cool enough. Is this some kind of a Cockney rhyming slang?
Do I look like a Cockney?
No, you don't.
Yeah, no, it's not Cockney.
Now,
They might be,
Varneen.
actually.
Tell
Ooh,
you
this
something.
is-
This hand might not be done yet.
Yeah, this is tough. He can't really fold, can he? Hijack open button, put an all in for.
Just under 10. Oh, in
Yeah,
fact, it's only
less.
6.
Yeah, 6.
Oh, and he finds a very disciplined laydown.
That's an incredible fold, really. I'm not sure he should be.
Maybe just thinks
Worked
God's Danker is opening off such a shallow stack. It's a little scary.
Possibly, yeah.
Not-
Yeah. There you go.
The binners.
Yeah.
Loving that. All right, here we go. Ace Queen versus fives.
Very retro Lacoste jacket as well, yeah. I'm loving that. Hope he
Martinez
wins.
looking to hold with the baby pair.
Hope he wins now just because of his fashion sense. There you go.
Wow. Jack 5 deuce. Rainbow 98%
As good as it gets.
for this style icon. 7 of clubs turn. That'll do it. I'm not sure I'm qualified to talk about male fashion, Steve.
I mean,
I'm not sure you are, to be honest.
I'm not.
No
but
offense.
Here we are.
Inconsequential Queen of Spades completes the board.
My shirt's from Marks and Spencer, so yeah, I'm not.
It's nice.
Pass тебя, как бы ты коллегу.
I trust my better half to dress me, you see.
Same.
Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago.
Check us out. Masculinity soaring out the booth. Right, look at the chip count. Yieldies 1.1 million. Chen and Yang 930k. As the fast and furious action continues. Back to DTD Live.
Another flop flush today.
Yeah, Gromov just nailing it. Savinkov can't have opened King 3, not King 3 off here, right? From under the gun? Did he?
Looks like he has, yeah.
Wow, okay. And then checks the flop.
And the turn.
Yeah, Gromov slow playing here with the King High flush. Feels like he has to do his own betting.
Not much you can do now, is there?
It's Savinkov really open here with King 3-0.
It's, yeah, it's,
From the gun to the gun.
is it a graphic error? Maybe it's blind on blind.
That would make more sense, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. Reaching. Okay, just doing a little inventory. Has to be blind on blind, that one word. Savinkov's been pretty snug, like played
Yeah.
solidly. I'd be shocked.
Can't really see where the button is, but yeah, that
Sure.
would make a lot of sense because he's so short as well, isn't he? He's not going to be opening.
No, maybe not.
Oh no, maybe he did. 'Cause the
What
buttons.
is going on? How's he shut down on Jack 5 deuce all clubs with King 3 with 3 of clubs?
Maybe either misread his hand or did like a live straddle or something. It's the only explanation.
Oh dear. Back to the Onyx we go. Scott Stanker about to get the bad news. Yang finds the butchers.
He's just lost that previous race and now he's in even worse shape.
Yep, 4-1 dog to survive here. 49 left as we approach the end of day 1A. Looking for a 7 here. We're going to be losing another. Here we go. Oh, it's in the window. 7 of clubs gets there. Goodness me. About to be up to 700k if he can fade one of the remaining kings.
No emotion from Yang. Almost like he knew it was coming.
He's been here before. Deuce of Spades turn, no help. That's a tough one for Yang. Would have been up to 1.3 million. Unfortunately for him, stack cut in half. Tough ones to lose, of course. Did your job, got it in great shape. Unfortunately, the poker gods didn't shine on him as Vadzim Godsdanker finds a bit of breathing room. Back over to DTD Live. Raise here from Tunka. Beautiful looking ace queen of hearts on the button. 75k to go. Savinkov going to go for the old stop and go. Peels with 8-9 out the big off the short stack and flops top pair.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, here we go.
A piece, a draw, no ace or queen or something.
He's going to get it in good,
Yeah,
of
good
course.
spot for him now.
Tunka still with 30% equity. 2 overcards, backdoor, straight and flush draws working. Savinkov looking to hold on.
5 of hearts.
Oh. Warbs is calling it in.
Let's try for maximum sweat.
Well, how about the Queen of Diamonds? Tunka vaults into the lead, and just like that, Savinkov is out of here. GG, sir. Eliminated in 48th place. Tunka pads his stack. Up over 1.1 million. Unfortunate for him. Fought hard, was down to 20k at one stage. Just couldn't hang on any longer. As we see Gromov still in the lead at the DTD Live stage. Back to the Luxon table we go.
The boots.
The boots.
6 raise 50.
Taravat, min raise. 50k to go. Blinds are now up. 12.5k, 25k. He's a character,
Yeah,
Muscovicius.
Definitely.
Plus, 3 plus.
It's been fun watching him today.
Now then, Serchenko is going to get out of line here, Warbs. It's just a call.
Yeah, a
this
little
is pretty wide.
A little bit loose fist under the gun, isn't it? But maybe he's played with him all day and he feels like he can outmaneuver him post flop, let's say.
Yeah, would make sense.
Not a bad flop to continue, do some in. Check, though.
Taravat gonna give his man a little bit of rope. Don't mind it.
Yeah.
4 check.
King of Spades turn does
6, 25.
It's got to
bring
bet,
the presence of a double gut shot.
could have bet something now, but he's gone way too small. Don't mind check call, don't mind check raise there.
4.
10 of clubs on the river.
And I'd like to see a value bet for sure.
Yeah, I think we have to, especially when we choose this really small turn size.
Yeah, definitely. He can go. I mean, he could go full pot really, but he's gone 45, and I think you'd have to pay it off. It's just a very weird hand, isn't it? But okay.
Does get away.
Good folds. I don't think I'd be folding for that size. Quarter pot.
I was
on the
about to
river.
suggest, have we got any
Yeah, you
any
just never
river
know.
check raises in mind?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean,
Blocking
the
pocket
hand's
tens and straights.
but the hand's so confusing what he has. I mean, he might just have quad nines the way it's just like snap
He
check
might.
and like so.
He absolutely might.
So yeah. But yeah, I can understand your logic.
I'm always just looking to find a way to punt it off, you see.
yeah.
Right then, three-way coup here, developing. Gromov, telling you, this man is dangerous. Flops top and bottom here from the
Certainly.
cutoff against both blinds, and this is real danger now for Yuda.
Yeah.
Less than 30 bigs behind, facing an aggressive opponent in late position.
Yeah.
You wouldn't fault him to bump this up, Warbs, and he is.
Go on with it. Kobzev's not happy. He was planning to at least call.
Yeah. Look of resignation as the cards hit the mark. Gromov loving life at the moment, at least, with top and bottom.
Yeah.
Is going to ask for the rest of it.
No slow play, just in it goes.
Yeah, Yuda, one of those spots. You're not thrilled when your man puts it in. He's going to need to get there. Does have a bunch of backdoors working for him. Immediate outs of a 10 or a 9. Huge pot. 1.5 million in the middle.
Yeah, again, just out of nowhere, really. It's wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Gromov going to be up to 2.4 if he can hold, but the 9 of clubs immediately pings the turn. Oh, hang on. Are we chopping?
It's chopping now, yeah.
We are chopping. How's Gromov chopped this one?
Gromov's graph for his mood, honestly. It's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, chop.
We saw Gromov chop that absurd spot, King Jack versus King Jack. It's hard to decide who's more tilted here.
I feel like you just trying to work out if he wins or it's the chop or not. He's looking at it like, have I won, have I lost? What's happening?
Dearie me.
Roller coaster.
Telling you, Gromov, hard man to get rid of.
Yeah.
That was a big pot. 1.5 mil, 25k big blind. Mystery bounties in play tomorrow. Not tomorrow, the next day, I should say.
Yep, start of day 2. That's when it gets fun. Have you ever pulled a big bounty, Andrew?
I have.
I think yeah. Was it Las
Have.
Vegas? Have I remembered that correctly? No?
Vegas, a few small ones, but I
Okay,
had
yeah.
one at the Irish Open a few
Okay,
years
nice.
ago, where your good friend Mr. Alex Goulder pulled the big one.
What was the big one?
It wasn't that big. It was like a smallish. Right. You know what? We'll come back to my story in a second
Okay,
because
yeah,
there's a massive
wow.
cooler developing here
3 big ones.
on
Yeah.
the DTD live table. I mean, this could get nasty, right?
We're just
Look at this, though, right?
Yeah.
Gromov with the just call, Steve. Kobzev gets to send it.
Yeah.
And now Tunka can't fold, right, with jacks, and Gromov's got queens behind.
Tunka's in here, definitely. Tunka's in here. And there's no way Gromov's folding. So, yeah, it's huge pot. 2.5 mil are we going to have here?
Tunka is about to run into it.
Yeah. I mean, even if Tunka flats, then Gromov's going to shove and...
I mean, he can't fold, can he? He did! He found the fold!
What?
When he sees Gromov with queens, he's going to feel like the smartest man in the room.
Wait, what?
I can't believe he got away from this hand. I mean, maybe he just knows that Kobzev is super tight, right? And has... I don't know. That's pretty crazy.
That's wild. That's really wild.
Yeah, Gromov was set there to potentially have over 100 bigs. Anyway, as it stands, 1 million in the middle.
Wow.
Kobzev versus Gromov.
He didn't even look surprised when
I
he saw
can't believe
queens
it.
behind him. It's almost like maybe that he knew he flatted so big. But there's the
my
punishment.
Goodness me.
Max Payne.
King, Jack, 4, 2 hearts.
Max Payne.
That is Max Payne.
Somehow we've avoided a 2.5 million pot where Gromov would have been outdrawn and just been like absolutely distraught.
Oh, ace on the turn now, opening up extra outs for Gromov. Queen or a 10 for the sickness. Oh my goodness me. 10 of clubs completes the board. Gromov runs down Kobzev. Tunka, emotional roller coaster, makes a sick laydown. Would have 2-outed Gromov and been in position to be around 3 mil. Oh, I need a minute.
I can't. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I've just seen there. It's like it was a setup hand. That was incredible. So somehow he's still got the 2 million. He was supposed to have the 2.5 million pot, but wow.
We need a heart rate monitor for Gromov, or a morale meter.
That's a mad fold, isn't it? It was
That is a mad fold for 18 blinds.
Yeah, it was exactly 18, wasn't it? Yeah.
Anyway, on we go. Back to Luxon.
7-6.
Sergenko opening with Queen Jack. Bura here defending Jack 9. Both players flopping straight draws. Bura with the better one. Open ender with backdoor flush capabilities.
Yep.
7 call.
Sergenko again with this kind of really small c-bet size. I'm not sure I'm a big fan. Does just allow the big blind to continue very wide. Does make the call. 4 of spades turn.
Yeah, you can obviously check the raise there with the Jack 9, but I think having the Jack of clubs, it's a perfectly fine check call as well.
Yeah, he's going to come with lead here.
Okay, interesting.
It's the old classic, isn't it? I have more 6-7 than you do.
Yeah.
In theory, you know, I might have the offsuits and the suiteds, whereas you won't.
Yeah.
We have a few more 2 pairs, right, than the cutoff does.
Of course, yeah. 8-4, 5-4, 10-4
Yeah.
suited, yeah.
Sergenko can't go anywhere just yet. 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts of his own. Now then, Bura.
These are my favourite hands. You know,
Yeah.
when you get to the river, you've both got nothing. He's forced to bluff.
Really intriguing. We've seen him go for these kind of small-sized river bluffs a
Yeah.
fair bit, right? And like
I was just about to say that. He didn't...
240.
for the hands we're repping on the turn, which are kind of
Exactly,
2
yeah.
pair plus. Right? Okay, he's gone bigger than we thought, so this makes a bit more sense.
But yeah, there's been a couple of hands before he's gone really small with his bluffs. This one he's gone 2/3 pot, hasn't he?
4 plus.
But I mean, he's like, what's he actually repping here?
It's kind of 2 pair, 6-7, right?
Yeah.
Gets the job done. Credit to Bura. We've seen him win pot after pot after pot in this last sort of hour of coverage.
Yep, chipping up nicely.
Yeah, up to 1.8 million or so. Back to the DTD live table as we continue to tick our way towards the bubble. It is approaching. We're around about 12 away. We've got an all-in here from Krush, taking on Zakarulas. I'm going to get the bad news, Steve.
Yeah, the mandatory all in there. Let's see if he can get lucky.
Yeah, can't fault him. Can't fault either. 900k in the middle.
He was crushing it earlier, but he might be short after
Nice.
this.
Very nice. You might have a job for life after that one. Here we go. Did see Krush make that lovely fold earlier with pocket aces versus Gromov. He's going to have to get lucky here against the man from Greece. Ace in the window, followed by the 5 and the 6. Little bit of hope for Krush with that backdoor flush draw. As it stands, though, needs to find a queen. Very blank 4 of hearts on the turn. Deep breath from Zacharoulis. 3 outs to fade. Does so with ease. Ace of spades on the river. Finds the full double up and sits back down. Well done, sir. Up to 900k.
Yeah, you're absolutely loving that at this stage. 900k, a decent stack. You're not too far off the money and bagging up. $30 big blinds, perfectly playable.
Yeah, plenty to work with. There's a lot of value orbs, right, in just finding a bag, like for the day 2, and
Sure.
you know, you can just be in there. People are going to hunt you wide, even if you're short.
Yeah.
Potential to spin it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Well then, Godstanker raising from the cutoff with King Queen. Yildiz defending.
It's very low morale to play a mystery bounty and not have a chance to get a bounty.
Right.
So, yeah.
And we've seen a bunch of spice from Yildiz.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
He's going to float this one with check call rather than check raise, and turns.
Yeah. He's obviously got the
Pretty
jack
good.
of spade working for him. It does seem a bit loose there, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think if we're going to continue, I much prefer raise. Like just
Yeah,
one of these where even if your opponent is just sort of mindlessly barreling into us here with ace 4 of diamonds, for example, like what are we going to do against it?
Exactly. You're sort of solely relying on check on the turn, which
You are.
isn't going to happen very often, especially on a king high board.
Well, does Yildiz have a more refined plan?
Very tough to do anything now.
Yeah, and it's a big size up from Godstanker. It's gone for the old half pot to leave around about 2/3 pot river. Yeah, part of the problem, Steve, you called it. When you do check call, you need your man to shut down. Godstanker did find that 2-outer versus Yang not long ago, and is right back in the hunt here. Back to 800k.
Yeah, it's the sort of spot where you can sort of target specific opponents, knowing that they shut down more often than others. But again,
Sure.
against sort of good players, it's just so hard to assume that they're just going to go check on the turn a lot and float a hand like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Back into the action we go. Ignatov opening here with pocket 4s. Gromov just in there, 670.
Yeah,
feels like with 2.2 million, it's time to party.
Exactly. He's got the huge stack now. He's feeling confident.
Yeah, this is really tough with 4s. Part of the problem, of course, opening it full ring from the 1 seat. It's going to continue. Of course, problematic here. You don't get too many hands to fold, I don't think, for quarter pot.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, anything remotely floatable, he's in there.
Honestly, Gromov is, I'd mentioned it earlier, so aggressive and just pounces here.
It's a good play, that as well. It's a good play.
Yeah, I really like it.
I like his size there. There's been a few times I haven't really loved his size, but I think that's a very good size. You're not trying to get any great hands to fold, are you? You just sort of take control of the pot, trying to get some ace highs to fold.
One of those boards that people oversee bet, and you just think, right,
yeah.
let's go after him.
Yeah, you're risking 125. It's like, yeah, he's got an out to the nuts and stuff.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's fair.
Now then, Godstanker opening here with Queen 10 of clubs. Yildiz, who really has been splashing around recently, calling with ace 5-0. Not advisable, but he is in the mix. And Vornin decides to squeeze. This is a strange hand, Wars. Makes it a tiny size in pre, 4.5 bigs.
Yeah, they both call. He did this before, didn't he? With his ace jack off, he had any min 3-bet.
Feels like the type of hand that you just want to jam, right?
Yeah.
Pre? For 25, right?
I mean, it's a very nice flop for him. It'll be interesting to see what size he goes for. Expect the other two to get out of the way.
Yeah, this is as dreamy as it gets for pocket 8s. It's going to feel like the nuts, right? Like it's pretty hard to imagine Yildiz can ever have us beat, and you'd expect Godstanker to fast play sort of 9s through queens.
Sure.
And we basically have, in our eyes, the effective nuts. What is Yildiz thinking about here?
He has gone kind of small, so he's thinking of something.
Wow.
It's a devilish kind of flop, isn't it? So
very nice.
He might peel one hoping for the other 6.
Well, those chips are going straight to hell unless something changes. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Very good.
I mean, these guys have been going to war all night long.
Yeah. Is he going to put it in?
I
Is he
think
putting
he's
it in
just sending it.
now? Wow.
Or no, it's not all in. Excuse me. It looked like he just picked up one stack and said I'm all in.
Is he a bit like half a stack? Yeah. Half
Yeah,
a
I
stack.
mean,
He's gone all in without going all in. He's committed himself.
you never want to be too hypercritical. Just yield is kind of maybe a bit of tiredness creeping in warps, couple of slack hands in a row.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy to just bleed off chips.
I think he's getting a little bit impatient, yeah, because he wasn't playing like this at the start.
Yeah.
But you never know someone's strategy. He might just want a huge stack for day 2 and wants to gamble it up a bit. Fair enough.
Sure.
He's paid his money.
Oh, absolutely. Back we go then to DTD Live.
Gromov, of course, in the mix.
Yeah, getting after it. Does find calls from Yuda and Ignatov in the blinds. Everybody whiffs on the 10-6-4 diamond board. Normally a case of who bets first wins. Flop does check through. Great turn card for Yuda.
Yeah, kind of surprising no c-bet from Gromov.
I actually quite like it. One of those ones that we just... Sometimes you got to give up, right?
Usually I agree. I just think with it being so close to the end of the day,
Okay.
I feel like it's a good time to be putting pressure on. And
Yeah, okay.
I don't see too many check raises from the small blind and big blind based on how they've played. So I do agree with you. It's a bit of an over c-bet, but I feel like you can do it. Yuda's obviously taken advantage of that, and nice pickup for him.
I mean, it's one of the greatest things about covering tournaments out here. We're 10 away from day 2, and
Yeah.
Yuda's just like, yeah, Jack 9 off. I'm in.
Yeah.
Right? From the
Yeah,
small,
yeah.
I'm in. Back we
Yeah.
go out to the Luxon table. Raise here from Boskov on the button. It's a vaguely terrifying looking individual. Makes it 60k.
He's had a relatively easy day, Boskov. He's just chipped up nicely.
Look at this from Sergenko now, just in there. 8-5 suited from the small.
Yeah, he's decided not to take the 3-bet route and has flopped the world.
And look at this, by the way. Idai, the action went so quickly, we could barely cover it. Declined the opportunity to jam pre-Steve with pocket
Yeah.
9s and flops middle set.
I think obviously versus button and small blind, I think he's kind of got to get that in, but
Yeah, just feels like a fist pump shove pre, but it's going to
Yeah.
work out beautifully.
it really is. And there's lots of runouts where Boskov, as the bigger stack, may try and bully him around.
Oh, he's min-clicked.
Oh, I think he should have just check called that one, but he's obviously worried a bit about the flush draw, isn't he? But he should be thinking about the total range that the button range of Boskov. He can have so many different hands, and he's kind of showing his hand too early here, isn't he? Really, he's tried to check raise early.
Yeah.
All the bluffs just fold, and it's a bit of a waste of a very, very strong hand.
Yeah, I think I'm with you.
Yeah, just so often you've got the guy drawing dead, and you just kind of want to let him do his thing, don't you?
Yeah, inclined to agree. That being said,
Shame, because I was kind of looking forward to seeing him go for it then, like a king turn or whatever, queen turn.
oh, brutal development here for Zacharoulas. Takes the light 3-bet all-in spot. Oh, excuse me. Yuda has yet to act, but does take the spot with ace-jack. Hard to imagine Yuda will ever fold this one, Steve.
No, he's in there. It's going to be a huge hand, 1.6 mil. A little bit more. Approaching the bubble as well, so this is a really, really key hand for both.
Yeah, case of just bad timing here from Zacharoulas. Pretty reasonable to 3-bet jam here for what, 26 bigs? It feels kind of like a lot. I might 3-bet fold this one or flat.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think.
But
I think you
like
can
pretty
do that
unlucky
fold.
to run into the big hand
Oh,
behind,
agree.
of course.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. But yeah, I'm with you. I think you can 3-bet fold this. But sure, he's jammed and he's just been unlucky to run into it behind.
Yeah, it gets the bad news. You can see here, 70-30 dog. Not out of it yet. 1.8 million in the middle. Looking for a jack.
And these are obviously just so big. It's, you know, it's 1.8 million or dust. 0 or 1.8, it's just a huge...
Yeah, 60 bigs in the middle. Can Zacharoulis find lightning in the jar? Off to the flop we go. Queen, queen, 9, rainbow. Are some backdoor straight draws and potential chops now.
Opportunities.
Opportunities. Looking for a jack or a 9. 9 or a 6 for the chop. Jack for the win, or we are gone.
Nope.
Unfortunate for Zacharoulis. 7 of hearts completes the board. GG, sir. We wish him well for the rest of the week's festivities. They're just going to count this one down as we tick ever closer to that bubble. Our guys are going to play down to 33 players this evening. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Steve Warburton calling the action. Down to that magic number of 33 remaining.
Some big stacks now on this table.
There
We've got
is.
Three guys with basically 2 million.
Yep.
1.8, 2.1, 2.3.
Yuda, Laba, and Gromov all above that 1.8 million mark.
Makes it tough for the shorties as well, and like the middle stacks when you've got 3 big stacks.
Yeah.
Right next to you.
As Demlakian sends the remainder of his chips into the middle. Makes sense. Suited ace. 12 blinds in a bit. Decides just to run it.
Yeah, near the bubble as well. You just want to be
wow.
jamming.
This is
Oh, he's got 'em with
surprising. Sergenko
Yeah.
calling off with 3s. Okay.
This is a bit too loose as we're about to hit the money.
Maybe a function, Steve, that he wants to cover people, right?
Yeah, possibly.
It has to
Possibly,
be.
yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want to make day 2 with the short stack.
Yeah, we've been talking about this all night. If there's ever a tournament to gamble it up, it's this one.
Yeah, I agree. I still think the 3s is obviously a bit too loose here, but
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
fair enough.
So off we go again. Sergenko looking to hold. We're going to be down to fumes. Demlakian looking to win the fake flip. Once we get called, of course, pretty thrilled to see the crabs. There's another nickname for you. And even more thrilled to see the ace of diamonds, followed by a 10 and a 4. Sergenko now drawing to a 3.
There's the crab.
There it is. As Demlakian, aghast, throws his hands up to the heavens. GG, sir. Sergenko now up to 1 million chips. Unlucky, sir. We lose Vaskin. Demlakian just before reaching the money. Look at the chip counts here on the DTD live table. Bura out in front, 1.8 million. Smuskavicius, Boskov not far behind. Sergenko now closing in on that 1 million chip mark. Heads up here. Ranjadel versus Gromov. Interesting here. Looks like Ranjadel decided to check back flop.
Yeah, he's open pre and...
He's gone for the delay. I don't hate it on a board like this. You know, we're going to want to have some sort of delayed c-bets where we think our opponent may check to us on the turn. And is this a raise in position? It is. Very interesting. Gromov's gone for value with his jack on the turn. This is really interesting, Steve. Like, what do you make of this raising on the board pair in 5?
It's quite speculative, isn't it? Not really sure. I mean, if he is trying to rep a 5, do you go that size? Not sure versus Gromov's a good candidate to be doing this against either. What I will say is that if you are going to do it, and then that's the river, you definitely have to follow through. So I wouldn't mind it so much if he now, you know, sort of pots the river and tries to rep a very strong hand. But I mean, it's just so tough with 4 higher.
It's a very strange kind of
Yeah.
card to decide to bluff. Like, obviously, the 5x is going to favor Gromov in general.
Yeah, he can
But
just have
he's
all the
reaching.
fives. He's got to go big, though.
He's
gotta
going
go big.
small. This is a very strange hand.
I'm not sure what he's trying to target to fold now, really.
Basically, exactly a jack, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to show like a thin value bet, but like, what hands do we have that want to do
Yeah.
this for thin value? Like, we're not going to do this with ace jack, right? For example,
Yeah.
a queen, we've probably bet the flop mostly.
It's also it's quite rare that a jack would lead turn, so he's trying to get a jack to fold, but I'm not sure how often he has the jack. He obviously does have a jack.
Sure,
but, you know what
sure.
I mean, so it just seems very ambitious, very ambitious.
I think the
but-
interesting thing here is that it's such a weird line that Gromov may just
Wow.
think it's value, right?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's one of
yeah.
those very strange hands where you're like, well what's
Yeah.
he bluffing me with in this line?
Yeah.
Ranjadel
I thought for sure it was too small, but he's made it
Yeah.
work.
made
it
us
work.
look foolish.
Gromov will be very surprised to see his hand after.
That's a
after
very
that one if he watches
confusing
the-
hand to be
watches the stream
involved in.
back.
I mean, we were confused covering the hand, so I've no
Yeah.
idea how he feels being in the mix.
Yeah. It's not good when you can see the cards and you're still confused, but yeah.
All right, back to the Onyx table we go.
Five
Varneen
off.
here.
5 off the money.
Yeah, we are hurtling towards it. Big open here, by the way, from Varneen. 3.5x with the pocket fours. Okay, we had, excuse me, Yildiz limped under the gun. That makes a little more sense. Varneen decided to ISO fours, picks up 2 calls.
Sure. Them both peeled.
Bottom set for Yildiz. Having limped in. We did say the wheels were kind of coming off, Warbs. He's found it here.
Yeah, he was definitely looking. Oh, is he going to lead now?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Surely just let an aggressive opponent in Varneen keep putting money in the pot.
Agree. You know, if they've got an ace, you're still gonna get the money, and if they don't, you want to let them rep the ace, don't you? As it turns out, it might just be fold.
You would imagine so.
Which is very disappointing when you flop a set.
It's maybe one of those spots, though, right, where like the leveling wars begin. Like
Possible.
Yildiz isn't really supposed to lead ever, so now all of a sudden his opponents are thinking, well, you can't have anything really good here.
Yeah.
But in fact, he has bottom set, and Yildiz is going to get the bad news. Fold.
Got himself back to a mill.
Yeah, playing some very spicy lines. Steadies the ship somewhat. Back to the Luxon table. Raise from Sergenko here. King, Queen, O from under the gun. Call from Taravat in the hijack with King Jack. Boskov here. He's not squeezing this, is he?
Right.
Late in the day.
This is spiced.
It's kind of like what I was saying a few minutes ago, just about, you know, it's near the bubble. He's been watching these guys all day, and he's obviously picked his targets rather than his specific hand here.
I mean, this is pretty sick, though, right? Against
yeah.
under the gun and hijack
It's-
peel.
It's the right idea. I feel like it's the wrong timing and wrong hand, but it might work. You know, it
Yeah.
might work.
I think it is going to work.
I'd prefer to pick a hand, you know, like an offsuit king, an offsuit ace. Probably not against under the gun, but yeah, it's kind of nice and it's going to work, I think. So yeah, fair enough.
I'm all
That takes
for
balls as well,
like
doesn't it?
I'm
Yeah.
all for some sick kind of live read timing spot of, you know what, I don't care what my hand is.
Yeah. He's done it.
Fair play to Boskov. Makes it work with the Jack 3. Do you think any of this, Warbs, is like, I'm on the feature table,
Oh,
I'm
definitely.
just going to do something gangster?
Is the next thing I was about to say was he'll definitely be watching that back as soon as he finishes. He'll get it up and like be showing all his mates.
Well done.
He
Right.
was I think he was an online qualifier as well, so it's like even more balls.
Well, Martinez here limps the small. Flops huge. Yildiz checking back with the 8 deuce. Top and bottom here for the Spaniard. See if he decides to slow play this one. Looks like he is. I'm a big fan of it. You want to give Yildiz the opportunity to make a mistake here. King of spades on the turn.
Yildiz looks like he just wants any bet as fast as possible
Yeah.
so he can muck.
He was looking at his opponent with complete disdain
just
there.
Come
just
on,
like, come on, mate.
next hand, next hand.
I think there might be some frustration creeping in. He seems,
Little bit.
Seems a little bit over it.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously won the last hand, but when you flop a set and you basically win just the minimum, it's not very exciting, is it?
Well, Gromov getting after it again.
Yeah,
Jack
he's
4 off from the button.
Just going for it now, isn't he? We're near the end of the day. He's got all the chips. It's probably close to any 2 from the button now.
It's like kind of a dangerous guy to go after. Yuda has shown that he's just not scared to put money in the pot.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Intriguing to see how this one pans out. Queen 9-7. Yuda flops best. Middle pair, king kicker. Gromov.
We have seen some checkbacks, but no, he's going to go for this one.
It lines up the first barrel. About 60% pots.
Yeah, quite like the size. I'm really rooting like a 10 or something, just to see. Yeah, that'll do.
Okay.
See if he's got the second barrel. I'm sure he has.
In terms of cards we want to see. Okay, he's going to check turn. Well, when you know it's coming, Steve,
Yeah.
you can just check. 10 of spades river. Nasty run out for Yuda.
I do wonder if Yuda's going to try and rep this. It's had a bit of a tendency to do like a small size type vibe, so I think it's coming.
Just like a mergy.
Yeah. I've been paying attention today. Here it
Yeah,
is.
very good, Steve. Very good.
Yeah.
140k. Kind of reasonable, right, from the big blind here that we can have a lot of Jack X. We can have some 2 pairs that might want to block.
Sure. He's raised or calls? No, he's done the old min raise. Just over min raise.
I think we kind of have to, and also stops you tabling Jack 4 off.
Yeah, that's true.
Right on the bubble, which is kind of nice for your image.
It's true. Many a river have I bluffed because I don't want to check back. And
For
have to
sure.
first.
For sure. You might have another hour with these guys, right? Of trying to
Exactly,
pound away.
Yeah.
This way, they fold, you can show a Jack.
Exactly, yeah.
See, I had it, buddy.
Live secrets. Live secrets.
Live Secrets with Steve Warburton. Forward by Andrew Headley. It'll be the last book we ever wrote. All right, Gromov continues to pound 2.4 million in chips.
Yeah. He's just going to keep going now, I think. When it's folded to him, he'll be considering all the opens.
Sure. So it gives us an opportunity to tell you what's coming up this week. 9 days of coverage, guys. This is, of course, 1A of the Pokerok Mystery Bounty. Day 1C tomorrow. Then, of course, on Monday, the final day of the Mystery Bounty, where we get to open the envelopes and do all that fun stuff. Then we have a day off through to next week on the 7th. We've got day 1C of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. Day 2 of that the following day. And then the final day on the 9th. One more day off, and then we're into the big one. MPP main event starts on the 11th of May. 3 days of coverage all the way through to crowning a champion of that one. And that is a $5 million guarantee. I never get tired of it, I gotta say. Like, covering the big events. It's exciting. Everyone's arriving into town.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big week.
It's all happening.
So, 38 remaining. We are now 5 away from that magic number. 33 players will bag up and return on Monday.
Kind of a tight fold there from Guntanka. 10-8 suited.
Yeah, I think maybe recognizing that he's got, like, Yildiz and Varnin seem to be in every pot behind.
Yeah.
Would make a bit of sense.
Yeah, he's got quite an awkward stack, I guess.
Jack, Deuce, 5. Both players with... We've seen Yildiz really struggle out of position to Varnin. Lost a bunch of pots to him. Yeah. Has been kind of c-betting almost range, right, in some of these spots.
Yeah, a lot of history between these two, and it wouldn't surprise me to
here
see
he comes
him,
again.
See him peel.
Yeah, Varnin just really a thorn in his side.
Or has he gone for the raise? He has.
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
Yeah, don't mind it. Don't mind it at all.
3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. It's 2025. Put it on your man. See if Yildiz has had enough of him.
It's just even if you're, you know, suspecting that you're being bluffed, it's just so hard to continue with the
He's not, is he?
red king 7. But again, they've had a lot of history today.
This is brilliant stuff.
I'd absolutely love to see it because the stacks are just like so perfect just to make it, you know, like 300k or something. Because then Vornin has to decide whether to go all in or just, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
so much of his stack. So.
No, I don't have.
Nice.
Oh,
it's just so hard
he
to do
slow rolled us.
So hard to do it.
Really difficult with this combo, right?
Good play from Vornin, maybe recognising that Yildiz has been c-betting a lot, as you were saying, Andy.
Yeah.
Nice pickup.
Yeah, Vornin tough, man. Not folding much. He's going to make you put him to the test.
Yeah.
Never a lot of fun to have someone like that on your direct left. Back we go to the DTD live table. Open from Gromov, back at it, King 3. Once again, Yuda makes a call from the small. Ranjadel here with a decision, Ace-6 off. Let's just get out of the way.
Yeah, King 3 off, more than good enough for Gromov at this point. He's set his stall out now. He's just gonna keep putting the hammer down.
Off to the 10-8-6 two-heart board. Top pair for Yuda. Gromov. Backdoor flush draw. Fairly nasty side card to go with that King of Hearts. Is just going to try and take this down with a small stab.
Yeah, very small. And 5th pot.
Yeah, Yuda going nowhere, of course. Very easy call. Now then, 7 of Hearts on the turn. Gromov does improve to the 2nd nut flush draw.
That's where I'd like to see him size up. On 90, I think. Yeah, 90.
Yeah, I don't mind this sort of 40%. We can represent, you know, some non-nutted hands that still want to get value, right? Like
Yeah,
something like an 8-9 no heart. We don't necessarily want to blast money in.
sure.
Potentially a flopped set where you want to target a 10, stuff like this.
Yeah.
Fair play to Yuda, not going anywhere. Very quick turn call.
But here's where the hand starts for me. Has he got it? Oh no, he's not. He's not got it in him.
I think it kind of makes sense to give this one up.
Yeah, fair. I just.
I mean, like, we can't win, but our opponent can have some boats now, right?
Of course,
Potentially.
yeah. All
Just
the
have a 9,
nines,
can have some
yeah.
flushes. You're basically trying to get a 10
Yeah,
and a 10
yeah.
only to fold.
I agree, but I was still
Yeah.
rooting for the, you know, so 600k, 150% pot.
600k, buddy.
Really go for it, but it's not really his style though. To be fair, he sort of likes to bluff, but not really go too big. You know,
Yeah, he picks his moments for when to
Exactly,
put
yeah.
max pressure on.
Yeah, he picks his
These
spots.
two, here they come again, Warbs. Oh, I mean, this could be it.
This is the clash that they've both been waiting for each other. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if this doesn't actually just get in.
Feels pretty much
Yeah,
inevitable.
Can
100k c-bet here from Yildiz.
can see Vornin just raise getting this in, and Yildiz obviously going nowhere.
All in.
He made it 3.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep, there we go.
Big old post-flop flip incoming. 1.7 million.
And as you can see, nearly a 60% favourite.
Yeah, wow.
This is obviously all the previous cards folded as well.
Big moments. 5 from the money. Yildiz looking to hold against his nemesis. Vornin looking to land a killer blow here. 2 overcards, 2nd nut flush draw.
You're absolutely hating this, by the way, 5 off the money.
You are hating life with ace 10.
You sat there all day,
Okay, hating life less.
and
Ace
now
of
you've
diamonds.
got to fade everything.
On the turn. 9 outs for Vornin. Can he find it? No, he can't.
Nice hold.
9 of clubs river. Massive hold for Yildiz.
1.7 mil.
Sigh of relief. Isn't that just the moment, Warbs, where you just sit there where you're like, how didn't I win with King, Queen of Hearts?
It's a cruel
It
game.
just
yeah.
feels like
Yeah, you're in position. It's your
Injustice.
overs, yeah. Those are the ones you gotta win.
I'd be on the phone texting the group. This game's rigged.
Yeah. It's worse when you're going for the mystery bounty though, so at least it's in day one.
Yeah, unfortunate for Voronina. I like how he's been playing, I gotta say. Very aggressive, getting
fair
after
enough,
it.
yeah. And all of a sudden, Yildiz.
Yeah.
1.7 mil chip leader on the table.
He was kind of wobbling, right, for a little spell there, like
Yeah.
a few slack hands, but he's back in business. Well, a man who's not afraid to raise. Gromov with a real hand this time. Ace-Queen in the hijack.
Finally a real hand.
I believe the blinds are 20-40K now, so it's getting... The price of poker is getting steep. Ranjadel here, just taking a little time. I guess all these players now, with the kind of these nice stacks, want a bag.
Yeah. Definitely all the guys with 500-600K are now just looking at the blind and thinking, ooh. What do? Do you sort of hold on or you go for it?
Stick or twist.
Exactly.
Well, Ignatov, loving life here. Top 2 pair on the 10-8-7. Gromov very aware that this is going to hit the big blind hard.
Yeah, it's a good check.
5 of diamonds turn. 100K Steve from Ignatov, shade under half.
Yep, seems fine.
Oh, he's raising? I'm not sure about this one, Gromov.
Yeah, I don't know, but I assumed he was checking back the flop because he realised that it hits the big blinds range so much.
Yeah, Ignatov just decided I'm just sending this in. Deny equity. You can potentially get called by like a king 10, something like this, right? That decided to check flop and then raise to set its own price, something like this.
I'd have liked to see Ignatov think a bit longer just about
Yeah.
that spot because, you know, he has just snap gone all in, which I think when you do it on the turn, it's just a very good hand, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's rare that you see the sort of half pot lead. And then 3-bet all in.
Yeah.
Gromov, hand in cookie jar on that occasion. Must confess, I was a little surprised to see him raise this turn.
Oh, definitely.
With this exact hand, at least.
Yeah.
Nice pickup for Ignatov regardless. Consolidates his position up to around about 1.5 mil. Back to the Luxon table we go. Smuskavicius +1. Ace-4 off.
One raise.
Okay, 80K to go.
He's been grinding away all day.
I mean, like, this is dicey, right?
It is a bit dicey, yeah.
35 bigs, 5 off the money.
Yeah.
Never quite know what Bozkov's going to do.
Yeah,
Let's get out of the way.
It's not even like the 3 stacks to his left are all shorties. You can put pressure on. It's just like huge stack after huge stack.
I mean, you know what? You got to say it's great viewing for us in the booth. People are just
100%.
getting after it.
Yeah, for sure.
Bura with a very easy defend, flexing, calling chips with the pocket 3s.
No tanking, no, you know, trying to make day 2.
Yeah.
They're just in there. Great
Wow.
action.
King 3 deuce. Here we go. Middle set versus a wheel draw and overcard for the pre-flop raiser.
It's like a mandatory c-bet with his hand.
Yeah. 45K. No need to go too big on the board like this. Makes sense. 20% pot.
Yeah, that's where the Bora decides to go for the check raise now, or just the check call like he would do with
7 raise.
a deuce or a 3x.
Yeah, it does land on raise. Looks like 140.
Yeah, I quite like this. It's not it's probably not going to work out against this specific hand, but I think with 2 big stacks, it's quite nice to check raise.
I mean, I don't think Smusk can fold for 1 here.
Sure.
You know, we are drawn to the essential nuts, right? If we do find that 5.
Agree, yeah.
And our opponent can have some kind of 4-5 of their own, right? 5-6, some heart draws that give up. Really interesting Queen of Hearts turn warbs. What to do now for Bura?
Yeah, neither player particularly likes it, but I think with a set here, you've got to keep betting. You can get so much value from all the King X and stuff.
Yeah, it can be tricky to decide on sizing. Seems to be what he's considering. I mean, on balance, We should have more flushes, of course, from the big blind.
But
It's run pretty, looks like about 300k.
275.
Yeah. Just about half pot.
And again, it's just a spot. It's very hard to do anything other than fold, really.
Yeah, maybe if we have the ace of hearts, Warbs, we can
Sure.
get spicy here.
Yeah, but you could just be dead, couldn't you? So it's tough.
Hasn't folded yet.
This man's been grinding all day. He's not going to be firing it in now.
Famous last words from Mr. Warburton.
Things you shouldn't say
Here
in
we
merit.
go. Here you should not. Okay, you're gonna see a river.
And all of a sudden, we have 1.1 mil
Wow,
in the river, on the river.
huge river upcoming. Is the Jack of Diamonds?
Pot to stack ratio of just 1. It would be unreal if somehow this goes check all in. And
I can't see it. I don't think.
no, I
for,
can't either. But
For 80%
but
pot.
I also couldn't see the call on the turn, so maybe he does have plans.
This is a pretty wild one. If Bura goes small, we could see something fun.
I think he's going to go check or small. Yeah.
It's kind of in.
No, he's got a
Yeah,
limp,
it just
so
puts
yeah.
it in. Makes sense. Smuskavicius just curses himself and says, "Why did I call the turn?
Yeah. Throw it in the time banks.
Why do I do it to myself every time?"
Yeah. It's annoying when you sort of try really hard to bluff someone and they don't give the opportunity. They're just
Don't
going all
let you
in.
do it.
It's like every year you sort of go to Vegas, they just never let you bluff because they're just all in on the turn or whatever. It's like, all right, you win.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tilting spot. As Smuskavicius maybe just thought his opponent would check river enough of the time to allow us to put the money in.
Yeah.
I mean, you could hero call, but having that 4 in hand can't be good. Blocking some of those 4-5, 4-6 type hands that could be the ones that check raise flop, send it in by the river as a bluff. I'm very surprised to see this length of tank. I'm not really sure what it's achieving unless we're going for the ultimate hero call.
I think he's just trying to run down the day, really. He's just over it now. He's like, let's just use all the time banks and that's it.
I mean, that makes sense. He's not calling this one, surely.
I mean, yeah, it's
Surely not.
nigh on impossible, isn't it?
We would be starting the week with a bang.
Just put him on like the 4-5 off when you have a 4.
Yeah, Bura now, of course, praying for a call. Knows he's got his man. Doesn't know his man has just ace high. Incredibly long. Has he used every time bank?
I think
Looks
so,
like
yeah.
it.
He threw a big chunk of them in. Haven't seen many come back.
One pot.
They're in the muck.
Does eventually relinquish.
We'll never know what would have happened if he'd have checked the river, already bet small. Maybe there was a big bluff coming.
We're just so greedy in the booth, eh? Like you just
want
want to
it.
see the
Just want the
fun.
action.
I just wanted to see 400k from Bura and then
Same.
all in for 900.
Same.
The
Exactly
min
what I
raise
wanted.
bluff river.
I'm with you, Andrew. I'm with you.
Yeah, very impressive display from Bura, to be fair, today. He's won almost every pot I've seen him play, up to 2.3 mil.
Pretty solid day, yeah.
Very strong. Off we go to the DTD live table. Ranjadel with the open here with King Jack. Called by Krush on the button and Gromov in the big. Huge flop for the German. Some potential here to just run it.
Interesting to see how Crush proceeds. Personally, I like call myself. That's what he's done.
Yeah, you kind of don't mind, right? Just like allowing Gromov to stay in the pot here, maybe do something bluffy.
Exactly,
You know, we're basically never going to fold our hand anyway.
Yeah.
Look at that for a turn. King of Hearts. Top 2 for Ranjadel. Second nut flush for Krush.
And at times, obviously, when Ranjadel has nothing, you just want him to keep betting, and there's no turn card you're folding.
I mean, this just
Amazing.
feels very much like a stone cooler at this point, Warbs.
For sure.
Pop back.
Sure, what can you do? Maybe a heart saves him, but we'll see.
Yeah, you'd imagine Krush always plays call, Steve.
I think you have to, don't you? You've got to balance the times, you know. You've got the ace jack or the jack 10 with the 10 of hearts or whatever, and you can't really just be raising anything.
Sure. Does make the call, and here we
Ooh.
go. The river is the 10 of hearts.
Very, very bad card for Crush.
Interestingly here, Ranjadel cursing his luck here,
Yeah,
thinking
exactly,
that
yeah.
this is a dreadful card, but it's actually going to save him 440k.
Probably.
Probably.
Probably. I can definitely see a world where he goes all in and he does hero it, but
Yeah, I'm already in my head trying to come up with hands that are going to turn themselves into a bluff. Ace-Jack comes to mind.
probably the only one, isn't it?
Ace-Jack of spades, something
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah.
Queen 10 of clubs or something, right? That did something real, like floated flop and felt it had to call turn.
Possibly, yeah. The size is quite
There's not
small
many.
turn, but yeah, I know what you're
Yeah.
saying.
300k from Krush. Has gone for the non-all-in. Trying to rep the old I'm bluffing and leaving myself 3 big blinds to spin.
Yeah.
It's just hard in the kind of real world to give people enough bluffs, right?
Yeah, definitely. He's had to have made some super loose call on the turn to do it. And also, I just feel like in these spots, if you are bluffing, he's probably more likely to go all in, isn't he? So he's not very balanced probably in this spot.
Seems fair. In go the time banks.
But maybe he knows his man and he thinks 300. You know, 300.
Yeah, fascinating how one card can change everything in the way a tournament plays out. Thought the 10 of hearts might save him, Steve, but it hasn't. Does pay his man off.
Done him, yeah.
Well done, Krush. Really kept himself alive here, having run into some pretty kind of awkward spots earlier. Back up to 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Ranjadel
He's back cruising
can't
it.
get away from it.
He's back cruising it, Andrew.
He's what?
He's back cruising it.
You can't use the same joke twice,
Oh,
Barbs.
sorry. Apologies.
That's okay.
I thought it was like 1 per hour was allowed.
To be clear, you can use it as many times as you want. Right, Gromov and Laba, 1.8 million. Krush now up to 1.5. Ignatov with a similar stack as we go back to the main feature table. The beautiful Onyx. Got Kodzanker here. Completing the action with 6-7 off. Timur Gazin, he's effectively all in, I've just realized. He's gone for the min raise and left 1 big blind back. Called in 2 spots. Does flop a gut shot to Broadway. Kodzanker with bottom pair. Yield is with just a pair of 5s. Timur Gazin actually has a lot of equity here to get there. Queens, jacks and 10s would do the job. 2 of hearts turn. Pretty shrewd here actually from the Russian to leave 1 big blind behind. Like there is a world where this can just check the showdown, and if we don't win, you know, we can spin up that 1 big blind.
Yeah, for
Don't
sure.
mind it at all. We're
Yeah.
down to 36, 3 off the money.
It's definitely quite a new thing in tournament
Yeah.
poker, isn't it? But this is the exact sort of situation that it makes sense to.
How much we got? 55.
Yield is a little confused. I mean, can we bluff pocket 5s here?
8,000.
Is he doing it? Yeah, he is.
He is doing it. He sniffed it out. I mean, it's hard to imagine that you ever get a better hand to fold, right? But you might get to deny some equity versus like a 9-10 suited, something
yeah,
like
I mean,
this.
he's totally randomly got the 6 to fold, but yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Yes, like it's just worked out perfectly.
I mean, I don't think we can fold Warbs, right?
Of course
Getting
not. No,
10
no
to
way.
1.
No way. He's just gonna use his time banks. Hope they lose 3 more players, and that's his plan.
He's going to get the news that he's a lot more live than he thinks.
Yeah, you think you're
Drawing to a 10, most likely.
Yeah, 10 only. But got the queen and the jack as well.
Here we go. Reluctantly commits his final 35k. Yieldies has got the best hand out. In shape to scoop 370k here.
Can't believe it. It's like, how did I have the winner here?
Can he find it? Queens, jacks, and 10s only. Or we lose Timur Gazin in 36th. Oh, and he pings the 10 of spades. Hello there. He knew it was coming, didn't he?
That's nice. That's nice. That's nice when you 3 up the money, isn't it?
It is nice.
Я ну по факту сэкономил.
Sorry, I put 80. No, please.
Magic. You go all in on the flop, you made them fall. You get maximum.
Back we go then to the DTD live table. Gromov getting after it. 3 bets here with 6s. Trying to pressure Ranjadel, who's opened a pretty strong hand. Ace-Queen from under the gun.
Yeah, he's obviously happy just to go with it. I don't think he's 3-betting to fold, so yeah, he's just decided.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, and Gromov's just decided, all right, let's flip.
It's pretty loose versus under the gun, but they've got a bit of history and pair's a pair.
Yeah, maybe thinks his opponent has enough raise folds
Sure.
off 14 blinds. Not unreasonable to think so. Decides to run it. 1.2 million in the middle. Ranjadel needs help. None so far. 10, 5, 4.
Safe.
2 spades. Very safe so far, but the queen on the turn just drills in for Ranjadel. He's going to double up here if he can fade a 6, and does. King of spades completes the run out.
It's never easy with Gromov.
It is never easy.
It's just maximum emotion for him.
He's like a dog with a bone, though. just takes, I'm telling you, it takes every spot.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what happens in the last few hands with him.
Big flip to win. 3 from the money. On we go then. 3 more to lose. As the dealer sorts the stacks. As we've been saying, guys, day 1 of the 2025 Mediterranean Poker Party. This is the 1 million guaranteed Pokerok mystery bounty. As we see Bura here taking on Smuskavicius. C-bets the pocket 9s on King Jack, Jack 2 clubs, and turns a boat. How's your luck? Very dicey waters for Smuskavicius here. Has the nut flush draw warbs. Hard to fold, especially to this sizing.
Yeah, can't fold to that sizing at all. I definitely would have liked to see him go a bit bigger, but as it turns out, it's the perfect size. Wants him to draw.
Yeah, little does he know a club's going to send them home.
Yeah, club's just a total disaster, isn't it?
10 of spades completes the board.
Not the worst bluffing card, but he doesn't seem the type to go for it here. I don't think.
Yeah. You're kind of targeting a hand like Ace-King here if you're to lead river.
Yeah.
You know, not many other hands will fold. Maybe a King 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bura seeking max value. Smuskavicius manages to wriggle free of the noose. Still has 550k.
Frustrating couple of hands for him. You can see it. See it
Yeah.
on his face.
So, back at the Onyx table, Vornin is deciding to essentially run it here.
Yeah, he's.
I'm not sure about this one, right?
Christ.
9.5 blinds on the bubble. He's just decided I'm going with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's made it 100 with 285 back.
Well, Martinez defends the nut. Excuse me, defends ace-5 of clubs, flops the nut flush draw.
Yeah, well, we're in now, aren't we?
We are in.
We were kind of semi in before, but this is definitely action. Would expect a check raise from Martinez, the fashion icon.
Yes.
You called him earlier.
I believe that was you, Steve.
Could have been. it's been a long shift.
In they go. Vornin not going to like it particularly, but we're going to run it.
Yeah, he's in there, isn't he? He's thinking, what the hell's going on this hand? I'm not sure why I'm in it, but I'll take it now.
Well, he is a very slight favourite.
It's the hold.
830k in the middle. Pretty big spot this for Martinez. He's on fumes if he doesn't get there. Looking for an ace or a club. Vornin deciding, I don't want a min cash. Let's go for a stack. Fair play to him. He's played with full commitment throughout. We've seen him getting after it. Can he hold off the Spaniard? You can see the top of your screen. Some of the outs for Martinez are dead. He's drawn to 9 cards. Misses the first opportunity. 6 of hearts on the turn. Vornin holding. One to come. And does find it. 10 of spades on the river.
No dice.
3 or 4 times in quick succession, players have been at risk and managed to escape. Little look at the chip counts now. Vornin up into 2nd place on the table. Yieldies 1.5 million. With the current table chip lead, you can see getting pretty shallow though. Lots of short to medium stacks.
It's very interesting how one table is, as you say, short to medium, and the other table is a load of big stacks. It's
Yeah.
made for interesting action. Totally different ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, back to the Luxon table we go. Bura getting after it. 7-5 of hearts, raising +1. Sergenko, who we've seen play a lot of spicy kind of hands. Like I don't like this at all. Ace-9 off as a peel, so close to the money.
I agree, Andrew, yeah. There's a whole host of trouble it can get you into, and Bura should be putting him under lots of pressure on loads of runouts. This is going to be interesting, actually, because he's definitely check calling 1.
7, but
Yeah, Bura does start with c-bet. Quarter pot. We have seen a lot of these small bets on these dynamic 10 highs that I don't expect to see too often, but
Yeah.
Sergenko, price is of course right. Not folding this one to a quarter pot. 8 of spades on the turn, Warbs.
Yeah, that's another spot I'd like to see him go big,
7.
but we'll see what he chooses. Oh, he's decided to take the equity. I think at this stage versus small blind range, I think he probably should just bet big on the turn there, but fair enough, he's decided. The small blind can have queen jack and things, so
4.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where it's a bit of a disaster to bet and get shoved on.
true,
and
yeah,
like
'cause
some,
it'll be stacked,
but
yeah.
I'm with you also that you can still put, you know, a hand even as strong as like a king 10 off. You can put in like a pretty grim spot by the
Sure.
river.
And he's gone so small on the flop that he's going to call, you know, all the small pairs and things like
Yeah.
that as well. So now he's in just in a horrible spot, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, like Sergenko
managed to get away,
deciding to
but-
bluff, which is a little intriguing.
Yeah.
This is the thing, we say this every time that we come to Merit. You see a lot of kind of spicy hands around the bubble that you don't expect to see.
Yeah.
And it can be tough to dissect, you know. I wouldn't expect to see ace-9 call in pre here.
Of course, yeah, yeah.
And maybe wouldn't expect it to bluff river, but Sergenko gets the job done. Like, is he trying to get 10 to fold? Potentially. Anyway, Gromov back at it again. Pocket deuces. Ignatov finds the bullets. Makes it 300k to go. Gromov's not peeling
Without
this, is he?
hesitation. Without even a moment's thought, he's in there.
We are in the streets.
Well, if he does manage to hit the little ducky, he'll be
Goodness me.
he'll be doubling up. But the price didn't feel too right, did it?
It did not. No ducks to be found. King
Yeah.
Jack 7, 2 spades. 660k in the middle. Gromov about 130% pop back.
Yeah, this is why the peel pre. It's just so hard and so many balls that don't contain a 2.
I must admit, I'm quite surprised to see that one from Gromov. You know, he's in there betting and bluffing away, but doesn't normally bleed off chips. You know,
Yeah, agree.
with
Yeah,
weak
yeah.
holdings. I'm a bit surprised to see it on the stone bubble.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit of frustration with some previous hands there.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's a long day for him. He's been in a lot of hands. He could do with just finding the bag now, I think.
Yeah, Ignatov, very solid performance from him. I've seen him play a very solid, tight, aggressive style. It's working out for him thus far. On to 11. Finds ace-king. 11 big blinds from +1.
8 ways. 80.
He's gone with open over jam.
A little surprised at that.
Yeah,
I think at this stage, personally, I'm just sending this in.
exactly, yeah. But every credit to him, he's given them a chance to make a mistake maybe and jam a worse hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm totally with you. We're so close to the money now
I mean,
on day 2.
I guess, again, in this mystery bounty format where accumulating chips is so important.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe
that-
just going chip EV and just
and
wants to
Yeah, like
play
a,
it
like a
normally.
small min cash, right? Like, let's just try and get someone in there with a wide hand.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas, you know, if this is a 2.5x min cash, you might just jam this hand, right?
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
make some sense.
The problem is, it's obviously this is quite a sort of peely table, isn't it? It's not. You're not really getting like your 3 and your 4 bets,
Right.
so it's you're more likely to go 3-way to a flop, aren't you? But
5.
Yeah, like, do you want Idai and Tavarat to peel 7-8 suited? I'm not sure you do.
he's got his action anyway.
Here we go.
I'm sure he'll be more than happy with this. Just to run it.
No, I'm absolutely raging when I see 17.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, there's no chance I can win this hand.
How's he not got ace jack or ace nine as well?
Showdown.
All right, good luck indeed. Levin versus Taravat for the bones of 1,000,000 chips. Another flip situation. 3 away from that
140.
magic number in the day 2 bag.
English, please.
Here we go then. Sevens looking to hold. Jack 10 deuce on the flop. Gut shot to Broadway. Opens up for 11. Looking for a queen, a king, or an ace. Can't find it on the turn. One chance remaining to find it. Doesn't do so.
You called it, Andrew. You
Yeah.
said when you see the 7s there at the end of the day, you just never win it.
Just feels like GG. Unlucky 11. Played very well earlier on stream. Super solid.
Yeah, very solid.
Very unfortunate to soft bubble. And we are down to 35. Hand for hand mode. About to be launched. Those ones are tough, right? You grind all day, you find a premium holding.
Yeah, you'd rather just go out early, wouldn't you? Than,
Yeah, it's
than
nothing
all day,
worse.
but that's the game.
That is the game. Well then,
Aha.
Krush,
This could
pocket
be.
jacks. Gromov has the perfect reshove stack.
Yeah, that's 700k. looks a lot less to him because he's had. Oh my words!
My
Wow.
goodness.
Collisions. Collisions. It's
First look at Laba, and what a time to cold find kings.
yeah. I mean, what is Crush going to do here?
I think this is a fairly trivial fold.
Yeah,
You don't think when cold 4s to 450, like Gromov has put a third of his stack in.
I hear you. Trivial and merit
Yeah, he's out of there.
is always in the back of my mind, but I think Crush is he's quite a solid player, isn't he? But you were spot on. Just he didn't really think about it. He was like, yeah, this is gone. And Gromov's absolutely hating this, but I think it's still going in. He cannot believe he's been called forward here. He was so happy to get this in.
I think he'll fold here.
You think?
Gromov's like
Leave himself 4-4-5?
I think he'll fold. For sure, why not? Like, you're just dead, right, against the range. Like, I can't imagine he puts this in.
It's another great read. Another great read.
It's just one of those, isn't it? Like, where you're just absolutely in horrendous shape.
I hear you. I'm just trying to put myself in his mind of 4-4-5k and thinking he
Sure.
might just punt it, but it's a good fold. It's a good fold. It's good discipline. He's had a very up and down day.
Oh, here we go. Off to the floor we go. Let's listen in.
On the bubble.
All right, we have ace-6. All in and at risk against the pocket kings. I believe we're on the stone bubble here, Warbs. So ace-6 at risk. 6-4-3. Pocket kings holding. And there it is, king of spades on the turn. Ace-6 is drawing dead.
Seals it.
Unfortunately for Ravil Kamatkariv, he is our bubble boy. And there we go. That is it for the first stream of the 2025 MPP as we see our players bagging up in the background. Warbs, what a day.
Nice to see the bags, isn't it? It's one of the best feelings in poker when the bags just get handed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives me a chance to just quickly take you through the remainder, of our streaming schedule. So tomorrow, day 1C of the Mystery Bounty, we'll be in the mix for that. Then day 2 on Monday, on the 5th, where we'll be, opening some envelopes, doing all that good stuff. And then the rest of the week, we have the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
Thanks for watching.